What's up? What's going on? Welcome in, chatters and peoples. We have to do some yapping today. We have to do some yapping. There's gonna be lots of yapping done. We might be here for like 5 hours, I'm not gonna lie. It might be here for a while. Just mentally prepare first. Mentally prepare. I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say before I started doing this. I feel like I was gonna say something that I forgot already. Better not see you disrespecting the whip. Should leave now. Should leave now.
What's
Let us rank the weapons.
Yui gang.
No. That is not happening. Johnny, thank you for the membership. Actually, that's what I gotta do. I gotta turn off alerts. Okay, mods, remind the people that alerts are gonna be off. All the sound effects and stuff, that I'm gonna turn all of them off. Because I'm gonna do a tier list and I wanna focus on the tier list. So you go ahead and tell them that it ain't happening. Okay, blurps, alerts. Pop dude, thank you for the sub. I'll be reading them either, so you go ahead and let them know. And make sure nobody says anything stupid in my chat because it's gonna be on the screen too, and obviously this is gonna be turned into a video, so gotta figure that one out. Alerts, YouTube alerts, blurps. Cool. I think that's everything. I think so. Last alert hype. You did it. Yeah, I'm doing alright. We're not doing too bad. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna do a tier list of all 400 weapons. Let me know if my camera's too large or if it's too small. I don't know. I feel like I gotta zoom it in so you guys can see what's going on, right? Is that a decent size so we can see all the weapons? Cover the chat with my face. I mean, I can just remove the chat. The chat doesn't need to be there. But I'll put it there for the video. I think people like to have the chat there when they watch it back. So, yeah, all 400 weapons, obviously just for PvE. Now, it's just going to be something that we're just doing for fun on stream. Because, like, I've already talked about every single one of these weapons. I did it, like, over my ranking videos, where I've ranked them, splitting up into individual categories. And, like, that whole playlist is, like, 10 hours long. So I've talked about every single one of these things in, like, a 10-hour playlist. So, you can't talk about those. No shields? No. Because, like, it's hard to rank them alongside weapons, right? So, I have the dueling shields and stuff, and I didn't actually make this tier list. This is just something I found. I thought I had to make it myself, but no. Someone actually had this already there. Saves me the effort for having to do that shit. Now, we're going to be splitting them up into categories like I did for my videos and stuff. So, like, daggers, straight swords, and whatnot. I know people would have liked for me to, like, separate them by tier list beforehand. So I just talk about the F tier, or then talk about the D tier, then C tier, and so on. But the thing is, I'm going to be making up my mind as I go along. So, like, I'm going to talk about them, and I'll be like, okay, this probably goes into the B tier. Hold up a second. There's some construction going on in the background. Just go turn my microphone onto my, removing. Okay, does that sound fine? Should sound fine. Let's get a drink before we start this. Do you think they're making a ranking for Night's Rain when it drops? Yeah, I've been making some Night Rain videos, yeah. No alerts, no alerts. And I might be talking to you guys much. I'm going to be, like, locked in. Otherwise, it's going to be, like, a 12-hour stream. If I start reading comments. Meow, thank you for the follow. Scale of 1 to 10, do you love us? Yeah, sure. Are you going to be playing Duskbloods? Yeah. Whenever that drops. We have Night Rain coming up first. Need a list for Dark Souls 3? We'll get there eventually. Like, I'm still doing, like, my Soulsborne ranking lists, so I'm still talking about a bunch of Dark Souls 3 weapons. I just talked about the straight swords the other day. There was, like, the Great Hammers before that, I think it was. No. I don't know, something like that. Might do a hammer marathon next, like a regular hammers marathon. My height about Night Rain? Yeah, it's pretty cool. It looks alright. I'll play it. I'll enjoy it. See what's up. Camera is good, maybe bottom right. I put my camera at but the chat's at the bottom right. I don't know. I mean, like at the end, I was gonna like, you know, zoom it all out and take a screenshot and probably post it on Twitter or some shit. Surprising lack of PvE lists of a prior Souls games. Yeah, before, back in the days, nobody made PvE content. It was all PvP. Nobody did it. It wasn't. That's why when I first started making content in this game, I was just gonna talk. I was gonna mainly just be a PvP channel because I thought that's where all like the end game was. But it didn't turn out that way. Elden Ring ends up getting a bigger PvE scene, which is cool. Okay, we're just gonna start off with the daggers. Okay, now the daggers, I see them to be as like more secondary options, more so than primary options, due to the fact that they're really light. They're good at just like having a bunch of different Ash of War options like Golden Bow, Chilling Mist, Assassin's Gambit. You can just leave it in your back pocket. Also, with them having higher critical damage, you can always switch to them to get like a riposte or a backstab. Stuff like that, because yeah, as primary options, I think that is outclassed by things like claws, especially in power stance, because I don't typically care for a power stance and combo that don't have the moves or weapons hit simultaneously. But they're still viable, still perfectly fine. But yeah, keeping in mind that I value them the most as a secondary option. For the regular dagger, probably just going to slide this one straight into the B tier. There's pretty much no reason to use this as like a damaging option over most things, because, you know, some get bleed, misrecord gets higher crit damage. But this one has like the lowest requirements and like it weighs the least, I believe, out of all the daggers, and you can buy it right at the beginning of the game. So using it as like an Ash of War stick for, like, as I mentioned, Golden Bow, Chilling Mist, Assassin's Gambit, whatever it is that you want to use it for, it's just handy for that. Parrying dagger, you could say it's pretty much the same thing. You can only get like one dagger per playthrough, so if you want another Ash of War stick, you could go buy the parrying dagger. It's pretty cheap, also very light. But in terms of actually using it as a primary option, it's pretty much only meant for parrying-based builds. And parrying itself is already niche, but the reason being is because it does give you a bit more parry frames than when you put parry Ash of War in a regular dagger. It's like the equivalent of like small shield parry, I believe it is. Maybe buckler parry. Actually, probably not as much as that. But it's alright. It's decent, I guess. I'd probably put it into the C tier because it's like very situational. It's like you're better off just using like a shield or a buckler in terms of parrying. But if you want to like power stance daggers and go with the build, then it could be pretty fun. But I'm not going to value it much based on performance. The misericord though, straight into the S tier. I might like reserve the broken tier for like the top 10 or some shit. So I'll just throw the misericord into the S tier. This one gets the highest crit damage in the entire game. Maybe like just below the Executioner's Great Axe. But this is pretty much meant for every single build because it's a dagger, so it's really light. And with 140 crit, you can just do stupid amounts of damage. So any single time you're going to go like a critical or stance breaking build, with how powerful that is in this game, more likely than not, you're just going to benefit by just having the misericord in your back pocket to just switch to with an elemental infusion, just make it do ridiculous amounts of damage. Yeah, it's kind of cracked. As a primary option, it's perfectly fine as well. Get some of the most range and damage out of the daggers, but yeah, the crit damage is why this thing is valued so much. The Great Knife. This is one of the 2 bleed or 3 bleed-based daggers, I guess. Talk about them all back to back. This one I'm probably gonna value the least because it is just the lowest damaging one. The Bloodstained Dagger just gets more damage with the Cult Infusion. I think this one scales better off strength, but I think even with a dexterity build, it probably out-damages the Great Knife. Only thing the Great Knife does better in is going to be its bleed build-up. It gets like a slightest bit more bleed build-up over the Bloodstained Dagger, but like I still don't really care for that. And even then, as I mentioned, as for a primary option, it's not going to be that valuable when like claws exist or like curved swords exist that can also get things like bleed too. I'm just going to value those more. Bloodstained Dagger just gets more damage, but I'll probably put it into the B tier as well because in it the most amazing thing, and if you're going to go with a bleed-based dagger, there's not really many, or if you're going to get an infusible dagger to begin with, there's not many like damaging-based skill options you can really use that are actually going to be really good. Like things like Impaling Thrust is a really good skill, but putting it onto a dagger doesn't really make it feel that good. And if you have like a bleed-based build with like an occult infusion, using things like Bloodblade could make it really good. Because it could end up being like a better version of the Reduvia. Because Bloodblade can just do more damage and do more bleed build up potentially. But I'd rather just go with the Reduvia based on its like ease of use, the fact that it's Somber Stones, it's quicker animation as well. I only really like Bloodblade better than the Reduvia Bloodblade is if I have it paired alongside a better weapon type, like a curved sword or a katana. So yeah, and the Wakizashi does get the most damage. I believe the most damage out of all the daggers, the infusible daggers at least. And it gets some of the most range, and it gets bleed. But the thing is, it gets the lowest crit damage. Like, at least all of these will end up getting at least 110 crit damage. This only gets 100. And it can't be power stance with the daggers either. It can only be power stance with the katanas. Because, like, the whole purpose and benefit of this weapon is that you put it in the offhand and pair it alongside a katana. Because there are some weapon skills that you can get with a dagger that you can't get with a katana, namely being parry. But it's still only going to be like medium parry frames. And as I mentioned with a parrying dagger, parrying is still very niche and doesn't really offer you much more of a benefit than stance breaking already does. And stance breaking is probably easier to pull off, especially if you already have a katana, because you can use things like Unsheath, which does amazing stance damage. So I wouldn't even really pair it alongside that type of build. I'd only really use it as like a primary dagger option if I just wanted to like one-hand or two-handed dagger. And if I wanted to go with that build, then I guess. But still, I don't really value daggers like that anyway. So I'd probably throw that one to the B tier too. But if I was going to use any single dagger as a primary option, this would be the one. The Erdsteel dagger is the only one where this thing is actually comparable and actually separates itself from other things like claws or curved swords. Because daggers, they typically get like lower stamina cost. And they can output some still decent DPS. But the Erdsteel dagger has a heavy attack that comes out incredibly fast, has like a multi-hit attack, so obviously it's going to pair nicely with the multi-hit talismans. You can go with a charged heavy attack build, and you can like go back and forth between uncharged heavies and fully charged heavies, and it can just melt so many enemies. But it also is just the highest damaging dagger in the game when paired alongside a Faith build, because when going into a Faith infusion and going into the Faith stats, not only does it boost the elemental damage of the weapon, whether it be flame, fire, or holy, but it also boosts the physical damage. So you're just getting stupid amounts of AR with a dagger, with a Faith-based build, and combined with this like broken-ass moveset, and it still gets 110 crit. If I were to go with a primary dagger option, the Erdsteel dagger would be like the only one that I really would care to go and build around, optimally speaking. Anyway, the main Geish, I don't know how to say this one, but very similar to the Wakizashi, this one cannot be power stance with regular daggers. It can only be power stance with the thrusting swords, because pretty much the exact same concept. The whole benefit is that you want to be able to get parry. I mean, thrusting swords already get parry, but I think this is like more parry frames. It's like the equivalent of the parrying dagger. But the whole benefit is to be paired alongside a thrusting sword. As a primary option, still not going to be that good because it's mid damage. But one, I don't really like that thrusting sword power sensing combo to begin with, because the weapon movesets don't hit simultaneously. When I like to use, the best part of thrusting swords is their really quick and short animations, and obviously their piercing damage and how fast they are. Otherwise, there are going to be other weapon types, specifically power stance, like straight swords or curved swords. They're going to perform better power stance. And you're using a dagger to power stance with a thrusting sword, which is still going to be a slightly slower moveset than a dagger. And you're just getting dagger range and dagger damage with a thrusting sword moveset, basically. So yeah, I don't care for this one either. It's like the most niche thing of all time. It has like one very specific use. So yeah, low end of the C tier. The Fire Knight short sword, basically identical to the Erdsteel dagger. Gets the exact same moveset, very similar range. It also gets a faith-based scaling and can be infused. The differences being is that unlike the Erdsteel dagger, it doesn't get that bonus damage with faith. So when you go into a faith infusion, going into the faith stat, it's only going to boost the elemental damage. It doesn't actually boost the physical damage like the Erdsteel dagger does. So basically, no matter what infusion, the Erdsteel dagger pretty much just outdamages the Fire Knight short sword. Unless you are like, it does get more fire damage though. So maybe if you're fighting an enemy weak to fire damage, it could be a bit better, but it's still not going to make me want to use it over the Erdsteel dagger, especially because, you know, this one's right at the beginning of the game, basically. and you don't have to farm for it. I think you have to farm for this one. So yeah, another C tier because it's just there's no reason to use it over the Earthsteel Dagger. It does look cool though, so maybe that's a reason. It's not that much less damage if you're going to go with like a Flame Art infusion. So if you want to use it because it looks cool, it's still going to be very viable, and it can still perform very good like the Earthsteel Dagger with that heavy attack build. It has more range. It's probably like by 0.1 inch. It's like not noticeable at all. The Celebrant's Sickle, our first D tier. Wow. This gets some of the worst damage in class, and I think it also gets 100 crits, so like not useful as a secondary option, not gonna be useful as a primary option, but the only benefit that it does have is that it gives you runes upon hit, but it's like 10 runes per hit, which is basically useless. Like, who cares about that? And you have to farm for this thing. It has like a 0.5% drop rate. Honestly, might as well put this into the trash tier. Ivory Sickle, trash tier. Garbage, awful, dog shit. One of the worst damaging daggers because it just gets like some random intelligence scaling, some split magic damage, but it's not even good, and it just gets stuck with quick step. And the funny thing is, if you want another magic and intelligence damaging dagger, you have the Crystal Knife, which is basically the same thing, but just better. Like, it's just more damage. But the Crystal Knife also sucks because, yeah, it's just a random intelligence dagger that just gets stuck with quick step. No cool, unique skill. And if you just go with any infusible dagger with a magic infusion, it pretty much just outdamages the Crystal Knife. So, yeah. The Scorpion Stinger. This is a passive Scarlet Rot weapon, which obviously Scarlet Rot is a very good status effect. With weapons, it does like roughly 60% damage over like 90 seconds, which is really good. Much better than Poison. Unfortunately, Scarlet Rot doesn't scale up a particular stat, so you can't really improve it at all. And the Scorpion Stinger only gets a dexterity scaling, so it could be used as like an offhand option, or something to put in your back pocket to switch to probably proc Scarlet Rot against some bosses. But it only gets like 50 Rot buildup, so it's still going to take a little bit to be able to proc. So in most cases, I'd rather just use my regular damaging weapon because I'm probably just going to benefit more. Unless I like them in later New Game Plus, where I probably want to proc Rots at the start of the fight because enemies have a lot of health. But in that case, I'd rather just use things like the Ansper Rapier, because the Ansper Rapier can basically give you just as much Rot buildup, but that one can be infused. And it's going to be a Thrusting Sword, so it's going to give you more DPS. You can pair it alongside another status effect. So I think that's just going to do better, especially because this thing only gets stuck with Repeating Thrust, which Repeating Thrust is a good skill. Probably not for a dagger, though, with its pretty poor range. I would have liked for this thing to get an actual unique skill. Because, yeah, out of all, like, the Scarlet Rot weapons in the base game, not a single one get a unique skill. Like, none of them get some cool Scarlet Rot skill. It's only when you get to the DLC when you get actually some Scarlet Rot skills. So I'll probably slide it into the top of the C tier. It's a shame because it looks really cool as well. 'Tis a shame. Maybe a B tier. It does Scarlet Rot. But you get it a bit later in the game. You get it after the Ansper Rapier. C tier. Here goes. This Cincadea. Okay, now this can be one of the highest damaging daggers if you go with like a strength-based build. Now you can't infuse it nor buff it. So it wouldn't pair like some other daggers like the Earthsteel Dagger or Mystery Cord and stuff alongside some buffs. It can just add damage this one. And also those are going to get higher crits because the Cincadea only gets 100 crits. And the only benefit that it does have is to boost your bestial incantations by 10%. So if you really wanted to max out your bestial incantations, which to be fair, they're pretty mediocre to begin with. There's a couple ones that are okay, but like I'm not sure if they're really worth building around that much unless you have like a strength build and use the Claw Mark Seal. So you could turn the Claw Mark Seal and then throw this one on the offense to just get 10% more damage, but that's pretty much its only use because it gets Quick Step as a skill and can't be infused. I don't know why some of these weapons didn't get unique skills. Like, it could have had some cool bestial type of unique skill or something cool, but no, it just gets Quick Step, so yeah. Another C tier. Who cares? It's just 10% more damage to your bestial incantations. Not really worth it to switch back and forth, because you're not going to have this as a primary option. Like, at least have higher crit damage, so you can actually pair it alongside a strength-based build or something. I don't know. But yeah. The Glintstone Crisp, probably the best dagger in the entire game. This bad boy right here is a dex intelligence-based weapon. Doesn't get like the most amazing AR, but the entire purpose of this weapon being broken is going to be its skill in Glintstone Dart, which for like 10 FP, it shoots out a skill that pretty much does just as much damage as Comet. But yeah, it's only for like 10 FP and like little stamina cost as well. Pretty easy to use. That's only when fully charged, because without it being charged, it's decent projectile attack. But yeah, the fact that it's so efficient, so easy to use, paired alongside like the Shard of Alexander, Godfrey's icon, it's busted and broken. It does get a follow-up attack as well that lunges in pretty far. Does like okay stance damage, but you know, it's pretty situational. You just spam the projectile attack the entire time, and you'll find plenty of success, and it looks really cool too. The Reduvia. Now, as I mentioned when I was talking about Bloodblade, Bloodblade Ashura can get more damage than the Reduvia, and if I'm using Bloodblade with like a Scavenger's Curve Sword or a Katana, I'm just gonna want to use that one instead. But that's not to say the Reduvia is useless. I'll probably slide this bad boy into the A tier, because Reduvia Bloodblade is going to have a slightly faster initial casting animation because it removes like the whole hand cutting animation. It's not going to drain any of your health, but it does consume like twice as much FP, twice as much stamina. And the fact that it's on a dagger means that the hitbox is going to be really small, so at point blank range, it's not going to perform anywhere near as good as like a Bloodblade Scavengers or a Nagakiba. But you know, it's an early game stomper weapon that gets a really good arcane scaling. So, which is pretty rare to have. There's not many like early game arcane options in the game, and this could just be one of them. So, the stamina cost is criminal. Yeah, the stamina cost is a downside, but the fact that it doesn't drain any of your health means that it's very good for early game. So it's like it's probably one of your best early game arcane options. And Bloodblade is still really good. And the skill actually scales of AR, where Bloodblade just scales of Arcane. So when you're actually at really high levels, it actually can outdamage Bloodblade, assuming you're not at point blank range and hitting with the Katana. And then the projectile can do more. But like, am I really going to want to use a dagger as my main primary option when I'm in like New Game Plus and Plus 2? You can, but I don't know. I'm not going to really want to value it that much more than some of the actual good weapon skills in the game. Or weapon types in the game. The Blade of Calling. I want to like this one a lot because it has like one of the coolest like looking holy aesthetics in the game. That weird like fiery holy look, which had like more spells that look like that Melina uses, which had some cool Melina types of spells as well. I don't know. Would have been nice. But it's a decent faith damaging dagger, but unfortunately it just directly outclassed by the Black Knife because you get the Black Knife earlier and the skill is identical animation. You get infinite hype armor. And it just does more damage because it has a destined death damage over time effect. They're both, and being that they're both faith daggers, just like the Earthsteel dagger and the Fire Knight short sword, they also get that heavy attack too. So actually can be good as a primary option because that heavy attack can just output a decent amount of damage. You don't have the power sensitive to actually get some good DPS. And they're still going to get the 110 crit, so it's perfectly fine. But yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be a B tier. It does have one benefit over, actually has a couple benefits over the Black Knife. One, it does consume like 5 less FP, and it does send enemies flying to the ground. So when you're fighting enemies like Knights or whatever, or like Millennia, when you hit her, she gets sent flying to the ground. Whereas the Black Knife, when you hit him with a projectile, it doesn't do that. So like the stun lock potential is not going to be as good, but like that's a very niche use. So I'll probably slide at high B tier. Because yeah, the Black Knife, I don't know, that small use is not going to make me want to use it over like having a destined death effect, which percentage damage over time is really good. Obviously not as good in the DLC, but the fact that it still like does a flat amount of decreasing to their max HP to begin with, and then doing some percentage damage, I think it's very valuable. I'll probably put this one second to the Glintstone Chris in terms of the daggers. Okay, the straight swords. Okay, the straight swords are another amazing weapon type, good for basically anything, like one-handing with a shield, power stancing, two-handing. They can perform it very well. Actually, not really as much two-handing. I don't really care much for the two-handing movesets. It's just good variation of movesets, which is probably the best part about the straight swords. They get the horizontal swipes, the vertical swipes, the poking attacks, and probably the thing that makes them the best is going to be its skill in Square Off, the unique skill that it gets. Because Square Off is incredibly cheap and does stupid amounts of stance damage. Like, the skill can get 40 stance damage with that heavy attack, which is like just as much as like a hammer charged heavy attack. Actually, it's more than a Colossal sword charged heavy attack. And it's a straight sword. So yeah, it's pretty stupid. Now, starting off with the short sword, this one gets some of the worst damage and some of the worst range. The only benefit that it does have is that it gets poking attacks with both one-handed and two-handed. Typically, the straight swords, most of them only get a poking attack one-handed, but having a two-handed attack, poking attack can be pretty cool. And with some of like the recent buffs, like the uncharged heavy attack speeds, they could do okay. It's probably still not going to output as much DPS as like just R1 spamming, unless you have things like the Spear Talisman and getting counter hits. But even then, if I wanted a poking attack, I'm just going to use square off, and that's going to really give me some poking attack option. So I'd rather just go with a high damaging weapon. So it's fine, it's decent, it's a good moveset. It's doable. If you didn't really care to use square off and you want to use things like spinning slash or whatever, it's going to be cool to give you like a poking attack option when two-handed, which is nice. The longsword. This one can be one of the highest damaging daggers or straight swords in the game with a dexterity build. Pretty much just right behind the broadsword. The broadsword is like the highest damaging one. But yeah, this thing can even add damage things like the Lord Swan straight sword, the Noble Slender sword with a dexterity build, and it's the regular longsword. Now the thing is, a lot of these straight swords in these games, or in this game, has to be farmed. Like some of the best ones, you have to farm for them. So, and as I mentioned, power sensing is kind of the optimal pairing with straight swords. So more likely than not, if you're not really bothered to farm for things, you're going to have to end up using the longsword because it's just one of the highest damaging ones. Gets decent range, average longsword moveset. You can't go wrong. Like at worst, you just throw it into the offhand, right? So I think at minimum, it just gets A tier for that reason alone. That it's like the highest, one of the highest damaging with a dexterity build while getting some decent range, and that you can just buy it. The broadsword though, we can throw this bad boy straight into the S tier. This one is just the highest damaging dagger. Or straight sword. Why am I saying daggers? Highest damaging one. Basically, with every single infusion, it just out-damages the rest. Now, yes, it doesn't have the most range, but it's not like that much less range than some of the other ones. Like in the previous games, the broadsword got like really bad range, but in this game, it's not even that bad. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't get the poking attack for the heavy. It just gets like the horizontal swipe and doesn't like lunge in as far as it did in the previous games too, which is kind of annoying. But not having a poking attack with its moveset when you're a straight sword doesn't really mean much because, as I mentioned, like the best skill to use is square off, where you already get a poking attack anyway. So that variation in moveset is already going to be there. And if I'm going to be power stancing, I'm not really going to be using a heavy attack anyway. Who cares? You're just going to be spamming those really fast power stancing light attack combos. And the broadsword is probably just the best one to use if you wanted to go with that particular type of build. The weathered straight sword though, trash, awful. You have to farm for it, and it gets some of the worst damage. I might as well talk about the cane sword, because this one gets worse damage than that somehow. But at least you don't have to farm for this one. But it's disappointing because, like, it's a cool-ass cane. And they gave it a terrible, terrible damage. Why did you make a cool-ass looking weapon do dog shit damage? And it gets the worst moveset too, because it does get, like, the shitty heavy attack. But, you know, as I mentioned, I don't really care much about that. Yeah. And the weathered straight sword gets, like, awful range. And I think the cane sword is, like, just a bit above that, so... I don't know. They're both awful weapons. There's no point. Like, just use a longsword or a broadsword. They're just going to be better. Like, more range, more damage. And you can just buy those things. The Lord Swan straight sword. Arguably the best straight sword in the game. Damn, the S tier is already getting packed. How did this happen? Arguably. It does get some of the highest base damage. So at early levels, it actually can perform really well. With elemental builds, it can perform pretty decently as well. It's never going to out-damage the broadsword. But one benefit that it does have, or a couple benefits, is that it does get 110 crits, which, as I've mentioned with square off doing high stance damage, that's going to be a very nice pairing. Now, if you're not spamming square off the entire time, and you're like periodically using things like your power setting light attacks or those regular light attacks, the broadsword is going to be better, because even though, yes, this does get higher crit damage, it's less damage than the broadsword. And if you're just doing damage periodically over time, then the broadsword is going to just do more damage overall. And if you're going to go with a stance breaking build, having the mystery cord in your offhand in your back pocket is probably just going to be better anyway. So like, if you don't really care to switch to a mystery cord, and you're going to be spamming square off, then yeah, Lord Swan can be the best one. And it gets like more range than the broadsword too. But you don't have to farm for it though, so I don't know. I might put it a bit lower. The Noble's Slender Sword. I'll probably slide this one into the A tier. I might not value it as much as the longsword, because the longsword is also dexterity based, but it just gets more damage. It's just more damage. The only benefit that the Noble Slender Sword does have, actually two, it does also get the 110 crit. But as I mentioned, the fact that it gets less damage, having the 110 crit just kind of makes it be in line with things like the longsword. And as I mentioned, if you're just going to be doing damage over time with your light attacks, you're not going to really benefit as much either. It's just going to get way more damage than the longsword. But it does get the most range in class too. So if range is really important to you, then just throw in the Noble Slender Sword. If you don't really care much about range, because like that extra couple of inches doesn't really make a difference, then yeah, just go with the longsword. Because especially you have to farm for this thing too. But yeah, it's still deserving to get A tier because of its range. The Warhawk Talon. I would have liked this thing, but I don't really. This thing gets just as much damage as a Noble Slender Sword. I'm pretty sure it's like identical scalings. So it's like below average damage when you compare it to things like the Longsword and stuff. Doesn't get anywhere near as much range. Doesn't get that 110 crit. But it does get a unique heavy attack that does this nice little double swipe, which is kind of similar to like the Ursul Dagger. Now, unlike the Ursul Dagger, it's like nowhere as fast. And if you're doing something like just spamming the uncharged heavy attacks or spamming with a charged heavy attack build, it's still like less DPS than just like R1 spamming, and especially less DPS compared to power stancing as well. And with straight swords, a charged heavy attack build ain't gonna be the best, because this thing is also gonna have like longer animations than like a regular straight sword charged heavy attack, and it still only does like the 33 stance damage. Actually, I lied. The Warhawk Talon gets 34 stance damage. Gets like one more than a regular straight sword. So, like, it's very weird and niche. Like, the only benefit that I would like to have for this thing is if, like, I'm sword and boarding, so I have a sword and a shield. Because if I'm not going to use a shield, I'm just going to want a power stance. And I want a benefit of, like, a really nice lunge. Because the heavy attack does lunge in very far. But, like, that's about it. Because otherwise, I don't know. I don't know. That's its only use. I'll probably put it into the B tier. It's a good lunge, and it can stagger pretty well because of the heavy attack too, but yeah. Which is a bit better. Wish it was a bit better. Unfortunately, it has to compete with, you know, higher damaging stuff. The Lazuli Glintstone Sword. God, this is so bad. Look at this shit. Let me put all these together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think all 6 of these straight sword are magic damaging straight swords that get D scalings in intelligence. I think this one gets a C scaling actually in intelligence, but all D scaling intelligence straight swords. Wow. I was gonna put them all into the D tier. I don't care. The Lazuli Glintstone Sword, it gets Glintstone Pebble as a skill, which is not unique, and the fact that it gets a D scaling in intelligence means that you can just slap a magic infused Glintstone Pebble onto a straight sword and get more damage with not only the skill but with the weapon itself. Same thing as a carrion, what's it called? I'm forgetting the name of the weapon. How am I forgetting it? I just said it. But it gets Carrion Grandeur as a skill, which is a really good skill, but same thing applies. You can just put it a magic-infused straight sword, and it's just going to be a better weapon, a better version of the weapon. And the thing is, it does get a unique heavy attack, but the unique heavy attack sucks because it's such a long animation. Like, it's longer of an animation than like a Colossal weapon charged heavy attack, but it's still going to get the same 33 stance damage. But the only benefit is that it gives you some blocking frames, but you're blocking with a straight sword, which, I don't know, in PvE, I'm not going to really care for that. Like, yeah, it's not going to get you staggered because you're blocking, but with how hard enemies hit in this game, like, it's just, there's no point. It's just stupid. So yeah, D tiers for both of those things. Crystal Sword, also a D tier. Like, the only benefit that it has is that it's an early game Sombra weapon. So, like, you know, but there are so many good early game Sombra weapons that I'm just going to want to use over this thing. Because, yeah, it also gets a D-scaling in intelligence. So, what's the point? Just go with a magic-infused straight sword. It's just going to do more damage and get you better scalings. Now, the Rotten Crystal Sword, although less damage than the Crystal Sword, at least gets you Scarlet Rot. And it does, you know, it's a straight sword, so it's pretty quick. So you can actually, you know, proc Rot quickly. Which is fine, I guess, if you just wanted to proc Rot. It might do it better than the Scorpion Stinger, honestly, because at least you're going to be doing some decent stun lock potential with its skill Spinning Slash. But yeah, it's not a unique skill, so who cares? And then mid damage. The Sword of Saint Trina. Oh my god. Oh boy. Okay, the Sword of Saint Trina, another mid-damaging straight sword. It gets Sleep, which Sleep is a status effect. Obviously not amazing. It's not going to be anywhere near in comparison compared to things like, you know, Frost or Bleed, even Scarlet Rot. But, like, it's still useful against some enemies because it can stagger them. Now, the whole purpose of, like, Sleep... But Sleep is kind of just like a worse version of getting a stance break. I don't know why when you procced Sleep, it didn't just give you the option of getting a critical attack, so it could just be like a status effect stance breaking type of alternative. Because, yeah, the whole benefits is that when you're fighting enemies that can be put to deep sleep, because they don't really, like, wake up for a while, unless when you hit them again. So, yeah. And this would have been fine just to have some sleep, because at least it does something. It's better than not having a status effect at all. But the Sword of Saint Trainer gets like a fucking sleep AoE effect as its skill. And it's like the weapon already procs sleep relatively quickly. And now you just have a skill that just procs it even faster. And it's like arguably not even that good of a status effect to begin with. So I was like, who cares? I don't know. Fuck it, D tier. I don't care if they should at all. They should have made it so much better. They should have made sleep just to be a better status effect, and they should have just given this thing like a cool ass skill. Like an actual good damaging skill. I don't know. Because with how broken skills are in this game, it's just like, ugh. And then you have the Velvet Sword of Saint Trina, which is a direct upgrade. I think it gets more damage because it gets like a slightly better intelligence scaling. But it's pretty much an identical weapon. It gets like the exact same skill, but the difference is that this one gets eternal sleep instead of regular sleep. Oh my god. Okay, now Eternal Sleep is slightly better for some reasons. One, when you hit enemies that cannot or can get put to deep sleep, they don't ever wake up. So you just keep hitting them and they're just never going to wake up. That's pretty cool. But like the amount of enemies that you can put to deep sleep, you could probably count on one hand. And the funny thing is, people only really use sleep against the Godskin duo. And the funny thing is, Eternal Sleep doesn't even work against the Godskin duo after the first 5 seconds. So it's eternal sleep for 5 seconds, which is not very eternal. But you can hit them for 5 seconds after proccing them with eternal sleep and just not having them wake up, which is pretty cool, I guess. But that's like the most C tier sounding thing of all time. And also sometimes when you actually like, the enemies are guaranteed to be staggered when you hit them with the sleep. Sometimes you can stagger them out of it when you use regular sleep. But with eternal sleep, there's like guaranteed for that staggering animation to happen. So it's like a better version of sleep, but it's still mid, and the straight sword is still mid itself. The McKellen Knight Sword. A really cool looking sword. But this is just like the faith-based versions of these. Slightly better though, because at least it gets a unique heavy attack that can lunge in pretty far. Does get slightly higher motion values, I believe, but it's still the same 33 stance damage. And like, you know, straight sword charged heavy attack builds are not going to be the best because of that, for that reason. And for like the same animation length, there's going to be much better weapons in the game that are going to be faster and just do more damage. But yeah, the whole benefit is that it can lunge in far, which is nice. It lunges in far, but it's still like mid damage because I'm pretty sure it gets like D-scalings across the board. And it gets stuck with Sacred Blade, which is a decent skill, but you could put Sacred Blade onto an infusible straight sword and get more damage with the skill and just get more damage overall. But yeah, the charged heavy it can lunge in far. C tier. I don't care. The Ornamental Straight Sword. Okay, cool. This one's not bad. Okay, the Ornamental Straight Sword is another early Sombra weapon, so it automatically has some uses to it. It is a paired weapon too, which when you two-hand it, you gain the Power Sensing combo, and Power Sensing straight swords are really good. They have like insanely fast movesets, and this is actually a better version of the Power Sensing straight sword combos because you actually get things like a jumping heavy and light attack and a running heavy and light attack. So it's like an extended moveset, which is cool. It's early. Yeah, it's not the first boss in the game. It's off the Grafted Scion. So potentially early depending on how good you are, I guess. Now, it is just dexterity based. So it's not going to get like the most amazing amount of damage, specifically once you get to like later levels. But early game and for like mid game is actually going to perform very well. And it does have a unique skill that adds like a bit more holy damage. It's not much, but it also changes up the heavy attacks to do this like insane flurry attack when fully charged, or like this quick little upward cut when uncharged, which actually does really well because you're swinging with both weapons at the same time really quickly, and it can stagger enemies because typically when you're fighting enemies like knights, you don't really get the ability to stagger them with a light attack, but the heavy attack can do it very well, so it can cheese those enemies. And the heavy attack fully charged can do amazing damage, especially when paired alongside the charged heavy attack buffs, potentially even things like the spear talisman. And you actually, when you have it one-handed and use the heavy attack when buffed, it automatically two-hands it, so you actually can use things like the jellyfish shield too. And all those things can make it do amazing damage. But the problems being is that it's a really long animation and it doesn't stagger anything. Like the stagger damage of the whole flurry attack is non-existent. So it's very, very, very situational. And there's very little times where I'm actually going to be using the fully charged heavy attack. And I'm just going to be using it as like, you know, an easy to use power sensing weapon I only have to upgrade one weapon to get the power sensing combo, and it's Sombra based too. So like it's a solid A tier, but its max potential is not going to be that high. The Golden Epitaph. This is kind of similar to the Makillan Nightsword. It's just like another very mid-damaging faith-based straight sword. And it does get, at least it gets a unique skill this time in Last Rites, which is just like a better version of Shared Order. Which kind of is like a worse version of Golden Vow, because it does give you like a bit more damage, but it lasts like about a minute. But the damage boost is not going to be as much as Golden Vow, and it doesn't boost your defenses like Golden Vow either. And obviously those things aren't going to stack. But it does make you do bonus damage against undead enemies and like kill them outright too. So against like skeletons, they're not going to revive. They're just going to kill them completely. And against undead enemies, you're going to be doing twice as much damage. It's like 100% more damage, whereas like Shared Order is only 50% more damage. So if you actually wanted to melt Deathbirds super quickly, then you could just go spec into like 12 Faith, whatever this thing is, and then use this aura buff and then switch back to your main weapons, whatever it is. And yeah, so that's just basically its only use. So C tier, just for its buff, specifically against undead enemies. Lots of C tiers. That'll change. That'll change. We'll get more B tiers eventually. The Regalia. I love the Regalia. This shit is cool as hell. We're going to slide this one right into the S. You know what? I'm going to put it up. Man, put it above the broadsword. Regalia is really good. It's a dexterity arcane based weapon. Doesn't get like the best arcane scaling. It gets like only like a C scaling in arcane, I believe. But the thing is, it actually scales best off arcane, because going into the arcane stats boosts not only the magic damage that it gets for some reason, but also the physical damage. So it actually can be a very decent just pure arcane option. So it can pair alongside the Dragon Communion seal and some spells. And its skill in the Ochad's Dancing Blade, whatever it's called, gets stupid amounts of damage. Now, mainly like later into the game, once you end up getting like the multi-hit talismans and the Godfrey's Icon, potentially even the Thorny Cracked tier, which I kind of wish you did get the Thorny Cracked tier earlier in the game to actually make some types of builds just to be a lot more viable. But yeah, it just straight up just destroys and wrecks everything. Now, you might just consider it to be outclassed by the Marius Executioner Sword, which gets an identical skill, same animation, same FP cost and everything, but the fact that it's on a greatsword means that it's going to have more range and get more damage and more stance damage. But the straight sword weapon type is extremely good because it's really fast. Sometimes it's having a slow weapon might not be the best for some people, and power sensing straight swords I'm going to much more value over power sensing great swords. So you actually can go ahead and do the power sensing straight sword combo, build up the buffs for the multi-hit talismans, and keep them like at max more so and easier than you can with the great swords, and then you can go ahead and use a skill. And then you can just probably do just as much damage as the Marius in that case. So even though the skill itself might be directly outclassed, the fact that it's a straight sword offers great utility. And you get it earlier in the game too. The Stone Sheathed Sword. Now, the entire benefit or purpose of this sword is to just infuse it into either the Sword of Light or the Sword of Darkness. Because, yeah, this thing is like the worst damaging straight sword in the game. But it does get striking damage, which is, I guess, is a specific use. So if you wanted to have like a light offhand striking based option to go through like some dungeons and stuff, because it's nice to have a striking damaging option for those locations, like to fight skeletons or miners, whatever it is. But like there are so many better weapons that can do that. Like you can just have like a light hammer, you can have like a fist weapon, they're just all gonna do it better. So like whatever. Shit damage. It does get square off though, which is cool, but who cares? The Coded Sword, another S tier. This one's probably above all of those ones too. The Coded Sword, it gets pure holy damage and a pure faith scaling. So if you're going to have just like a pure faith build and want to maximize your spells, this is going to be like the obvious option, basically, just to be as like a secondary thing. But the thing is, it can actually be an amazing primary option too, because with pure holy damage, you're going to benefit the most. Or with pure damage in general, you're not going to go through 2 defenses, so it's going to maximize the damage there. And it's going to benefit a lot of like the holy types of buffs, like the Sacred Scorpion Charm, the Holy tier. Typically with weapons, you're going to get split damage. You're not going to benefit as much off those buffs. But this thing, you're going to maximize it the most. And it has an insane skill. Like the skill is just borderline broken. For an unblockable blade, I think it's like for 20 FP, it extends the weapon by like 3 times the amount. It does like, it's this insane horizontal swipe that covers like 300 degrees. And I'm pretty sure the skill hits for like 35 stance damage too. Something like that. Like I think it's over 30 stance damage. which is like more than a charged heavy attack. And it's doing it in such a wide AoE. And it staggers extremely well, and it goes through walls. Doesn't deflect off walls either. It's kind of cracked. S tier weapon. The Sword of Knights in Flame. Honestly, we're gonna have our first broken weapon. Our first broken weapon. Sword of Knight in Flame, arguably like top 10, probably even top 5. This thing does colossal amounts of damage. It is a int faith-based weapon, which inherently makes it extremely useful because there are not many intelligence faith-based weapons in the game. So if you actually want to go with an int faith-based build, which can have some benefits because you're going to benefit of both incantations and sorceries, this is probably going to be your best option. Gets a B scaling in both, you get it pretty early on. And the skill is just broken. Now, the weapon itself gets like 3 different types of damage, which is not ideal. So other straight swords can just do more damage per light attack. But the skill is what makes it ridiculous because you have either a magic projectile skill or a fire AoE skill, and both just do stupid amounts of damage, really good stance damage. And depending on the situation, will be dependent on which skill that you use. The magic version typically just does more damage, especially if you end up using things like Terra Magica. In a point blank range, it could do like over 50 stance damage too, which is just ridiculous. And the fire-based version doesn't do as much damage unless you are fighting enemies weaker to fire damage. And it's good for like crowd control. So when enemies are like surrounding you, just use it, they just all die. It's really good. The only downside of the weapon is that it's not the quickest animation for both skills. So it's somewhat situational. Might not be able to get it off against some DLC bosses. Especially if you try to charge it up with the Rolana's cameo, which the Rolana's cameo is another reason why this thing is broken, because you can just charge it up for half a second extra and gain 45% more damage on top of its already broken damage. So yeah, stupid. Stupid. Okay, the Sword of Light and Sword of Darkness. This is like more shit like this. It's just like descalings in faith. It's like descalings across the board, right? I think it's like a C scaling in strength. So it's terrible damage of a straight sword. Can't be buffed and infused, but thankfully they do get unique skills. Now, unfortunately, the skills do awful damage, like really, really bad damage. Not really worth it at all, especially for its long animations and it's like no hyper armor. They're just terrible. But the whole benefits is that they can either buff or debuff. Now, the Sword of Lights I'm going to prefer more because it is a holy damaging buff. And it's like 20% more holy damage for like a minute, this is a body buff too, so it can stack with Golden Vow. Because typically the only body buff that you had to boost holy damage was Howl of Shiburi, and that one makes you take more damage. Whereas this one has no negative side effects. So I'll probably slide that one into like the lower B tier because, you know, pretty mid B tier. It buffs you. And now the Sword of Darkness, I'm not going to prefer it as much because it's just a debuff. So therefore, if you're trying to benefit off that 20% more damage, you have to hit every individual enemy. Now they can both stack. A debuff is going to stack with everything. But the fact that you have to individually hit every enemy with a skill like this, it's somewhat harder to use. Not going to really care for it. C tier for that one. Oh boy. We have a long way to go. Already an hour in. Almost. Okay, the Bastard Sword. Okay, we're going to talk about the Greatswords now. Okay, the Greatswords, they're kind of like a jack of all trades, but like master of none type thing. They do everything really well, but nothing really the best. Like, they're not going to have the fastest speeds or have like decent stance damage or have like amazing DPS. Not going to offer the most stance damage. They get lots of really good skill options, but they're not going to be best paired with a Greatsword. Like, if you want to use things like Impaling Thrust, there are better weapons out there. If you want to use things like Lion's Claw, there are better weapons out there. Actually, maybe not Impaling Thrust. I think like an Iron Greatsword Impaling Thrust might add damage most other things. So yeah, they're good. Decent movesets. Power sensing movesets are okay as well. Like, they don't do anything bad at all. Now, the Bastard Sword is one of the many reoccurring weapons in the series. But it's like the most forgettable one as well. Like, it's in every single game, but nobody ever cares to use it for some reason. Isn't this thing like on the box art of the game too? And it's still like a very forgettable sword. And I think the main reason being is because the Claymore exists. Like, these are both like early game, low requirements, great swords, but you know, the Claymore always just consistently gets the better moveset, and the Bastard Sword just like exists because it doesn't do anything the best. It gets like decent damage, but that's about it. I think it like slightly outranges the Claymore and does outdamage the Claymore too. And you don't have to farm for it. So it actually can be like the highest damaging greatsword that you don't have to farm for. So if you want a greatsword and don't really care to farm, and you already have like a plan in mind for certain types of skills that you want to use, and you don't care to have a poking heavy attack, the bastard sword is your option. But I think that's basically it. Like if you actually want to go through the effort of farming, and if you actually value things like having more variation of moveset, there are better options. But yeah, the bastard sword it's a solid weapon. It's decent. The claymore though, not going to get as much damage as the bastard sword, nor some other swords like the iron greatsword. I think it's more than the Lord's one greatsword and maybe the Knight's greatsword too. But yeah, the major benefit is going to be its poking heavy attack, which I'm just going to talk about it now. Piercing damage is the best damage type in the entire game because lots of enemies are weaker to it. Things like knights and dragons, basically anything that has like a knight armor set is weaker to piercing damage, and any single dragon is weaker to piercing damage too. And when you hit enemies throughout actual animation, while they're in the middle of an attack animation, they take bonus damage just to this one damage type. And there's a whole talisman in the Spear Talisman that can make them take even more damage. And it could be like over 50% more damage taken just by the fact that you have this one damage type. And poking attacks inherently are really good because they maximize the reach of a weapon, and the Claymore just does do that. And it does it typically pretty quickly too. And the Claymore heavy attack is the fastest amongst all the heavy attacks. So it's going to do it the fastest, it's going to get the best damage type, it's going to maximize the reach, and it's just going to offer you just a great variety with the weapon. Now, if you're going to plan on using things like Impaling Thrust, you don't necessarily need a poking heavy attack, but if you wanted to go ahead and use things like Lion's Claw or whatever, it can be pretty decent, which this thing actually does come passive with Lion's Claw, so I think it's like an S tier reason just for that alone. But we'll start this high S tier. Yes. Because typically if you want to get Lion's Claw, you have to kill like an annoying lion in Caelid, which is not the easiest thing for beginners. Whereas this thing, you can just pick it up and gain access to Lion's Claw, which is arguably the best Asher War in the entire game, due to its ease of use. The Iron Greatsword is probably another S tier. This is the highest damaging Greatsword in the entire game. So, and it's by a decent margin too. Like this thing gets stupid amounts of damage. Now, unfortunately, it does get like the most, I think it weighs the most too. And has like a bit slightly higher stamina cost, but it's the most damage. So, there's that. S tier just for that alone. But unfortunately, you have to farm for it, which is kind of a downside. The Lord Swan Greatsword. Okay, now the Lord Swan Greatsword is probably the earliest Greatsword that you can acquire. You get it right at the gate front. It's off a chest, chilling right there. Now, the weapon's not going to get that much damage, but it does get you 110 crit. Now, as I've been mentioning with some like higher crit damaging weapons, if the weapon gets less damage overall, then you're not really benefiting of much of that higher crit damage, because in the time that you're just stance breaking, you're just doing more damage in total, and that extra bit of crit damage doesn't make much sense. But there are some types of skills that you can pair it alongside with if you just specifically want to go all into stance breaking. I think like the major benefit would be things like Carrion Sovereignty, because Carrion Sovereignty does just as much damage with like the Lord Swan Greatsword compared to every other Greatsword, and you could stance break and then use this weapon. But when you're stance breaking, I recommend just switching to a Mystery Cord anyway. So like, I think it's a B tier. Like, get it early on. It's fine. It's whatever. You can use it until you get the Claymore, I guess, which will be like 10 minutes afterwards. But yeah, there's that. Now we have the Knight's Greatsword and the Banished Knight Greatsword. Might as well talk about them both at the same time, because they're both like infusible greatswords that you get like somewhat at the similar time in the game that you have to farm for, and they get an identical moveset. Which the moveset itself is actually really good. The light attack combos, specifically when two-handed, get this like mix up of like vertical and horizontal swipes, which I think is a bit faster than like a regular light attack combo of the greatswords, which is nice. But the Banished Sword I'm going to value more because it gets more damage. The Knight's Greatsword gets more range, but it's not even noticeable. So I think the Knight's Greatsword is like a C tier, and the Banished Knight's Sword is probably an A tier. Because even though the light attack Greatsword, the movesets is nice, you're just going to benefit when you have it two-handed. And I think I'd rather have things like just like more damage in total, because I think like an Iron Greatsword light attack spam is still more DPS, despite this having a slightly faster moveset. And the Claymore Heavy Attack offers great utility. But the Banished Knight's Greatsword is nice though. Probably middle of the pack A tier. If it has piercing damage S tier, yeah, maybe the Hollow Slayer Greatsword that's going to come out with the Tarnished Edition update in these next coming months, who knows? Maybe that gets the best moveset. Maybe that'll be an S tier. The Lizard Greatsword. Okay. A DLC Greatsword. Now this gets an identical moveset to the Claymore. It gets that poking heavy attack. Now, unfortunately, it's not going to get as much damage. And also, unfortunately, the heavy attack kind of just sucks too because it has a projectile portion to the weapon. And this projectile portion of the weapon makes it very inconsistent because if you miss with the projectile, but hit with the weapon, you're just doing way less damage and less stance damage than all the other great swords, and it's very inconsistent too at hitting this attack. Now, if you do pair it alongside like status effect builds, it can proc statuses quickly because the bullet portion of the weapon and the blade also hit for the exact same amount of status buildup. So with bleed, you can proc it like twice as fast with this weapon, but you still have to be at those certain distances where you hit with both the bullet and the weapon, which is way too inconsistent. It also does do striking damage as well, which is pretty cool. It is just better than standard damage. But yeah, that's just like another C tier. Too inconsistent for me to want to like it. And I think it doesn't even work with things like the smithing talisman too. The poking attack, which is kind of annoying. Nor even the axe talisman. Anyway, the forked greatsword. This is a D tier. This is like one of the worst damage in the game. And the only benefit that it has is that it gets bleed, which bleed is cool, but you can go ahead and use a flamberge because a flamberge is just a higher damaging greatsword with basically every single infusion. Pretty sure it gets more range too, and that one also gets bleed. Now the major differences, or the only difference, is the one-handed heavy attack. The one-handed heavy attack of the forked greatsword does an overhead slam, whereas a flamberge is a horizontal swipe. Now I do like the forked greatsword heavy attack more, because I'd rather have the vertical swipe because the one-handed movesets already get you vertical swipes anyway. I mean, horizontal swipes anyway. But like, who cares, right? It's like the smallest little difference. You can just two-handed to get a vertical moveset, and you're probably going to be using skills that get you like poking attacks too, or whatever. It's just a better option. And the flamberge is decent. Now, greatswords aren't going to proc bleed the fastest. It's not going to get the most damage in class. But there's some decent pairings that you can use somewhat early game. You can either have like blood flame repeating thrust. It could perform pretty well. But in terms of like bleed-based weapons, obviously there are some others that could do a lot better. The Gargoyle's Greatsword. I think this one is just a bit less damage than the Iron Greatsword with a strength-based build. And you don't have to farm for it. So if you don't really care to farm for the Iron Greatsword and you just want a hard-hitting Greatsword, then the Gargoyles is for you. But otherwise, if you're going to go through the efforts of farm for the Iron Greatsword, then this is basically useless. But it's a guaranteed drop, so yeah. There's that. Lower A tier. The Gargoyle's Black Blade. This is the only useful Gargoyle Black weapon in the entire game because it's the only one that actually gets a unique skill. Now, thankfully, but no, unfortunately, it still gets pretty poor scalings. It is like split holy damage, which is still the worst damage type specifically for the base game. It gets like a D scaling in Faith 2, and I'm pretty sure its skill scales purely off that stat, which is not ideal. But the skill is still nice. It's like a reskinned version of Vacuum Slice, which is pretty quick. It's solid. This does like a black flame damage of a time effect, even though it does say Destined Death. It's actually Black Flame, which is pretty much the exact same thing, just without that whole like getting rid of the max HP effect. But like the reason why you're probably still not going to really care to use this weapon is because the Blasphemous Blade exists, which is like another strength faith-based greatsword with a projectile-based skill, but that one is just obviously better. Now there are some benefits to the Gargoyle's Black Blade. It does have a faster animation, and it is cheaper, but that's about it. That's about it. So I'll probably put it into the B tier. The Inseparable Sword. Okay, so the Inseparable Sword is a Somber-based weapon that does get an identical moveset to the Banished Night Sword, but it does get a very decent strength and faith-based scaling. Pretty sure it's strength faith, or is it strength dexterity? Dexterity faith. Either way, it makes it to where the damage is not that good early game, because like a Sacred Infused Greatsword could just out-damage it until you get to like really high levels, because I think it gets a B scaling in both, which is decent. But unfortunately, it gets stuck with Sacred Blade, which is not a unique skill. And when you have a Sacred Infused Greatsword and use Sacred Blade skill, it's going to do more damage with the skill and more damage of the weapon. Like a Sacred Infused Banished Sword is just better for the exact same thing. Now you do get the Inseparable Sword a bit earlier, and it's easier to upgrade, so it's like it's one only use, so yeah. C tier, I guess, high C tier. I mean, it does look really cool too, but yeah, unfortunately, I wish I had a unique skill. Okay, the Greatsword of Damnation, another strength, faith-based holy greatsword that cannot be infused. This one actually gets the exact same moveset as the Claymore, so it does get that poking attack, which is pretty much just meant to be for like PvP. It's like a PvP-oriented weapon, because the skill does work as a grab attack, which is pretty much only going to work against other players or NPCs. In PvE, you still can actually make the AoE work, but you have to use the follow-up, which I'm pretty sure consumes more FP, and it's going to be a longer animation that you can get staggered out of. And if you wanted to use like a strength faith-based holy greatsword that gets an AoE skill, you can use the Ordovis's greatsword, which is like infinitely better. So, but it's good against NPCs, and there's lots of NPCs in the DLC, and it gets the poking attack, so I think it's a B tier. It's fine. But the Ordovis's greatsword, I think... Do I put this one into the broken tier? I kind of want to. And I will. And I'll explain why. Okay, now the Ordovis's greatsword is decent strength faith-based weapon, split holy damage. You can go all into... It scales much better off strength. Like, you could just go into 80 strength before you can even put a single point into faith, and you'll benefit more, unless you wanted to use spells. And in that instance, you're going to be getting more physical damage and holy damage, which is better. But yeah, the main reason why it's going to be broken is because of its skill in Ordovis's Vortex, which for only like 16 FP does this really quick little AoE attack, decent damage, staggers well, but when you have it fully charged, it flattens enemies to the ground, does amazing damage, has really good hyper armor, but the stance damage is what makes this thing broken. It does 66 stance damage. Now, if this thing did 64 stance damage, I'd probably put it into the S tier. But the benefits and the significance of 66 stance damage is because there are a lot of enemies in the game that have 65 poise. Literally every single knight, like a Lendel Knight, Haligtree Knight, Cleanrot Knights, Banished Knights, even Omens, they all have 65 poise. So you're going to be stance breaking them in just one hit, because it's doing 66. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. And it does flatten those enemies to the ground too. So like, you gotta stance break them or flatten them. So shit's pretty fucking broken. It's pretty broken. 66 stance damage for a greatsword is absurd. Anyway, the Sword of Milos. This is a quality-based weapon that cannot be infused, does get some split bleed. Cannot buff it though, so that bleed build-up is not going to be able to get improved. It's okay damage, it's whatever. It does also get the benefits of giving you some FP regen for every single kill. It's like 5 FP back for a kill, which is like, it's okay, it's whatever. You can just actually leave it in the offhand and actually gain the benefit too. And I think that's going to be this best pairing, is if you're going to be power stancing great swords with a quality build, and you can put this into the offhand, because you can get some bleed build up, you can get some FP regen, and you can benefit of using the skill, which the skill in Sword of Milos kind of performs similar to things like Warcry. It gives you a bit of a damage boost. I think it slightly improves your strength scaling, but it debuffs enemies. And I think when the enemies get debuffed, they take about like 15% more damage, I think it is, which I think is less of a benefit compared to like the Winged Greathorn. The Winged Greathorn gets a better debuff, and that one can be applied easier because I think it's a quicker animation. But that one actually has higher requirements. It's like higher quality requirements. So whereas this one is like less. And it does give you that benefit of FP regen. So it's good for like an offhand option, but that's probably about it, because a skill is just pretty much like a buff. It does like slightly change up your heavy attack, but it kind of makes it worse in my opinion, because it makes it have like a really long animation. So I put it into the B tier, because I think that's the only use that it has. The Greatsword of Solitude is nice. It's a good weapon. Get it very early on in the DLC. It actually can be the highest damaging greatsword in the game when you have like a strength build or a quality build. Now that is not if you include buffs. If you have things like a buffed up iron greatsword, where they're using like grease or cragblade or whatever, it's going to do more damage than the Greatsword of Solitude. But the fact that you don't need to have a buff to actually get the most damage is really nice. It also does get incredibly high guard damage negation and guard boost. So it's good at blocking. If you wanted to go with the guard countering build, it can be nice with deflecting. Now, greatswords aren't like the best guard countering options, but it's still pretty solid. And its skill is actually really good too. It serves like as a projectile attack, which is kind of similar to like Vacuum Slice. Now, it doesn't do as much damage nor as much stance damage as Vacuum Slice, because so you could just see like a Vacuum Slice Iron Greatsword just be like a direct upgrade. But the skill of this weapon does like track upwards, whereas Vacuum Slice does not. And it has like a follow-up lunging attack. Now, the follow-up lunge can do some nice stance damage. It can stun lock enemies. If you do get a stance break, you can like lunge in towards them quickly to get a riposte. But the problems being is that it is a long animation and it consumes a lot of stamina. So I probably put this like a high A tier because it has like a bit too many downsides. And the fact that it's just like a quality-based weapon kind of makes it a bit more limiting too. Because it means you can't really pair it alongside spells. But it's great. Great weapon, but a couple bit too many downsides for it to be in the S tier. But it's great though. The Mirai's Executioner Sword though, you could also argue broken tier, but I think it requires more of a setup for it to be broken, because similar to the Regalia, which I think I'm going to like this one more because the skill just does more damage. It's a strength arcane based weapon, and as I mentioned with the Regalia, the skill can just do broken damage. Like it can straight up just one-shot enemies and bosses sometimes, but it's only when you have like all the buffs. Like once you get things like the Thorny tier and stuff, which is like later in the game, then this thing can become like broken tier types of things, types of damage. But it also does require you to have like a longer and an opening as well. Because if you don't have a longer opening, you're not going to really benefit as much. I'll probably put it like top of the S tier. Because the bit's more situational. Does get some hyper armor though. It's actually somewhat comparable to the Ordavises. Like this one gets the more stance damage, but this one gets the more this total like regular damage in general. But they're both very comparable. I like Ordavises more because it gets better stun lock, because it can flatten enemies, and the more stance damage means you can interrupt them too. And I think it's a slightly faster animation. And I think it's for like the same FP cost. But both are great. Both are great. The Alabaster's Lordsword is also a really good weapon. It's a strength intelligence weapon, pretty much just pure strength with how poor the intelligence scaling actually is. The weapon also gets bonus damage on a charged heavy attack. I think it gets like just as much motion value as like a Colossal Sword. So you can get like Colossal Sword types of damage with like a two-handed charged heavy, which is really cool. And it gets a skill which is pretty much like a buffed up version of Gravitas. Gravitas itself is nothing amazing because it's like a short range AoE, doesn't do like the most damage. But Alabaster's Lord's Pull has like twice as much range, and it does more damage too. So actually decent. High A tier as well. I'm dying already. Okay, the Death's Poker. Broken. Oh, boy. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit. Oh, my God. Let's put them all into the broken tier. Yeah, the Death's Poker is broken. You get it very early on in the game. It's a dex in-space weapon. Now, the weapon itself is, like, pretty mid. Like, it's a greatsword, so it's fine. But, like, the damage of the weapon is not going to be, like, the most amazing. The heavy attack, I don't really care for at all. It's, like, it's a nice lunge, but it literally gets, like, way less stance damage and is less damage than a regular greatsword heavy attack. But the skill is just fucking incredible. The skill, like, does this Ghost Flame projectile attack or a Ghost Flame explosion, and it could just melt enemies. And proc Frost faster than basically anything else in the game. And Frost is an amazing status effect, because enemies get debuffed, they take flat percentage of damage. Yeah, it's broken. broken. Blasphemous Blade, the best weapon in the game. Okay, Strength Faith weapon, really good damage. You get health regen on kills. It's actually decent health regen as well. I think it's like at least 5% health regen. And you get a skill that pretty much also gives you health regen in this amazing projectile attack that's similar to Vacuum Slice, but it has like a larger hitbox, so it's less likely to miss. It goes a lot further. Stagger is better. Still does decent stance damage. I think it's like 20-something stance damage at a distance. And it also just gives you so much health regen. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I don't want to talk about it more. It's broken. Darkbane Greatsword, also broken. Did get nerfed to where it's probably like lower broken tier, but I'd probably still say it's broken. Because it's free projectile attacks. It's a pretty much a pure intelligence-based weapon. Does get some decent frost build-up, but once you actually use the skill, it buffs the weapon for like a minute to make it do even more damage and even more frost build-up. And it turns its heavy attacks into a projectile, which means that it's a free projectile attack that's not going to consume any FP. and you can spam it over and over again. It does like 30 stance damage at a close range. I think it's only like 20 stance damage nowadays at a distance, which is not as good as it once was, but it's still decent. And it still procs frost. And this weapon pretty much makes it to where you don't even need to actually have spells. Like, you can just go all into intelligence, don't even have to spec into much mind, use a skill, and then spam heavy attacks, and everything's just destroyed. Like, it's just that easy. Just that easy. Probably put it a bit higher. The Sacred Relic Sword. I'm probably going to put this one into the broken tier too. It's going to look like there's a lot of broken weapons right now. That's because like Greatswords are just like that. The Sacred Relic Sword, though, is like the best crowd control weapon in the entire game. Because the skill goes incredibly far, like a wide AoE. It goes stupidly far distances. Unfortunately, it does consume like 40 FP and like a lot of stamina. But like anything in a room is just going to get just deleted by this thing. And just killed in an instant. And the weapon itself is still perfectly fine too. Because the weapon actually gets more physical damage than holy. So if you are fighting enemies weak or resist to holy damage, it's still going to be perfectly fine. It does get the most range in class. And also, it gets 110 crit. So if you end up getting a stance break with the spamming charged heavy attacks or whatnot, you're going to get more crit damage too. So it's just a pretty complete weapon. Does very well. Why is Alabaster A should be higher? I don't think so, no. It's not like the most amazing damage. It's just like, it does things well, but like nothing broken for it to be S tier. Health and Steeple though. Can't say the same things about those broken Greatswords as I can say about this one. Probably a C tier. It's pretty much the poor man's Darkwind Greatsword. Like, it gets less damage. It gets less frost buildup. In fact, it only gets frost buildup once you actually have the weapon buffed. And maybe with the buff, it maybe do a bit more damage than the Darkwind Greatsword. But the thing is, in Elden Ring, where skills are so broken and do insane damage, having a skill that just buffs the weapon isn't going to really do much. I might put it into the B tier, because it's still decent damage, I guess. But you get it after the Darkwind Greatsword. Who fucking cares? You get it after the Darkwind Greatsword, and it's like just the worst weapon. Like, the only purpose of this thing is if you wanted to power sense it with the Darkwind Greatsword. Or you think it looks cool. That's it. That's the only benefits. I know it has high motion values, talked about it. And it does a low stamina cost too, yeah. But like, it's still like Colossal Sword types of damage. And like the speed differences between a Colossal Sword and a Greatsword are not like the greatest thing to where it's like broken as fuck, you know? There are better charged heavy attack weapons out there. Anyway, Golden Order Greatsword. Ugh, god damn it. I'll probably put into this. Should I put into the C tier? Like, the thing is, if this thing had a stance-based skill, it would be an S tier weapon. But it doesn't have a stance-based skill. So it's probably only like a B tier weapon. Probably a lower B tier. Probably better than the short sword. Weapon gets a... I think it's a strength faith-based weapon. Yeah. A strength faith weapon that gets like a 20 dexterity requirements, but it gets a descaling in dexterity. That's super cool. It's not. And the skill itself is pretty mediocre as well, because you have like this AoE, which is fine. But the best part about the skill is the projectile follow-up attack. And the follow-up projectile can go pretty far and do some decent damage, but you have to use the first part to get to the good part, which is way too long of an animation, and it consumes too much FP at that point. So, B tier is really as high as it goes. Like, this thing should have just been like a stance-based skill to either do the AoE or do the projectile. It should have done pure holy damage as well. Like, this thing is made of light. Why is it doing like more physical damage than holy damage? I don't understand that. Anyway, we're moving on to the Colossal Swords, which kind of similar to the Great Swords. This is like another like just great overall weapon type that doesn't do anything bad. In fact, does everything really well. Might value the Colossal Swords a bit more because I think they get better variation of movesets, because every single one actually does get access to a poking attack with a rolling and crouching attack. And Colossal Swords just get like amazing range, and it's not that much slower, but you just get, it's just good at many things. Like good at crowd control with its really long range, nice horizontal swipes, decent stance damage, and you still get plenty of skill options as well. So, the Colossal Swords, the Zweihander. We're getting more S tiers than A tiers. Might need to balance this list a little bit. Put the Zweihander into the A tier, just to balance the list. A tier for the Zweihander. If you get it like very early on in the game, it's like the lightest Colossal Sword. And it gets the poking attack, which, as I mentioned with the Claymore, is really good stuff. You get a nice fat poking attack that can do amazing damage. Like the only unfortunate part about this Y-hander, probably the reason why it gets into the A tier instead, is because the Fire Knight's Greatsword exists. And the Fire Knight's Greatsword is basically the same thing but better. Like it can just get more damage, especially when a faith-based build, and it gets a better light attack while getting the exact same heavy attack. So, whereas the Claymore doesn't have something that outclasses it, the Zweihander does. So, yeah. But early game, the Zweihander can be like one of the best options in the game because it's super light and you get a poking heavy attack and it gets amazing range. And you're just still getting like Colossal Sword damage for some weapons, for a weapon that weighs less than some Greatswords out there. It's kind of crazy. The Guts' Greatsword. We could probably put this bad boy into the broken tier too. This gets the most damage out of all the Colossal Swords and the most range out of all the infusible Colossal Swords. You get it very early on in the game. And with, as I mentioned, with Colossal Swords, they're very easy to use. Nice wide horizontal swipes, and you have many skill options. Many skill options to make these things amazing. Things like Giant's Hunt or a Lion's Claw. You just slap it on this bad boy and everything is just dead and deleted. Now, yes, Lion's Claw builds can do better with other weapons, but like the variation and the ease of use that the Greatsword has, and the fact that it's still like amazing range and still really good damage, it's broken. It's broken. The Watchdog's Greatsword, though, can also the same thing, because it's basically the same thing as the Guts' Greatsword, but just worse. You said the same thing last year? That's because my opinions haven't changed. If I said the same thing last year. Yeah, the Watchdog's Greatsword is just worse. Same thing as that, just like worse damage, but like it weighs like 1 unit less, but it has like way worse range. Actually, it does get a different heavy attack. I think when you have it two-handed, there's like a vertical chop, which I kind of like a bit more. But like I'd rather have the way more damage and way more range. So C tier for that thing. The golden troll sword is just like a worse version of this. I'm just gonna put it into the D tier because who cares, right? Who's actually gonna use this thing? We can actually make the tier list a bit more balanced. It serves no purpose. So it does have a slightly different heavy attack, so it's just different. So C tier. There's no purpose of this one though. No purpose of this thing existing because it gets the exact same damage and moveset as this, but just same moveset as this, but just worse. I think it's like worse range too. So yeah, that thing sucks. The Fire Knight's Greatsword though is an S tier, high S tier. This is the best moveset out of all the Colossal Swords that you can get because the light attacks are just faster, and they offer like nice diagonal swipes. And it gets the poking heavy attack. So it's like the best moveset that you can possibly get. And it does come with a split faith-based scaling. So therefore, when you go with a faith-based build, it can get the most damage. So it's the best faith damaging weapon with the best moveset too. And even if you don't want to go with a faith build, you can still use it because the moveset is that good. Pair this bad boy alongside things like Flame Spear and you have a busted build. Busted. Okay. The Troll's Knight Sword. This thing sucks. D tier. It's an strength intelligence based weapon, but it gets like a D scaling in intelligence, which sucks. It doesn't get the same heavy attack as the Zweihander, but the Zweihander gets more damage and more range, so just use that one instead. Because this thing, it gets stuck with Troll's Roar. Yeah, I put it in the trash tier, actually. The thing sucks. It gets stuck with Troll's Roar, which Troll's Roar is not even that bad. But, like, what's the point of having Troll's Roar if you're going to be an intelligence-based Greatsword? It should have had a skill like Great Blade Phalanx, like what the Trolls actually get. And we did actually get that sword in the Moonrithel Greatsword. Which this thing should have just been buffed to have that instead of having two weapons with the exact same design, with the exact same damage and the exact same scalings. And I think the scalings of this thing is going to be the reason why it doesn't get higher than a B tier. Because the skill scales of intelligence and it gets like a D scaling in intelligence. I wish it had like, you know, at least a B or an A scaling. That would have been nice. That would have made it like the only intelligence-based weapon in the entire DLC. Or one of the. Because like all the intelligence weapons that come out of the DLC, I think like every single one gets like a really bad intelligence scaling. Except for like the carry and sorcery sword. So yeah. But the Moonrithal skill is decent. It does like okay stance damage. It can like lunge in really far because it's a Colossal sword, and they can do some decent stance damage and some decent damage too. So it's fine. It's easy to use. It's great, but like it just kind of lacks a bit more damage. And it does also get the poking attack moveset too, so it's fine. It's alright. The Royal Greatsword though, probably another B tier. Do I like it more than this one? Probably not. The Royal Greatsword does get amazing AR. It gets like a strength in scaling, and it's like split even in both. And at higher levels, it can get some really nice AR. Does get some decent range too. Unfortunately, that's basically about it, because the skill I'm not gonna value that much. Because Wolf's Assault, I think for like about 20 FP, does this like nice like acrobatic front flipping attack, and it has like this 2-part animation. You have like the slam, and you have the follow-up ice AoE. Now the ice frost AoE does not do much frost build-up at all, so you're rarely ever going to be proccing frost with this weapon, despite it having that frost potential, which is kind of annoying. Kind of wish the weapon actually came with some frost build-up itself. Ends, the thing is, when you miss, like it does half damage for both. So like the slamming attack does half, and the AoE does half. And it's actually hard to land with the AoE or the initial slamming attack because it has a small hitbox. And there's a chance that you actually get staggered out of before the AoE actually comes out when you're on the ground. So there's a chance that you just miss, get staggered, and just do no damage. So kind of wish the hyper armor was a bit better, got some more frost build up, and I wish that the AoE just did more damage too. So yeah. But like it still does like an amazing damage in Greatsword, and if the entire skill combo hits, it can put in work, but a bit too inconsistent. The Grafted Blade Greatsword. An early game Sombra weapon. Does have like higher weights and higher requirements, so it's not going to be like the best for like an early game option. And its skill in Oath of Vengeance gives you like a portable like Godric's Great Rune effect, where it's like +5 into all stats, which is perfectly fine. Pretty decent. It's not going to be the most amazing thing because, you know, with some skills in this game being like insane damaging based, it's not going to be the most amazing thing to use because you're just going to be benefiting of having just a good damaging Colossal sword. And it actually can get more damage than the Guts' Greatsword with a strength build, if you don't account for things using buffs, because it can put in work there. And it also does give you like an Endure effect where you just take a lot less damage. And Endure is really good, and it lasts a bit more, but it consumes like twice as much FP as Endure. So I'm not going to really value it that much, because you're going to be spamming Endure a lot just to constantly trade out with enemies, but it's super expensive. And the buff makes it last like a minute too. So it's like a weird weapon. It's hard to really rate. I probably put it like lower A tier. Like it's decent damage. Like Endure is fine. You can trade out nicely, but I don't know. That's as good as it really gets. If you get it like later in the game, I probably would have put it B tier, but you get it early at least. And you could actually just use it to just like buff the weapon and then switch back to your other options, right? No, it's a weapon buff, right? You have to leave it active. You have to leave it equipped, don't you? I think you can switch. You can just use it and switch because it's just like, yeah, it's just free. A bit more damage and a bit more health and stuff, which is fine, I guess. Okay. The Rowan's Greatsword. Probably S tier. Now before the Blasphemous Blade nerf, I probably would have put this thing into like the A tier because it's a very similar skill with like similar benefits, but that one gives you like health regen and stuff. But it is a Colossal sword, so they're not really the most comparable things. Because this thing, you can get it somewhat early in the game, but it has like a 50 strength requirement, so I'm not going to really classify it as much of like an early game option with its higher requirements. But it does get some decent damage with its like S-scaling and strength. Some of the most damage actually. It does get a unique heavy attack, or fully charged heavy attack that creates a little gravity AoE that can make it do a bit more damage and a bit more stance damage. But the best part is the skill, which does like this insane like projectile attack, similar to the Blasphemous Blade, but does like a gravity version instead. Nice wide hitboxes, goes far. It actually sends enemies flying. Does like over 20 stance damage as well, so it's decent. The differences between the Blasphemous Blade is that this one actually now sends enemies, or this one actually sends enemies flying to the ground, and does more stance damage because they nerfed the Blasphemous Blade to where it doesn't have that effect and doesn't do as much stance damage now. So it inherently made the Ruins Greatsword a bit more useful. Okay, the Star Scourge Greatsword. I'd probably put this one to the A tier. I used to have it in the S tier a whole bunch, but I'll probably slide it into the A tier now. Yeah. high A tier. Like, it is a paired Colossal Sword. So, the benefits of that is that you can just two-handed and gain the power sensing combo. Long ass stream. We're going to be going for like, it's going to be a 5-hour stream. Like, it is a strength intelligence weapon, but it pretty much scales best of intelligence. You just go all into that strength, I mean. So just go all into that stat. And the skill pretty much scales off AR as well. So just going into all into strength is still going to benefit off using the skill. Now, the weird downsides of the weapon itself is that it does have like the worst range in class. And it gets like really bad stance damage with the light attacks for some reason. Like it gets like, I think it gets like 10 stance damage with the light attacks. Which if you just use like the regular Greatsword just one-handed or Colossal Sword one-handed, you're going to get even more stance damage. It's like 15 stance damage for like one-handed light attack, but the power sensing is like 10 or like, yeah, about that. It's kind of weird. So I don't know what's up with that. But the skill is really good. Starcrawler Cry has like this big AoE, sucks enemies in towards you, and the follow-up just does amazing damage, really good hyper armor. I think my only downside with the skill is that the first part consumes like 20 FP, and the only thing it does is like this raw AoE. So I kind of wish that it was a bit cheaper. Like it was only 10 FP for the first part. So it's a bit too expensive. Like it's 40 FP for the whole combo, but it puts in work. Puts in a lot of work. Okay, the Greatsword of Radahn. Both of them. I'm not gonna put both in the trash. They're not that bad, actually. They've been buffed a couple times over time to where they're okay. Like, I want to put them in the trash because, like, they should be way better. Because if you're the final boss weapon, you should be better. I think the Lord version is better. So we'll talk about the light version first. They both get identical range, identical damage, scalings, everything's, the weights, it's all the same. Only differences is the skill, which I don't know why it wasn't a stance. I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, the light version does this, like, jumping attack, AoE, and they changed it to where the Holy Pillars actually scale off AR now. So you don't have to go into, like, intelligence anymore just to get decent damage. So you can just go all into like your quality-based scaling, which is what it gets. It's more of a quality-based scaling. But funny enough, actually with a quality scaling, it does less damage than a quality Starscourge Greatsword, despite this not even being a quality-based weapon, which is pretty funny. So yeah, there's Holy Pillars that it actually gets do more physical damage, which is kind of stupid. But it's like, it's quick, it's easy to use. It does like okay stance damage. You get some nice hyper armor. It does, the damage still really isn't quite there. So I'll probably put it like into the C tier. The Lord version is actually decent though. Actually decent, because the light attacks of this weapon kind of suck. Because as I mentioned with the Starscourge Greatsword, the light attacks do less stance damage than like a one-handed Colossal Sword attack, and I don't know why that's the case. Like they're still going to do decent damage because it's still a paired weapon. It's still going to be the weight of one while having the power sensing combo, so there is a benefit there. And the Lord version kind of makes it to where you can just completely replace the light attack combos. You can just go into like the skill and then spam that, and that could just replace the light attacks because it's also going to be pretty quick. It's got a stun locking. The holy AoEs could eventually result in like this big AoE that sends enemies flying up in the air, which is pretty cool. And it can output some nice damage. Unfortunately, the Holy Pillars, they do holy damage, but scale off the intelligence stat, and it gets a descaling in intelligence. So I was like, I don't know, this weapon should have been so much better. They should have had scalings in all stats, should have had good scalings in all stats, could have had a unique moveset, could have had like a blood flame attack, could have been a stance-based skill. But the Lord version is okay. I put it at high B tier. I think it made better than the Moonrifle Sword. Honestly, it's deserving to be in the A tier, but I fucking hate it that much. Should be better. Should be way better. The Godslayer's Greatsword. Do I put this into the S tier? No. I'm putting it into the A tier. Because what once was, or once, I can't speak, but it was the best moveset in the entire game. But the Fire Knight's Greatsword came around, it's got the exact same light attack, but it got the better heavy attack, so it just made it worse. And typically, the Black Flame damage over time effect got nerfed specifically for the DLC, so where it's not really as good anymore. A lot of enemies don't take that long percentage damage, which is kind of was its main benefits, because it was meant for like trading out and stuff. Thankfully, it gets hyper armor again, which is nice. Because it can put in work, and the entire combo for only 30 FP can like definitely melt and shred enemies. but you're pretty much going to be trading out the entire time. And especially now in the DLC when enemies give you like shorter openings, it's not going to be the best for the DLC. So I think if it was just the base game, I'd put it into the S tier. But because the DLC exists now and like it's just inherently worse, I'd probably just slide it into the A tier. Malika's Blackblade is probably the same. Like the Destined Death effects, like the Black Climb effect, is just worse in the DLC. It just no longer does that like 3% damage. I think it's like 1% damage now over those couple of seconds. Now, Malika's Blackblade, I think I had it into the A tier for the base game because of holy damage. And you get it later in the game where, like, you know, the holy damage isn't really the best. But the DLC has a lot of enemies weaker to holy damage, so it can be better there. But unfortunately, it's a close range, long animation. And same thing still applies in the DLC. Enemies are going to hit you out of this a whole bunch. And you're not going to be winning that trade, especially because of the damage of a time effect nerf. But holy damage is typically better against a lot of enemies in the DLC, so it's fine. I think it's a solid A tier. I might not like it as much as the Godslayers, but it's about here. About here. The Ancient Meteoric or Greatsword, though, is nice. I might like it a bit more than the Fire Knight's Greatsword. Even though Fire Knight's Greatsword has like better moveset, better potential, damage potential overall, and the fact that you can infuse it makes it more versatile is nice. But the Ancient Meteoric or Greatsword is crazy. Crazy stuff. It gets the most range in class. It gets really good damage with a strength arcane-based scaling. Its skill like lunges in insanely far. Like it just covers a distance in an instant, and it results and it has like a nice follow-up AoE attack that could do some decent damage, send enemies flying. It's incredibly easy to use, really fun. Now the downside of this skill is that it's not going to be like the best like boss damaging melting machine, because it does have like a longer animation, and if enemies are really aggressive, there's not really much of a point of using the skill. But it gets the poking heavy attack. So you can go with the heavy attack, a charged heavy attack build, alongside just having the skill as just be this nice utility to just like mess up enemies. Just go in and out, mess them up really quickly. So if you're getting ganked, it's really good. It's good for boss fights because of the poking attack, and it gets the most range. Like S tier. S tier. Okay. So that's basically all the heavy hitters out of the way. So now I think the next part of the list is not going to end up having high of S tier, right? Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, we have the thrusting swords now. Now the thrusting swords, out of all like the dexterity weapons, I might actually value them somewhat the least, because typically with dexterity weapons, you want to have them power stance to maximize the DPS, because you're just swinging with two weapons, and with some weapons that just hit simultaneously, like the curved swords, the straight swords, claws, they can actually output some nice DPS. And the investment by going into power stancing is like very minimal. Like it takes very little effort to actually try and power stance. And the rewards are great. Where the thrusting swords don't really get the best power stancing combo. So like the DPS is not going to be as high. But if you have them like one-handed or two-handed, they might be some of the best. Because they're incredibly fast. Really, really quick animation. So like they're very easy to use. And yeah, piercing damage as well. Which makes them potentially have higher DPS than some of the other options. And now, typically, thrusting swords also lack this variation of moveset. It's just nothing but poking attacks for the most part. So they're kind of like a class that I go back and forth in, but they're just overall decent. The rapier is the one that gets like some of the worst damage, and it also gets the worst range too. But it does get 130 crit, so it kind of brings it back in line a little bit with some of the ones that get more damage. But the same thing still applies that if you're going to go with like a stance breaking build, I'd rather just switch to the mystery cord. And you're not really going to be getting stance breaks often with a thrusting sword as well, especially since like the Glintblade Phalanx nerf. So rapier is probably just like a B tier. Like it's super light. So maybe like there's some skills that you could use that could put in some work. And so I don't know, if you want to use things like Carrion, Grandeur, or Sovereignty that can decent stance break, and you can just use this without having to switch to a mystery cord, because you're not really bothered to do that. That could be an option. So yeah, pretty B tier. The S stock is great. Put it into the A tier. It's not like broken or anything like that, so it's not gonna be S tier, but it's a fantastic weapon. It might be the best thrusting sword in the game because it does get the most damage with the dexterity build. at like medium levels and even higher levels, it can just outdamage the rest with a dex build. And it does get a horizontal swiping heavy attack, which is good for like enemies that like to move around a little bit, maybe hitting multiple enemies. Just having some more variation outside of just a poking attack is nice, even though you can put things like spinning slash on a thrusting sword. So if you were going to do that, I wouldn't really bother with the S-Stock unless, once again, you're going to go high dexterity build. Because, yeah, that heavy attack does do less motion values than like a regular thrusting sword heavy attack. So it just does less damage, but the trade-off is that it's some variation. The Noble's S-Stock, can't say the same thing, honestly. It's basically the exact same thing, but just like worse damage. And the pretty sure it's the same range too. This might get like the slightest bit more range, but at the Noble's S-Stock, you have to farm for it, and it's like just worse damage. And the exact same moveset, so I don't care. It does look cool though. But yeah, D tier. The Clean Rod Sword. The light greatswords are at the bottom. Yeah, all the DLC weapon categories are at the bottom. So unfortunately, gotta wait for that one. The Clean Rod Sword can be the highest damaging thrusting sword with basically every infusion. Unless you talk about dexterity, then the S-Stock is better. And it does get a heavy attack that gets bonus motion values, like a bit more. So the charged heavy attacks can do a bit more damage. But if I'm using thrusting swords, I'm not really using the charged heavy attacks anyway. Unless it's like for some utility. Because like R1 spamming is like just the best way to use them. You can like shield poke with thrusting swords too if need be. But that's pretty niche unless you're going to go with like an actual decent shield. So, but Clean Rod Sword could be an A tier as well. Right next to the S-Stock. Yeah, these weapons are more sort of a PvP with how fast they are. Because like they're somewhat like just unreactable with how quick they can be. And then how like shit the poise is in the game nowadays. It can put in work in PvP. But yeah, this is a PvE list, so not the greatest thing in the world. The Regier's Rapier. Not the most damage. But it does get a slightly different heavy attack that gets like a nice little double poke. Now, the double poke is fine. Unfortunately, like the DPS of like the charged or the uncharged heavy attack spam is not much higher. If actually, it's actually lower than like regular light attack spamming. So just going R1 spam is just better DPS. But like, if you did want to use a charged heavy attack, if you had like an opening for it because you wanted to get a bit more stance damage in, then it can just be a better benefit. But like thrusting swords get really bad stance damage though. They get like 20 something stance damage for a charged heavy. So if it got like 33, I'd probably value it more because you could potentially like stance break quickly. And I think it gets 110 crit as well. So it would have been nice. So I've got to put this thing into like the A tier as well. It might have been the best thrusting sword in the game if it had decent stance damage, but yeah. Not going to benefit that much, so pretty lower B tier. The Ansper Rapier. This one is pretty much the lowest damaging out of all the infusible ones. I think it gets even less damage than the Rapier. Also gets the worst range tied with the Rapier, with just nothing but poking attacks with its moveset. But it doesn't get any higher crit damage. But the benefit is that it gets Scarlet Rot, which Scarlet Rot, as I mentioned, is nice. It's like 15 or 16% damage over 90 seconds. It's decent, but like once you have the Rot procced, there's no point of actually using it because you're just benefiting of like a really shit damaging weapon. So the only purpose of the Ansper Rapier would be to just proc status effects. So you can actually have this infused, pair it alongside things like maybe bleed, or frost, poison, and then proc the status effects and then switch back to your main weapon. So I think that's it, because if you're just constantly using it over and over again, you're not benefiting as much. Because like there are other thrusting swords that can do more damage. Like they could do like 15 to 20% more damage than the Ansper Rapier while having more range. And that extra bit of damage is probably just going to make up for the fact that you're using Scarlet Rot. It's just going to counteract it. And also Scarlet Rot's not going to be able to get procced against like smaller enemies too, because you're going to kill them before you even proc the Rots, because only like 50 Rots build up. So it's only really useful to use against like bosses at the start of the fight and then switch off. So I don't know, lower A tier. It's pretty good to have like later in the game, or if you're doing like level 1 runs, I guess. That's fine. The Frozen Needle though. Trash. This is garbage. Terrible, terrible weapon. Also gets like the worst. This one actually gets the worst damage in class. Because it can't infuse it nor buff it. It also gets the shitty range. Does get nothing but poking attacks. Does get some passive frost buildup, but it's not much frost. And it does get a heavy attack that can serve as a projectile. However, it does awful damage and next to no stance damage, and the range is not even that good. And funnily enough, the heavy attack doesn't even work with things like the smithing talisman, doesn't work with the spiked tier, doesn't work with the axe talisman. It's just like a random projectile attack that does terrible damage, and it's awful. Like, it's pretty much like, it's worse than the smith script weapons. That's how bad it is. Like, if there was a smith script thrusting sword, it'd probably be better than this, because at least you could probably buff it. Infuse it. So, yeah, this thing is awful. You get boosted with the spear talisman? Yeah, whatever. Sucks. Again? What? I'm not doing this tier list again, am I? No. I haven't done this tier list yet. This is an all weapons tier list. I did one for the DLC, specifically. And I did one for the base game before the DLC came out. But yeah, now we have more buffs. This is the last time we're doing this list. And then we can finally move on and play different games like Night Rain and stuff. Carrying Sorcery Sword. C tier. I don't care about this shit at all. It gets terrible damage, gets like a really mid scalings, but it does have the benefit of being a casting weapon. So it can cast spells with its heavy attack, specifically sorceries. And as a casting tool, doesn't do that well. It actually can be the best catalyst or the best staff to use if you're at specifically like 41 intelligence. I think like if you're at that level, this one is the best one. But you get it all the way in the DLC. So you're going to be higher than 40 intelligence at that point. And there are going to be better things to use. And just having a weapon catalyst on a thrusting sword that just gets mid damage is not going to be the greatest thing in the world. Like, just use another weapon and have a staff on the offhand. Therefore, you'll be doing better damage with the weapon and that better damage with the spell. Like, it's just, like, the only purpose is its convenience. Like, it's convenient to just have a 2-in-1. But yeah, so I guess the C tier is as high as it can go. Anyway, the heavy thrusting swords. Heavy thrusting swords are really good. Kind of similar to how I see the regular thrusting swords. They're kind of good as like two-handed options. I don't really care much for the power sensing combos. So when it compares to like regular spears or great spears, when it comes to poking attack weapons, I'm going to value those more when it comes to those ones. But the two-handed moveset can be like one of the best because like they're really fast. Those running heavy attacks are insane. Still get some decent skill options as well. They put in work. They don't really stagger that well either. So there's pros and cons. But every single one of these things are like really good. Starting off with the Great Epee. Similar to like the S-stock version of the heavy thrusting sword. So I'll probably slide this one into the A tier as well. You get it very early on in the game. It gets like, you know, it's up there in terms of damage. It's not going to get as much damage as the Godskin Stitcher. And the Godskin Stitcher can get a better heavy attack or a higher damaging heavy attack. So that could be the direct upgrade. But as I mentioned, it only gets... These weapons only get nothing but poking attacks, and sometimes you want to have that nice variation to just hit multiple enemies, but the Great Epee does get less damage with its heavy attack though, so like there's a trade-off by having that variation of moveset. But you get it very early on, and it's a heavy thrusting sword, so you can't ever go wrong. The Godskin Stitcher is probably just going to be better though. Probably slide this bad boy into the S tier. I think it gets more damage. Pretty sure it does. And it gets a high damaging heavy attack because it hits twice. And if you go like a charged heavy attack build, it can definitely put in a lot of work. And the heavy attacks are really valuable for this weapon because the light attacks don't stagger, as I mentioned. Don't stagger like enemies like knights, but the heavy attacks would. So it's pretty cool for that too. And I think it might get a bit more range than the Great Epee too. So yeah. The Crayline's Greatsword though, unfortunately, cannot say the same thing. Now this thing actually does get the most range in class, but that's it. That's all it gets. Because consistently it gets like the worst damage. Even with a faith-based build, because this thing gets a faith scaling and some split fire damage, it still doesn't really perform that well. It might get like just as much as like a Godskin Stitcher with a faith build. And if you really like the range, then go ahead and use it. It does look pretty cool too, but yeah. It just gets the regular moveset, which is nothing but poking attacks, whereas this one at least gets a horizontal swipe, and that one gets a double poke. So it's still a B tier though, because it's still a heavy thrusting sword and it gets the most range, so can't go wrong. The sword lance though, bam, broken tier. Yes, it's broken. This is a heavy thrusting sword that does get the same, that does get the Great Spear heavy attack, which the Great Spear heavy attack is basically just as fast as the thrusting sword. It might not lunge as far though. But unfortunately, it kind of sacrifices the running heavy attack. Because the running heavy attack of the heavy thrusting swords are really good. It lunges in really far. And the great spear running heavy attack kind of sucks. I don't like it that much. But it does extend to the guard counter though. And the great spear guard counter is better than the thrusting swords because they're just faster for some reason. But yeah, the main reason why the sword lance gets into the broken tier is because it gets broken damage with a strength-based build. This thing can outdamage a rusted anchor, and it's a heavy thrusting sword. It can outdamage rusted anchor, it can outdamage the Guts' greatsword, it can outdamage the iron greatsword. I think it can even outdamage the Knight Rider's glaive. And it's a heavy thrusting sword. So yeah, that's basically enough said. And obviously you can just throw in some skills like repeating thrust, impaling thrust. It's basically like the best L2 stick in the game because it gets stupid amounts of damage. And it's not only just that, but it also gets boosted status effect build up too. So if you pair this alongside like a blade build, you're going to get just as much status build up as a colossal sword while having just as much damage, but the speed of a heavy thrusting sword. Yeah, it's just broken. Yeah. Unfortunately, outside of a heavy attack build or like a bleed infusion, it sucks. Not sucks, but like it's pretty mid damage. Like the other thrusting swords can add damage it with like a faith build, let's say. Glaze piercing damage, well, they're all piercing damage, so. Okay, the Bloody Hellas. It's still good. I wouldn't really use it with the faith build. Because it's pretty much the worst moveset. Because it does get the worst heavy attack in my opinion. Unless it's in guard counters. But yeah. Anyway. The Bloody Hellas, yeah, S tier. This is great. Another great weapon. This gets a very good arcane scaling. It's actually one of the only like true like just pure arcane scaling weapons in the game. Well, out of the Sombra based weapons, because a lot of the arcane weapons they tend to get like pretty like better dexterity scaling or like a better strength scaling, but this one just gets like really good arcane scaling, so it makes it better paired alongside some the Dragon Communion's seal and some spells. Does get some nice passive bleed. Does get the regular heavy thrusting sword moveset, which is a bit of a downside. No variety in the heavy attack, but the skill is incredible. Dynast's Finesse for like what 5 FP, you do this like insane dodge. That gives you like a lot of iframes, like twice as many iframes like a regular dodge roll. Unfortunately, you can't spam it as much, so there's going to be a bit more recovery animations. But the follow-up attack lunges in really far, obviously doing piercing damage, staggers really well, does amazing damage, and you get a follow-up attack afterwards, and this like entire combo can do like over 50 stance damage pretty quickly. Yeah. It puts in work. Puts in work. Sorcery Sword in the C tier, but it's so cool. Yeah, too bad cool factor is not really a criteria on this list. We don't care about things being cool. We only care about them being powerful. If you think something is cool, you don't really need to go into watch videos about that stuff. You just use whatever you think's cool. Dragon King's Cragblade, though. I probably put this into the B tier as well. Maybe the A tier. Lower A tier. It did get nerfed very hard. Like, it is just a dexterity-based heavy thrusting sword, so like the damage is not going to be that high. There's some split lightning damage too, which lightning damage is fine. Doesn't really like complement piercing damage that well, because like piercing damage and lightning damage, they're both like kind of, the enemies are weak to like both of these types. With enemies weak to one are weak to the other two, is what I'm trying to say. This is like the regular moveset, but it does get a skill that turns you into a cloud, gets like infinite hyper armor, gets like a decent damage out of the skill, but like they nerfed it really hard to where like the stance damage is nowhere near as high. It used to like close to like 70 stance damage, like over 60 stance damage. Now it does like 45 stance damage. That's if you hit with like the entire cloud animation. So it's good, but it's not that good anymore because you're still going to get hit in the middle of it because it is a longer animation. The recovery frames are a bit long too. So not as good as it once was, but it's still easy to use and it's still fun, I guess. But too bad it being fun isn't enough for it to be into the S tier. The curved swords. Okay. Okay. Now the curved swords are another really good dexterity weapon type. Now, I'm not going to like them as much as things like straight swords or thrusting swords when you have them like one-handed or two-handed, because those could probably like output a bit more DPS or have like better skill options to complement the weapon. But these weapons' power stance are broken. They can offer probably the highest DPS in the entire game because it has both weapons hit at the same time, and the movesets are like just as fast as like a regular curve sword attack, light attack, and you're just hitting with two weapons. So yeah, it's kind of crazy, and the fact that they're really light as well makes them just like nice to power stance too. So yeah, and those running attacks and those jumping attacks hit like 4 times in like an instant, and with the multi-hit talismans and all these other buffs, broken builds. So keeping that in mind, the scimitar, not that good. Pretty average damage. Like in the previous games, things like the scimitar and the falchion could be pretty valuable because there weren't that many infusible and buffable curve swords. But in this game, there's like 25 million curve swords. So unfortunately, like the basic ones just get a bit outclassed. And like the Shamshir gets an identical moveset to the scimitar, but it just gets more damage. So yeah, C tier for the scimitar. Falchion is like a strength-based curve sword, but it doesn't get as much damage as things like the Beastman's curve sword. Even like obviously the Bandit's curve sword is going to add damage. I think even the Grossmesser add damages it. I might get more than the Serpent God curve sword. But I'd probably put it into the B tier because at least it gets more damage than the scimitar. And you can buy it as well. So like if you want to have one that you can buy and not have to farm for, this is probably going to be one that you want to get. Because obviously you want to power stance curve swords, and you don't really care to farm for weapons sometimes. So a Falchion is perfectly fine to just pick up. The Shamshir is basically this direct upgrade to the scimitar. It gets the exact same moveset, but just more damage. Now, this moveset that it does get, this unique light attack combo, both one-handed and two-handed, are not even better, if at all, compared to like a regular curve sword moveset. In fact, I think it's a bit slower. It might end up being around about the same speeds. Like some parts of the light attack combo is faster, some parts are slower, but it balances out to be the same speed. The only benefit that it does have is that it lunges in a bit further. It's like a half step further for some of them. So it kind of makes it like result in a bit more range because it steps a bit further. But as I've been mentioning, if you want to build around curve swords, for the most part, I'm just going to want a power stance. And the power stancing moveset is basically identical to when you have the Shamshir compared to every other curve sword. And the Shamshir doesn't get more damage than things like the Bandits or the Grossmesser, so it doesn't get bleed either, so it's pretty mid. It's a B tier. The Grossmesser is decent. If the Bandits curve sword didn't exist, we'd be talking about the Grossmesser, because it's basically the exact same thing. It's some of the most damage. You have to farm for it, but it's basically the Bandits curve sword just gets more damage than the Grossmesser. So for that reason, I'm probably going to put it into the C tier because you have to farm for it. At least with some of these other curve swords, you don't have to farm for. But if you're going to go through the effort of farming for them, which actually get them off skeletons too, and I think the Bandit's curve sword is easier to farm, and it just gets more damage. So there's no point of the Grossmesser because you have to farm for the same type of weapon, and it's the same moveset too. But yeah, the Bandit's curve sword is S tier. S tier. It's the highest damaging curve sword, and it gets like the most range, I believe, too, or some of the most range. So any single infusion is just gonna get like the most damage. It's just broken, and you just have 2 of them. Doesn't matter whatever the build is, whatever the infusion. There's bleed, faith, dexterity. It's destroying everything. It's just that good. I don't really care much for the curve sword heavy attacks. There's like a double swipe. It's kind of like the Warhawk Talon equivalent. Funnily enough, curve swords actually get charged heavy attacks, do more damage than the Warhawk Talon charged heavy attack, if you didn't already know. But the Warhawk Talon is like a bit faster, and I think it lunges in a bit further. I forgot where I put the Warhawk Talon, but yeah. Anyway. The shuttle is fucking trash. Trash. I put it into the D tier. At least it can infuse it. But yeah, this gets like the worst range and like some of the worst damage, but like the trade-off is that it can hit around shields. Whoop-de-doo. Scavenger's curve sword is also S tier. You can argue that it's better than the Bandits, because it can actually output higher DPS if you're going to go like a seppuku build, specifically fighting enemies weak to bleed. And Seppuku, like a Cult Infusion, can just put in so much work. So yeah. Both of them are really good. I think Bandits is still better because it gets more range and it's like higher base damage. So with most builds, you're going to want to use the Bandits instead. And once it gets like really high levels, like level 200, 300, using like a Bleed Bandits is probably just better to have than a Cult Scavengers anyway. So, but yeah, both do like broken types of damage. If you haven't done Power Stance, then I guess Broken Tier. I put this one into the Broken Tier because why not? Because like it can be like the best build in the entire game. Just Power Sensing Curve Swords, like whether just spamming light attacks or jumping attacks. I have one of them in there. The Mantis Blade. Unfortunate weapon. Very unfortunate weapon. It does get some decent damage. It actually gets consistently some of the highest damage in class, but it gets the worst range. And it's like really, really bad range too. And it does get a heavy attack, which admittedly I'm going to like more than like the regular Curve Sword heavy attacks because they actually come out a lot faster. And it actually doubles the range of the weapon too. But double the range of not much is not much range still. And funnily enough, the enemies that actually use this weapon, the Cemetery Shades, they have them Power Stanced, and they have this insane like flurry attack that does bleed. But when we get the weapon, it's not paired, and there's no bleed, and there's no sick unique skill with a flurry attack. But do you know what weapon that they did make that has like a cool sick flurry attack that's a paired curve sword that gets bleed? The Falx. The Falx is literally the exact weapon that the Mantis Blade should have been. Because if you actually look at the Falx skill, it's like identical to the Cemetery Shade. It's like the same animation. So that they made the Falx skill, and it should have just been something that the Mantis Blade had. And the Mantis Blade with this skill probably could have been better, because it probably would have actually extended the range even more and did some like crazy ass combos. But at least we have the Falx. Talk about that in a bit. But yeah, Mantis Blade is probably just a B tier, because yeah, probably even C tier, because if I'm ever going to use Curve Swords, it's probably going to be Power Stance, and like this random heavy attack that it gets. It's cool to stagger some enemies, but that's about it. That's all it gets. The Beastman's Curve Sword is probably going to be the only one that I care to build around two-handed. Actually, the Flowing Curve Sword too. They're both pretty decent for like a two-handed Curve Sword build. Beastman's actually can get the most damage in class. I lied about the Bandits. I think with a strength-based build, I think the Beastman's can out-damage it with high amounts of strength. I think you get that two-handed thing like at 60 strength to do like more damage. Only with a strength-based build. But when you do have it two-handed, actually even one-handed as well, the jumping attacks are actually unique because they hit multiple times. So jumping light attack, jumping heavy attack, it can hit multiple times. And it can be pretty quick. You can go with like a jumping attack build and it can put in some work. Now, is it going to be better than a Power Stance Curve Sword jumping attack build? No, of course not. But if you didn't really care to Power Stance and like level up multiple weapons, or if you just wanted to use a shield as well, it can be a decent option. It can be decent. I'll put it like lower A tier, because it's still outclassed by Power Stance and Curve Swords. But you know, it's fun. It looks cool. It's still lower stamina cost than like a regular jumping attack with the Power Stance Curve Swords, and it can still put in work. The Flowing Curve Sword is average damage. Gets like scales best of dexterity. So they're automatically, there's no point using this thing if you're going to have a Power Stance, because like other Curve Swords going to do more damage. It does get a unique heavy attack though that has this whole like pirouette swing multi-hit combo. And with a charged heavy attack build, it can put in some work. And it actually does work with a Dancer set as well, if you wanted to. It's kind of just like a worse version of like the Unending Dance skill, but obviously it's not going to consume any FP. But it can do nicely. I'll probably put it like a high, probably like mid B tier. Because once again, like Curve Swords, I'm just going to want to use Power Sensing. But if I wanted to two-hand, this one's not too bad. The only downside is that it gives like a longer animation, so it's only really useful if you're fighting enemies with like long openings. And even then, it's still like a charged heavy attack of a Curve Sword, so the stance damage is not like the most amazing thing. Should I have the same moveset as a Shimmer? Yeah. The Shamshir? Yeah. Would have benefited. The Serpent God Curve Sword, another strength-based Curve Sword, does get below average damage, but the whole benefit of the weapon is going to be the fact that it gives you HP on kills. And it's like, I think it's like 3% HP on kills, which there actually are some weapons out there that already do that and probably give you more HP on kills. I think like the Great Horn Hammer gives you more percent, the Blasphemous Blade gives you more percent, but the Serpent God Curve Sword is light. So you can just leave this thing in your offhand with like any weapon, any build, doesn't matter where you're going. And every single time you get a kill, it's just 3% damage. So you just leave it on the offhand for any build, and it's great. And you could actually have an offhand build with the curved swords too, and have it just infused with things like Braggart's Roll. You're getting health regen and more damage and damage negation, so, and stamina recovery speed. So I think I'll put it into the A tier for that reason, because you don't have to farm for it either. So it's decent. Spirit Sword though is not. This thing is trash. It gets shit damage. It gets like the worst range in class. Like there are like daggers that feel like they have more range than this dog shit thing. And it gets like a very mid skill. Because it's pretty much like the sword dance skill, right? But like the Spirit Glaive gets that exact same thing, but it's just better. Because yeah. It's awful. I don't want to talk about it. It's terrible damage. Terrible damage, terrible scalings. Who cares? Like the skull portion of the skill doesn't even do much more damage as well. And the frost buildup is not even that high. Just go with like a cold infused curse sword, it's going to do better. Another ghost flame weapon that isn't int faith, yeah. The Magma Blade, S tier. This shit is really good. Unfortunately, you have to farm for it, and it's like one of the worst farms in the game. But amazing strength faith based weapon. Really high damage. I could potentially even out damage like a flame infused or flame mod infused bandit's curve sword if you have like, you know, high strength too, because it gets a good scalings in both. Whereas like flame mod infusions only give you the good scalings in one. And its skill is like spinning slash on crack, because for like the same animation and same stance damage, it just leaves a bunch of lava on the ground. It can just make it do like monstrous amounts of damage. And with things like the Talisman of the Dread as the DLC, we get like 15% more damage on top of that. So this thing just spamming the skill over and over again is honestly borderline broken. You could honestly argue broken, but yeah, shit's cracked. The Noxus Flowing Sword is actually underrated. This is a decent weapon. The only downside is that the damage sucks because, you know, kind of like the shuttle, it does have that hitting around shields effect. And it's the trade-off for that is that it does like shit damage. And you can't actually buff or infuse this one either. So there's no real ways to actually improve it. But the skill of the Noxus Flowing Sword in flowing form is amazing because it extends the weapon. It kind of like performs similar to the Coded Sword. In that like extends the weapon and does like this nice horizontal swipe. Actually does do it for only like 9 FP. And it does like 22 stance damage as well. So it's actually really good. You can set it at a further distance and just keep like whacking at enemies. It's good for crowd control. It's nice. It's solid. Lower A tier. It's missing damage. That's it. If you could buff this thing, you could argue probably a higher A tier maybe. Lower S tier maybe. But that's it. But the skill's actually good though. Actually good. For only 9 FP and like really low stamina cost as well. Okay. And the DLC curve swords. I know the DLC ones are before these, but whatever. There's 3 of the DLC curve swords. I mean, actually there's 4. But these 3 are the ones that you can paired weapons. So when you two-hand them, you gain the power sensing combo, which is beneficial for multiple reasons. Because 1, you can just bear the weight of one weapon and gain the power sensing combo, and then you have to level up that one weapon too. And power sensing curve swords, as I've been mentioning, are broken. Now the Horned Warrior sword can actually put in some nice damage with a, I think it's Strength Faith or Dexterity Faith build. It just gets pure physical damage, and so going into the Faith stat is just going to boost the physical damage. I wish it just had some like random holy damage just thrown in there, like an extra 100 just on top. That would have been nice. Because yeah, the skill of the weapon is like a holy based AoE. It's like a holy ranged AoE, and that scales purely off Faith. And it gets a descaling in Faith, so you're not really benefiting that much. And it consumes a lot of stamina too, like really high stamina cost for the skill. So I think for that reason, it's probably like a lower A tier as well. Because it can do some nice damage. I think it gets more damage than potentially the Falx, but obviously it doesn't get bleed. And at higher levels, it could probably out-damage the rest. Because it gets scaling some 3 stats. But, yeah. The skill is a bit of a downside because, you know, it doesn't synergize well with the scalings and the stamina cost is really high. But the skill is easy to use, though. It does some decent damage. The Falx, though, is S tier. This shit's really good. Really good. It's a dexterity-based curve sword. Does get a bit of a strength scaling as well. Now, Is it gonna do better than like a bandit's curve sword on time to damage? Probably not. Is it gonna proc bleed faster than a scavenger's curve sword? No. So like with a regular power sensing infusible curve sword, they're just gonna do better than the Falx does, with the moveset in particular. But the Falx has the benefits of having a really cool skill. And the skill like lunges in really far. A staggers roller has a follow-up attack that can like stun lock even harder. Whereas like something that the curve swords tend to miss is like some staggering option. And the curve sword skill, or the Falx skill, does have that staggering option. So it's pretty good utility. And now the downside of the skill is that like you're required to do like the first charging animation first until you get to the second part. So against bosses with longer openings, it's not going to be the best thing. But you know, you have a power stance curve sword with passive bleed. Like, just use the moveset. You're going to be fine. S tier. Okay, now this bad boy right here. The Dancing Blade of Rana. Honestly, this could be S tier as well. It actually can do more damage than the Falx with a pure dexterity build, but once you get back into a bit more strength, because this thing doesn't get a strength scaling, the Falx does more damage. And I think I like the Falx more overall because it has better stun lock potential. It also does have that same like type of flurry attack, and that gets bleed. So I think it just directly outclasses this. If it wasn't for the Falx, if the Falx didn't exist, I'd put this thing into the S tier. Because the skill in Unending Dance, if you have like a longer opening, it just destroys everything, like stupid damage. Like it gets higher DPS than the skill of the Falx. Probably even more so than like just power sensing curve swords too. Like it gets stupid damage. But unfortunately you get no hyper armor, and it requires a longer opening for that entire like combo to come off and to benefit of the multi-hit talismans. But like, yeah, you can go like check out some gameplay that I have. If you go look at my curve sword ranking video, like you'll see how much this thing can fucking melt. It is ridiculous. But yeah, but for the utility that the Falx offers, I think it's considered to be a bit outclassed because it's more situational. More situational. The Wing of Astel, arguably like a top 3 weapon in the game. Broken tier. Okay, so the Wing of Astel is probably like the best stance breaking weapon in the game. Because the skill, and it's a curve sword too. Funny that. But yes, Dex in-space weapon, decent damage, like really good scalings. The skill in Nebula fires out this little like, or a close range AoE attack that has like this delayed explosion effect. And if all the explosions land, it does like over like 50 to 60 stance damage. And you can keep spamming it back to back to back. And it only consumes 20 FP. Now, it does have like a little delayed and lingering effect, so against some quicker enemies and skinnier enemies where the entire explosions aren't going to land, not going to do as well, but it can still stun lock them. But the heavy attack, as I mentioned with the heavy attack to the curve swords, they do hit multiple times and can do some decent damage, but they typically just don't do good stance damage and not going to offer more DPS than light attacks, so there's almost no point of using them outside of the staggering. But the Wing of Astel gets a projectile heavy attack. And that's both uncharged and fully charged. And for some stupid reason, at point blank range, it does so much stance damage. It does like 43 stance damage for a charged heavy attack at close range. Which is like just as much as some colossal weapons in the game. And it's a curve sword. And you combine that with the skill, obviously depending on the situation. Against larger bosses, you just spam the skill. Against smaller ones, you probably use the heavy attack. Or you can actually combo them back and forth. And while they're getting stun locked by the skill, you hit them with the heavy attack, and that entire combo is done like over 100 stance damage, and that's stance breaking like most enemies and bosses in the game in just one combo. While you're doing amazing damage too. Then you switch yourself to a good old magic infused mystery cord, and yeah, you have a very, very broken build. So yeah. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the Eclipse Shuttle. Trash. Oh boy, Dex Faith-based weapon gets pretty mid damage, holy damage as well. It does get some Death Blight build up, I think only when you have the skill active, and Death Blight is basically useless in PvE, pretty much useless in PvP too. But the skill does add like a bit more holy damage. It can still do some decent damage, but like, you know, Sacred Blade Curve Sword Power Stance is going to do the same thing, but just better. The skill does get a follow-up attack that can serve as a little bit of an AoE, but like it takes forever to get there, consumes too much FP, there's no hyper armor, the damage of that AoE sucks as well. Yeah, dog shit. Anyway, moving on. Okay, curved greatswords. Okay, now curved greatswords are very comparable to like regular greatswords. They have like very similar speeds and movesets. They're actually going to offer slashing damage instead of standard damage, which I value a bit more. But they're not going to have as much variation in moveset though. So although they can actually potentially output higher DPS in some cases, and actually get some really good range, there's going to be less variety. And that also extends to the weapon skills too. So there's not going to be any like poking attacks or no poking attack skill options. So they're still decent. They're fine. But might not end up being as good as Greatswords because of that variety that it lacks. But they can be good though. They can be really good. Now, starting off with the dismounter. One downside of all the curved swords, the infusible curved greatswords in the base game, is that you have to farm for every single one. There's like not a single one that you can just like pick up off the ground or like buy. So if you actually wanted to use a curved sword, you have to farm for one, which just kind of sucks. The dismounter is like the earliest one you can farm for, and it does get some decent damage. It doesn't get as much damage as things like the Omen Cleaver, but I might like the heavy attack a bit more because the Omen Cleaver heavy attack is a quick downward slam, where it has a really bad range, and I might just prefer to have the quick range of the curves the dismounter has. And the heavy attacks is similar, or the uncharged heavy attack is a similar animation to the light attack, but funnily enough, it actually comes out faster. Because like there's been like a bunch of updates and buffs that have actually made the curved greatswords uncharged heavies just like super fast. So like the optimal way to like use them would be like lead off with the uncharged heavy attack and then go into like the light attack. It's pretty funny. And you can do that better with a dismounter. But once you get to the DLC, the Freya's greatsword gets the exact same moveset but just more damage. And also boosted damage with the red main skills. So like I probably put it into the B tier because at least you know that's for the base game. But it inevitably does get outclassed by the Freya's greatsword. The Omen Cleaver, as I mentioned, does get more damage, especially with elemental builds. It does get really good damage there too. So if you're going to go like a Faith or a Magic Infusion, it can get some of the highest damage, if not the highest damage. It does get the heavy attack quick downward slam, which is like a slightly faster animation, but it's like really bad range. It also extends the jumping attack too, so I don't really care for it that much. But I'll still put it into the A tier because it's still fast and it actually valued as higher speeds. And it does have higher motion values too. So like there's a trade-off. The Monk's Flame Blade though is a D tier. Because it gets like the worst damage and I think like the worst ranging class for the exact same moveset. And it has the worst farm in the entire game. There's only like one enemy in like a random dungeon that's like halfway through that drops this thing. And it's like a 1% drop rate. And this is not even worth it too. D tier. Awful. The Beastman's curved sword. The curved greatsword. It does get the same regular curved greatsword moveset. Gets a really good strength scaling. In fact, with a strength build, it can be the highest damaging. Now, the trade-offs is that it does weigh the most, have the highest requirements, highest stamina cost, and the worst range. So, I wouldn't really care to use it as a primary option compared to things like the Freya's greatsword or the Omen Cleaver, especially the Freya's greatsword, because the exact same moveset, but just more range. And the damage difference is not that great. Like, it's not that big of a difference to warrant me having to have much more weight, higher requirements and stuff. But one thing that it does have is really good blocking. So if you actually wanted to pair it alongside like a guard countering build, or just have just a weapon to two-hand and have something to just block anyway, it can do pretty well there. So I think I'll put it into like a lower A tier, because, you know, it still is the highest damaging. So if range doesn't really matter to you and you have like the weight to bear this weapon and you want to be able to block, it's pretty good for that. But yeah. And guard counters of curved greatswords aren't the best either, because they get like less stance damage than a greatsword. It gets like 33 stance damage, which is like just as much as a straight sword guard counter as well. Kind of weird. Wish I got a bit more stance damage. Freya's greatsword, probably a higher A tier. A lot of the infusible greatswords I don't really care much to use. Like the power sensing combos aren't really that good, and I think they're just like slightly worse greatswords because of just the less variation. And also in the DLC you have the great katanas, and I'll talk about the great katanas and how they compare to the curved greatswords. Actually, I can talk about them now. They're basically the exact same speeds, but the great katanas, they also get slashing damage, but they also get the more variation in moveset because they get access to poking attacks. But the great katanas, for the most part, they don't get any hyper armor, whereas the curved greatswords do, and they get the faster heavy attack. So like there's pros and cons, but I still think that greatswords and great katanas, I still value them more because of the variation. But they're still really good though. Still really good. And the Freya's Greatsword is probably the best of the infusible ones, because it can get some of the most damage, just a bit less than the Beastman's, but it gets like the respectable range, gets the good moveset that I like, and it does boost the red main skills, which is things like Lion's Claw, Flame of the Red Mains. They just get like 10% more damage with this weapon equipped, so that's pretty cool, I guess. And you can actually have this thing in the offhand and benefit off the skill too, but it's pretty heavy. It's like 14 units, so I wouldn't really do that. The Bloodhound's Fang. Broken. We'll put it into the broken tier. Why not? This thing gets stupid amounts of damage. Like, it's the highest damaging curved greatsword by a long shot. With a quality-based build, it just, like, outputs more damage than the rest, and it gets passive bleed on top of that. And you can buff it. How are you going to get, like, more damage in, like, an iron greatsword for the exact same speed and moveset, but get bleed, get slashing damage, and can be buffed? We don't know. And you can get it right at the beginning of the game. And it's Sombra based. So, early game weapon, easy to upgrade, stupid damage, passive bleed, bonus damage on jumping attacks too. Cannot forget about that, which is super noob friendly, because like most people just spam jumping attacks for like their first playthrough. If you're like a beginner, because this is easy to pull off high stance damage. It's quick, easy to close in the gap. Nice. And on top of that, it gets a skill that's also really good. It's pretty cheap, does decent damage, decent stance damage. You can just spam it, and you'll probably accidentally just iframe dodge through something one time, because it gets like lots of iframes for its follow-up lunging attack. Like the whole combo is like 20 something, like less than about 20 FP, and just does amazing damage. So yeah, it's goated. It's goated. Broken tier. Why not? Arguably top 10 in the game. Okay, Onyx's Lord's Greatsword, another opposite end of the spectrum. I'll probably put this one to the D tier though, not the trash tier. Because at least it does decent damage. It gets like a decent strength and intelligence scaling. But I think even then with like magic infused weapons can just output more damage than this thing. But except at higher levels, because it gets a good strength scaling too. But yeah, the skill kind of sucks, because it's like the same range as Gravitas, but it does do like a bit more damage, but it consumes like 30 FP, and it has like a longer animation too. And Gravitas is not even that good, for the reasons that it has short range, and it's not that fast, and the damage isn't really quite there. And this thing is like just a bit more damage, but it's like twice as much FP, and it's longer. Who cares? The Horned Warrior's Greatsword. This one is decent. It's a strength faith-based weapon, I believe, right? Doesn't get like the best faith-based scaling, and it just gets pure physical damage, which is kind of weird. And it does get a skill that's similar to like Stormcaller. Summons like this big like storm-based AoE. Now, Stormcaller does stun lock better. So if you're fighting enemies that are like a smaller, Stormcaller is going to be like the much better option. But against like larger enemies that cannot be staggered, doesn't really do that well. And the Horned Warrior Sword does have much more range. The skill gets a lot of range, like twice as much as like Stormcaller. So against like multiple enemies, it could do pretty well. Gets stars that you can hit at a further distance, and it doesn't get stuck in a long animation like Stormcaller does as well. So even though it doesn't stun lock very well, because it doesn't spin as fast, you only get stuck in a 2-swing animation. So it's a lot less risky against bosses that can't get staggered. So I think A tier is valid for this thing. And it can get some okay damage. Not anywhere comparable to the Bloodhound's Fang, but yeah, for like a similar quality-based weapon. But it does well. Oh, the Zamora curved sword. Oh, this is like an example of like a trash tier weapon with like a broken tier skill. Like, I think it balances out to be A tier. Because like the weapon is like the worst ranging class, and its light attack combo is horrendous. It's like slower than like colossal weapons. And it's on a curved sword that gets awful range. And like the light attack combos have like terrible lunge, weird hit detection as well. It's just stupid and dumb. But the skill, and the damage isn't even that good either, but the skill though, Zamora Ice Storm is borderline broken. It's incredibly quick. The skill like summons this like Ice Storm to where it procs Frost almost instantly, does amazing damage, and does like 40 stance damage too. You just keep spamming it over and over again. It stun locks, it stance breaks quickly, procs frost in an instant, and it doesn't even scale off anything too. So you just go like level up the weapon, and it's going to do max damage. Because yeah, it doesn't get an intelligence scaling, so there's no way to improve the damage. But if you needed to kill something, you can just like switch to this weapon, spam the skill, and switch off. Like, it's pretty good. But that's the only purpose of it. It's like the skill. The rest of the weapon sucks. Magma Worm Scale Sword. This is also an S tier. This is good stuff. This is actually a pretty balanced list. The game did a good job at balancing some things, I guess. I don't know. Why is Frozen Needle trash? Has a free ranged R2 because it does terrible damage and doesn't even work with the charged heavy attack talismans, and it does like 8 stance damage. Oh, it doesn't even work with the smithing talisman too. It's awful. And the range of the projectile attack goes like just a bit further than like, it's like twice as far as like the thrusting sword itself. Like a pike gets more range than the heavy attack. Yeah, Magma Worm Scale Sword. Good strength, faith-based weapon. Good damage. It does get the same heavy attacks as the Omen Cleaver, so it can do more damage, but it has really bad range. But it is pretty fast, so there's a trade-off there. But the skill can make it do amazing damage. Magma Guillotine for not much FP, I think it's like 15 FP. Does this nice like slamming attack. And the slam does get like lots of hyper armor, and it does like okay damage, but when you land the follow-up attack as well, it just like melts enemies. Now, unfortunately, it does have like slightly longer animation, and you can get staggered upon landing on the ground. So there's sometimes you get staggered out of it, and it's not going to melt as fast. But you do land the entire combo. It puts in work. Might put it into the A tier. Low S tier. Why not? It's good. Morgoth's Cursed Sword is also an S tier. Also an S tier. This thing gets the most range in class, and it's the lightest one. Don't know how that worked out, but yeah. And it gets some passive blade. Does get a bit of an arcane scaling. Not much, but at least it does get an arcane scaling to where you can improve the blade build up. Some decent damage, and the skill is incredible. Cursed Blood Slice lunges in really far. It stun locks well. You get a quick follow-up attack. Decent damage. Good blade build up. The only downside of the weapon is that it consumes a lot of FP. It's like 40 FP for the entire combo. So, yeah. Probably just a bit lower than those. Maybe bottom of the S tier. Because 40 FP is a lot. But it's very easy to use. And it's the most range on a blade curved greatsword that weighs next to nothing. It's like 7.5 units, which like some greatswords. Think of the Claymore weighs more than the Morgoth's Cursed Sword. And has like way more range too. Kind of cracked. Anyway, the Katanas. The most popular weapon category because everyone's a weeb. They're good. They're good. Very easy to use. Quick movesets. I'm going to prefer them one-handed or two-handed. One-handed have like really fast light attack combos. I don't like them power stance much because, as I mentioned with things like thrusting swords, they don't hit simultaneously, and this is even more exaggerated with the Katanas because they don't have quick animations at all. But one-handed and two-handed, they're just amazing. Really good stuff, really good range, or get like, most of them get passive bleed, like they're just really good stuff. And they get Unsheath, which Unsheath is one of the best skills in the game because it's dirt cheap and does like amazing stance damage, and it's really quick, and you can cancel them pretty easily with things like crouching attacks too. So yeah. I'm starting off with the Uchi Katana. This is literally the highest damaging katana in the game. Out of the infusible ones, which is only 2. But it can do more damage than the Nagakiba. Low requirements, you get it right at the beginning of the game. Still gets that passive blade slap on Unsheath, puts in work. Now, I might think that the Nagakiba does outclass it, but it's still deserving of an S tier because obviously with its lower requirements makes it better for things like level 1 runs, and also if you want to do with like an elemental build, if you want to use things like a magic infusion or a fire infusion. And in fact, like a magic infused Uchi Katana with Unsheath can do more damage than the Moonveil Katana. Because yeah, unfortunately the Nagakiba does get higher requirements. It gets like a 20 dexterity and strength requirement. So like alongside pure elemental builds, that's going to be a bit of a downside. And the fact that it does get more damage than Nagakiba too. But yeah, Nagakiba is still better though. Still the better option. With either a strength or dexterity build, does well. You could probably argue broken tier. I'm probably going to put it into the broken tier. This thing gets stupid range. Dumb range. Typically when like things have a bit more range, it's only by a little bit, but this thing is like twice as much range as an Uchi Katana. I don't know how this happens to where it got so much range. It's like the OG washing pole, but like somehow on crack. And typically when you have longer range weapons, they have like a big fall off in terms of damage, but the damage difference is not even that great. And it also gets the best moveset too, because it gets poking attacks one-handed and two-handed. And with like these recent buffs that have improved the charged heavy attack speeds or uncharged heavy attack speeds, it makes them be like a alternative to like a spear. You can like spam the uncharged heavy attacks of the Nagakiba, and they can basically output just as much DPS as a spear while getting bleed, but it can also double down into a katana too. Like, it's insane. And you pair it alongside certain types of skills like Unsheath, within a cult build, go into Bloodblade, and you get a better version of the Reduvia. Put on things like Impaling Thrust, Piercing Fang, when it's stupid range, it just makes it be way more exaggerated. It's just, yeah, it's dumb. Dumb weapon. And you get it early on in the game too, if you want to kill an NPC. Good stuff. Serpentbone Blade, unfortunately, cannot say the same. Is one of the weapons that doesn't get a bleed, doesn't get passive bleed, requires smithing stones, and does not have the ability to be infused. Kind of annoying. Bordering on Great Katana, I think it has more range than the Great Katana as well. Now it does have poison buildup, and thankfully it actually is deadly poison, but the weapon only gets a dexterity scaling. Now with a dexterity build, it actually can put in a lot of damage. In fact, it actually gets more damage than the Uchigatana with a dexterity build, not if you're accounting for buffs. Obviously with the Uchigatana, you can slap on things like Grease or Cragblade, probably even Blood Flame Blade too, make it do more damage, and obviously Bleed, which is infinitely better, and probably paired alongside a better skill, because Double Slash is a decent skill, but it's not unique. And this weapon of this, and the heavy attack of this weapon gets a Double Slash as well. And the heavy attack is arguably better than the skill, because it can output more damage, especially with the charged heavy attack builds. And with this build, it can put in a lot of work. It's a good weapon. But like, it's such a big missed opportunity, because if it could be infused, it would be S tier, because you could pair it alongside an occult infusion, proc poison really quickly, have the buffs of the Kindred or Rot and Mushroom Crown proc, pair it alongside Cragblade, that's where you're doing some more damage and stance damage. It'd be insane. It would actually be insane. But unfortunately, it's just like a good damaging katana with no bleed, but deadly poison that procs somewhat often, and a decent heavy attack, but it's a straight sword, but it's a katana, so the stance damage is not that good. So lower B tier. The Meteoric All Blade though is the worst katana in the game. Fat D tier right there. This is a strength and intelligence based katana, and if you wanted an intelligence based katana, you can get the Moonveil in the exact same area, and it does more damage, and it has a better skill and a better moveset. Because, yeah, the skill of this weapon is Gravitas, which is, one, not even a good skill, nor is it actually unique. You can actually make your heavy, you make your Uchigatana, you can have this magic infused with Gravitas, and it's going to be the better weapon. I'm pretty sure it's going to get more range. It's going to weigh less as well, because for some reason this actually weighs some of the most. Therefore, it's going to have some of the highest stamina cost, but also have the worst range. Don't know how that happens. And it's going to get more damage. It does get a unique heavy attack, but the heavy attack is just shit because it doesn't offer more stance damage. It doesn't offer like that. I think it's like a bit more damage, like 2% more damage, but it's the exact same speed, and you're losing out on having a poking attack. The katanas get the poking attack with the heavy. You're just sacrificing the poking attack for a vertical swipe, which you already get. So there's less variation of the weapon. Like what should have happened with this weapon is instead is the heavy attack should have been the skill. If the heavy attack was like some cool like gravity-based downward chop skill, Ichimonji style like in Sekiro, but it did a gravity like AoE that did high stance damage. But unfortunately, we didn't get that. So yeah. Unfortunate. Trash. What D tier at least. Moonveil though, S tier. Arguably even broken tier. I'll put it right at the top of the S tier. Might not put it into the broken tier. Because it still does get out damaged by like, a magic infused Nagakiba and Uchigatana. At like medium to high levels, if you're like at really high levels when you benefit of like the really good dexterity scaling it gets, because it gets like a B scaling in both dex and intelligence. So at high levels, it puts in a lot of work. But yeah, the main reason why it's broken, I'm dying here. The skill, Transient's Moonlight, it basically takes Unsheath and turns it into a projectile. Now, as I mentioned, a magic infused Uchigatana with Unsheath can do more damage, But the range of Transient Moonlight is broken. It does like, goes like 5 times as far as the actual weapon itself. Like it's an actual decent projectile attack. It's like a Rivers of Blood type of projectile where it like extends the weapon by like twice the amount. It actually goes really far, like further than like a glintstone pebble. And it does good damage too. And it has like insane travel speed. And now, as of things like the DLC with the Rolana's cameo and its recent buff, if you just charge onto it, hold onto it for like a second, you're getting 45% more damage. And the Rolana's cameo, I didn't really talk about it much when it came to like Square Offline and Sheath, because I don't really care for it for those quicker short range types of skills, because a major benefit is that it's going to be pretty efficient. And I think I'd rather have it be paired alongside projectile attacks, because you can charge it up at a safer distance and then use it. So Rolana's cameo just better pairs alongside things like the Sword of Night and Flame and then Moonveil. So it gets better synergy with that talisman, and it gets stupid range, and it gets more, like, it gets really good stance damage. Even the light attack gets really good stance damage, which typically the unsheathed light attack doesn't really get that much. But it does get the trade-off of consuming, like, twice as much FP as normal unsheathed. But yeah, it's well worth it. Super easy to use, and you get it early on, and it's Sombra-based, so. There you go. The Starline Sword. Not that good. It's kind of like the magic version of Rivers of Blood, because it has like this multi-hit type of like double slash skill that extends the weapon's range, but it just adds magic damage instead. But it's basically like worse than Rivers of Blood in that instance, because Rivers of Blood is quicker, has more range, stun locks better, and it offers bleed. Because this thing is just like another magic damaging katana, which we have like 5 of those things. Where's the Faith Katana? Huh, Michael? Maybe a Night Rain. But this thing is like a C tier, because it's pretty much like a dexterity weapon, because it gets a descaling and intelligence. So it's cool though. And the skill can actually output nice damage if you land the entire combo, specifically with a final swing. By the time that you get to the final swing, it's like, it's been forever. And like the range is not even that good of this weapon either. So no, C tier, not B tier. Yeah, C tier. This is mid. This is mid. Rivers of Blood though. Good weapon. Good weapon. A tier. Slide it into the A tier. Look, same thing applies to what I said about the Moonveil Katana and Unsheath. Like, double slash on a Nagakiba and Uchi Katana can do more damage. And double slash is really good, because it can actually maximize the DPS of a weapon. And the Corpse Piler skill of Rivers of Blood is like 3 times as expensive as double slash, and could do like less damage. But Rivers of Blood actually extends the weapon's range by like 3 times the amount. Now, at this projectile distance, it's not going to do anywhere near as much damage or bleed build-up, but it's like some nice chip damage at a distance. Against enemies like Millennia, it can just destroy her completely. Like, it's still really good against her. And the fact that it's like a weapon that's good against one of the hardest, if not the hardest boss in the game, makes it very useful still. And it's Summer-based, so it's easier to upgrade, but unfortunately, you get it super late in the game. So it's probably like a lower A tier. If you get it a bit earlier in the game, I would have valued it more. I probably would have put it higher A tier, like how I would have valued like the Reduvio. But yeah, the fact that you get it later kind of makes me just not really care for it. But it's still easy to use. And it's like a nice projectile attack. So it's fine. It's fine. Okay, the Dragon Scale Blade I wish was better too. It's actually the only... one of the only weapons... Actually, it's the only katana in the game that doesn't get a status effect without using the skill. So, because you only get a status effect upon using the skill, which admittedly, the skill and its buff is pretty decent. The skill is just like a reskinned version of Lightning Slash, which is like a close range attack, doesn't get much hype armor. The damage is okay. But it adds like some Frost Lightning, and the buff is really good. It's like 120 or 140 lightning damage. Actually, I think it's 160 lightning damage. But it adds like 60 Frost buildup. The one thing that I would have liked a lot more is if this thing had bleed still. I don't know why it doesn't get bleed. Because like having bleed and frost is not that broken. Because you could have like a cold infused katana, get like 50 bleed build up, and get 100 frost build up. But if this thing had like passive bleed, it would have had like 50 of both. So it wouldn't have been broken. It just would have been like really good damage, and you get 2 status effects. So I think it's a B tier. Because like, although it can do some good damage, and the skill can just make it do even more, and at least to give you a status effect, it could have still been better. Because like the skill is still like a reskinned version of Lightning Slash, which is not even that good to begin with, and it's really only the buff that's good. And the rest of the weapon is like, ugh. Does do bonus damage to dragons though, I guess, which is cool. The Sword of Knights and the Hand of Millennia. These two are very comparable because like they're pure dexterity damaging katanas. Both get very similar damage. I think the Hand of Millennia does get like the highest damage with a pure dexterity build if you're not accounting for like buffs with like the Nagakiba or Uchi Katana. And they both get like this flurry multi-hit type of skill. Now, I've kind of put them both into the A tier, honestly. I think I'll value the Sword of Knights a bit more. They both have their pros and cons though. Like the Hand of Millennia has more range. And it also has better stun luck potential. Because you can actually have follow-up inputs with the skill. We don't get follow-up inputs with the skill of the Sword of Knight. But the stamina cost is way higher. It makes it harder to use because you get stuck in a longer animation. Sword of Knight kind of lunges in very far. And I kind of like the skill ceiling more of the Sword of Knights. Has better skill expression of the weapon. Because you can have your... If your positioning and your pacing is really good in the fights, you can benefit way more of this type of weapon. Because by the time that enemy is like about to finish their attack combo, you can like charge it up and then lunge in as soon as it happens. And it can do more bleed build up as well. Unfortunately, when you have it fully charged, it doesn't improve the bleed build up. So, yeah. They're both into the A tier. They're both decent. Nothing too amazing to warrant them being like broken terms of damage. Sword of Knights, I probably value it more because the skill, you can use it in like most situations, whereas Hand of Millennia skill is kind of more situational. Because against enemies that have like long or shorter openings, it's practically useless. Wish I had like some health regen type of benefits, that'd have been pretty cool. Sword of Knight is nice though. But they're both just dexterity based that are kind of limiting with some build creation. Can't pair them alongside skills. Why is Frozen Needle F tier? That's like the third person someone's actually said a question's a Frozen Needle being in the trash tier. What the fuck do you guys value in this weapon? It gets like the worst damage, and it gets an awful heavy attack. Anyway. Twinblades. Frostbite 60. Yeah, discover the cold infused weapon and you can get 100 frostbite. Anywho. Twinblades. This is an interesting category because they can either be like one of the worst or one of the best depending on how you build it. Mainly it's just like having the multi-hit talismans. If you don't have the multi-hit talismans, then you're doing it wrong and Twinblades suck. Because Twinblades can get like similar damage to things like straight swords, but have like longer animations. And they do worse stance damage too. Like the light attack of a two-handed Twinblade does worse stance damage than a two-handed straight sword. Pretty funny stuff. But with how many times they hit in quick succession, when you have the multi-hit talismans and the thorny cracked tier are stacked up, you can do really high DPS, and like the heavy attacks with how many times they hit, you can proc them instantly and they can put in a lot of work. They still like a bit of stance damage, but that's their major benefits. Also, they have lots of weapon skill options. Like the Twinblades probably get the most in the game because they have everything for small weapons, for medium weapons, everything for poking attacks, and they actually get some polearm skills too, like Ice Blade, which is kind of crazy. The power sensing is okay. The jumping attacks for the power sensing builds are amazing. The rest of the combos I don't care for at all. And it's to the point that I'd rather just have them two-handed. Because if you have them two-handed, they're going to have faster animations and you're going to benefit more of the multi-hit talismans. And so it's going to be much more complete of a weapon type. And I think the power sense twin blade attacks are just going to be outclassed by the curve swords. Because the curve sword power sensing, same heavy attack, jumping heavy attack, but you're just going to get, or jumping attack in general. But you're going to get a much more complete moveset with the curve swords. So, yeah. Shorty, thank you for the 2 years, man. Appreciate it, bro. Anyway, starting off with the regular twin blade. This is like the one that you get earlier in the game. It's like probably the worst damage out of all the infusible ones. Now, it does have The thing is with the Twinblades, you can only get one of each per playthrough, I believe. You can't farm for any of them. So if you did want a power stance, which is still decent, even though I do think it's a bit outclassed by curved swords, you're probably going to end up using the regular Twinblade anyway. Because this one actually scales better off dexterity, whereas where only two really do that. And the Godskin Peeler and the regular Twinblade. Though the Twin Knight Sword and the Gargoyles, they both scale off strength. So if you wanted to go like a bleed-based build and go like dexterity arcane, and go with two bleed-infused weapons, it's probably going to end up being these two. So you're going to probably end up using the Twinblade, especially because it has lower requirements. So I'll probably slide it into the B tier, because even though it gets outdamaged by the rest, it does have some uses. The Godskin Peeler is probably the best infusible Twinblade though. This one does get some of the most damage. I think the Gargoyles gets a bit more damage with a strength-based build, but I'm going to value the Godskin Peeler more so for multiple reasons. One, it does get piercing damage with its charged heavy attack and its running heavy attack. And it's basically like very similar animations in length, I believe. Might be a slight bit slower, but like the heavy attack poking benefit is like super good. Because if you end up getting a counter hit, it's amazing. And as a great compliment too, because most of the moveset is just going to be standard damage. So that's going to be very nice. And also, the fact that it is dexterity based means if you have like a bleed infusion, it's going to pair better alongside Eleonora's. So if you actually wanted to have Eleonora's and with like a power sensing build, Godskin Peeler is the better option. And also, being that it scales better off dexterity, it's better with dexterity based skills. Things like Beast Roar, Ice Spear, and Stormblade, they all scale best off dexterity. And so if you actually wanted to have a projectile based option, Godskin Peeler is going to be better than Gargoyles too. Especially Ice Spear, because like Ice Spear typically could only really have it on like polearm types weapons, and like the Twinblades count as a polearm, and it scales off dexterity and intelligence. So if you have a keen infused Godskin Peeler, you can literally maximize the damage of Ice Spear with a keen infusion. And you can put it on the Godskin Peeler, and that can make for a really good build. Because you're going to have access to a really high stance damaging projectile that can proc Frost, and the weapon can produce piercing damage. I think it's a great weapon. Great weapon. The Twins Knight Sword is just like the worst version of the Gargoyles. But if you're going to go with like a strength-based build, and if you just wanted to like power stance and to spam jumping attacks, and you didn't care about charged heavy attacks, you didn't care about projectile skills, then like, you know, the Gargoyles is going to be the best. And if you wanted to use a power sense Gargoyles, being that you only get one per playthrough, you're probably going to end up using the Twins Knight Sword. So I put it in the B tier just because, you know, you're probably going to end up using it because you only get one of these per playthrough. But this is probably also an S tier too. Maybe. Actually, put it into the A tier. Because I don't really care for it to... If I'm going to go with a Twin Blade build, just two-handed, I'm just going to use this. But if you just want the damage, then the Gargoyles is there. It does have the worst range, but it's not that noticeable. And I think it weighs the most too. I think it weighs more than the Godskin. So maybe a high A tier. Took an hour break and I'm still going. If you can take a 2-hour break and I'm probably still going to be going. You don't have to worry about that. The Black Steel Twin Blade. This one actually can get the highest damage with a Faith build because it does have that unique property of when you use it with a Faith-based buff or Holy buff like Order's Blade, it can get like amazing damage. And in fact, even if you just have like a regular Faith infusion and use things like Sacred Blade, because it already comes with the Faith scaling and some Holy damage, it can put in some work. It can do really well. Now, unfortunately, the Euphoria is a Faith-based Twin Blade that can just do more damage. And if you wanted to use it alongside Dexterity-based builds, the Godskin Peeler is going to do better. And also get the exact same moveset because this also does get that poking attack moveset with the charged heavies and the running heavies. So, yeah. But, you know, you only get one Godskin Peeler per playthrough. And if you wanted to go with like a Dexterity jumping attack build, I guess, instead of using the regular Twin Blade, once you get to the DLC, you can just use the Black Steel Twin Blade. So yeah, probably another B tier. It's like the only reason that some of these actually end up getting to the B tier is because the other ones you can only get one per playthrough. So very decent, but it's like still niche. Yeah. The Euphoria though is S tier. You could argue broken. I'll think about it. I'll put it into the S tier for now. I'll talk about it and see how I decide it. It does get really good damage. In fact, it actually can get the highest damage once you actually have it procced with a luster effect. So it has like the 2 different luster effects. Like, and I think when you have it ×2, it's like 135 more holy damage. And with a pure faith build, it ends up being the highest damaging. Now, it is still going to be holy damage. So when you take it to the base game, being the highest damaging kind of just balances out to being like not really the highest damaging. But yeah, the damage is still amazing. And with a charged heavy attack build, you can proc the luster effect in just like 1 hit. It's really good. And the fact that the skill is kind of just broken too. Like when you have the luster effect ×2, it turns it into like this combo to 0 type of skill that you can actually track and move around. It doesn't go that far, but it can put in a lot of work, do a lot of damage. And at point blank range, it can do like 60 stance damage too. Like it's really good. And the good thing is the buff lasts a very long time. You can basically last as long as you want to. You can make it last for like 30 minutes if you hit enough enemies. So you can like damage enemies throughout like a legacy dungeon and then take it into the boss room when it's fully buffed up and it's like lead off the boss fight with like the fully charged luster effect skill. And the funny thing is you can actually unequip the weapon and then put it back on later and still actually gain the buff. It's like stays on the weapon somehow. I don't even know how that works, but yeah. Unfortunately, it's not good power stance though. It takes forever to build up the luster effect when you have a power stance. Like you just want to have it 2-handed the entire time. And definitely not 1-handed either, which is another downside about the Twinblades. Having the 1-handed is basically just like a worse straight sword. So you can't really pair it alongside shields. So it's just kind of limiting for that. So problem is you find it at the end of the game. Yeah. I don't know. That's fine. And at the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the Gargoyle's Black Blade D tier. Actually trash tier. All the black gargoyle weapons, or most of them, just awful because they get terrible scalings, like descalings across the board, split holy damage, and no unique skill. In this instance, it gets Spinning Slash. Don't know why I didn't get some like reskinned Destined Death effect of Spinning Slash. Whatever. How's it below Sacred Relic Sword? Well, Sacred Relic Sword is like the best crowd control weapon in the game, so for boss fights, Euphoria is better, but like for like most of the game, you don't even die with this thing. And Greatsword is arguably a better weapon type too, so more variation of moveset. Anywho, Eleonora's. Probably put this into the A tier. This is good. Honestly, I think that Rivers of Blood is better than this thing, but Eleanor's is more useful because Eleanor's doesn't have anything that really is like outclasses it. So it makes it more useful. Therefore, it's higher. But same thing applies. Like it's Dexterity Arcane Weapon, gets split fire damage. The heavy attack does actually swing like an extra time, do a bit more damage, but it makes it have a longer animation. But it still can put in some work. It is like one of the worst damaging Twinblades with its split damage. So like just Dexterity based Twinblades can just put in more work, and like a Bleed infused Godskin Peeler can potentially get more damage and gets more bleed build up. But the benefit of the Eleanor's is going to be its skill. And the skill doesn't do much damage at all. In fact, the damage is pretty mid. Like compared alongside, or compared to like a charged heavy attack of a Twinblade or a jumping attack of a Twinblade, it's not going to get, like the skill damage is not going to be anywhere near as much as those. But the whole benefit is its stun lock potential and its stance damage. So when you end up fighting enemies that can be staggered, the Eleanor's is extremely good and it like destroys all of those. If you line it up correctly and don't like overshoot your target. But yeah, the whole skill could do like over 60 stance damage, and it can like stun lock enemies really quickly, stance break them in one combo. It does well. It just lacks a bit of damage, and that's basically its only like use that it has. Like you have it in your main hand and prepared alongside like a jumping attack Twinblade build, so you actually can get some good damage, and then have the ability to stun lock enemies when need be. So I think the utility that it offers is really good. But if you just cared for the straight up DPS, then other Twinblades are better. Oh boy. Oh boy. Flame Arts, Fire Knight's Greatsword, the Giant Hunts. That could be pretty cool, yeah. I think Guts' Greatsword could do it better still. If you're going to be spamming a skill. But yeah, Fire Knight's Greatsword is amazing because of its, probably the best, it's the best moveset of the Colossal Sword, so yeah, high S tier. Good weapon. Anyway, axes. Getting distracted. Okay, axes are an interesting weapon category. They didn't do like anything that amazing. They're comparable to things like hammers. Hammers you might prefer a bit more because they get more stance damage. But they both actually work. In practice, they're both very different because for hammers, they get good stance damage, so you want to play around that and spam charged heavy attacks. Where for axes, they don't get good stance damage. In fact, they get like basically just as much as straight swords. Now, over time, the axes have been buffed many, many times to actually get faster light attack combos. And funnily enough, some of these axe combos can be like just as fast, if not faster than a curved sword. And the damage of axes are actually really good. So if you're going to go like a two-handed build using like a quicker weapon, the axes can actually offer you some of the highest two-handed DPS in the game. Even one-handed too. Like it does offer that good a damage. Now, if you have them power stance, they're god tier awful because the power stancing combos are probably the worst in the entire game because they get the exact same one as the hammers and flails, and they just have really slow, sluggish animations that stagger nothing, do terrible damage, terrible stance damage. It's just bad. But two-handed, they're actually really good. Now, unfortunately, it pretty much just makes it to where like the one that just gets the highest DPS is just going to be the best one, which is the warped axe. So basically, everything else is never going to get into the S tier. Doesn't matter how good it is, because the highest damaging one is going to be the best one. The hand axe does get a faster moveset than a regular axe combo. And it can like stun lock pretty well, but it's still not faster than the warped axe, nor does it do much damage, so B tier. The forked hatchet gets the exact same moveset and gets bleed. It does get less range, but similar damage, but it gets bleed, which I'm just going to value more, especially if you're a faster combo. So I'll probably put this one to the B tier and this one into the C tier. The battle axe, it's just shit because it's just a regular axe combo, which is just not as fast as the hand axe or the warped axe. And it just gets average damage, so yeah, that's a C tier also. Don't care about that. Arguably even a D tier because there are other axes that you can even just buy that can do more damage than this too. The jawbone axe is interesting because it's the only axe that gets striking damage, which typically a lot of like hammers could just outclass axes because they do striking damage, whereas axes just do standard damage. And being that axes do out damage hammers completely, like this, the jawbone axe gets more damage than all the hammers, I believe. Might be just as much as like the stone club. But it can be an axe with a faster moveset, which is cool. So it can get higher DPS, but it's still not going to be as much as things like the warped axe. So it's only really going to be useful if you have it as like a light secondary option to go through like some dungeons and stuff to fight enemies weaker to striking damage. But even then, I'd rather just have a hammer because some of them can be lighter and just do more stance damage, which I probably prefer. So that's another B tier. The iron cleaver can actually be some of the highest damaging too. It gets a really good strength scaling. It does get a unique light attack combo that gets like a bunch of like just downward chops. Now, funnily enough, this like downward chops that seem pretty fast are actually slower than the regular axe moveset, especially the warped axe. It's just slower. So it's just like less DPS than most weapons. Now it does get a unique heavy attack that does lunge in pretty far. Has like a somewhat like running animation, and it doesn't even need to have like a running start. So you can do it from a standstill position and gain somewhat of a running attack, which is pretty beneficial when it does come into closing in the gap. Now, the downside is that it is like a longer animation, and heavy attacks tend to be the best way to proc stance breaks. So if you wanted to stance break, you can't really do it that well with the actual moveset, and you probably have to pair it alongside a skill that could stance break to complement it better. So things like Lion's Claw could be a good pairing, so you can like stance break in a quick animation and have the heavy attack be good utility for closing in the gap. So I think it's a decent weapon. Probably put it high B tier. It's decent. It's more situational, like it has higher skill ceiling and it's more specific, but it's a good weapon. Warped axe is S tier though. Like you can even argue this thing is broken because it literally can offer like the highest two-handed DPS in the game. Because this thing can get more damage than like the fucking Greatswords, I think it is. I think it has more damage than the Greatswords, and it has a faster moveset than a curved sword. There you go. That's all you gotta know. Only downside is that you have to farm for it, which kind of sucks. And it does have like the highest stamina cost because it's like the heaviest one too, but it's not by much. And it also does get bonus status effect build up, which is funny because if you have like a bleed infusion, you get just as much status build up as a greatsword, while having the movesets be faster than a curved sword. So now when it does come to DPS, obviously power sensing curved swords or claws, power sensing straight swords, they're going to be higher, especially with the multi-hit talismans. But straight up two-handed DPS, Warp Axe is goated. Don't power sense the Warp Axe, no. Power sensing Warp Axes is terrible. Because the Axe's moveset, all the power sensing Axe movesets are the same. None of them are faster than the other ones, and they just all suck. All doo-doo dog shit trash. Okay, moving on. There's some DLC axes. The Smith Script axe. Okay, so the Smith Script weapons, they always had that downside of just like not being able to get buffed. So you can't pair it alongside things like Crag Blade or Blood Flame Blade, Flaming Strike, none of those things. Just highly unfortunate. Now the trade-off is that they do get scalings in like all stats. So like at max levels, they can get amazing damage. Probably some of the most in class. Now the Smith Script axes gets like the regular axe moveset, so the DPS is not going to be anywhere near as high as the Warped Axe. And the heavy attack is a projectile, but obviously this projectile heavy attack does have the trade-off of just doing poor damage, really, really bad stance damage, and obviously they're going to have like no tracking and then just like high stamina cost. Now for the Smith Script axe in particular, the uncharged version does come out pretty fast. And it can do just as much damage as like a light attack. And you can just throw it at a distance. And it could be fine. It's like a quick, cheap projectile attack that goes pretty far. It can like track towards the head. And if you're hitting headshots, it's going to do more damage than like a light attack. And you have a fully charged, it could be decent too. But yeah, the stance damage just kind of sucks. And kind of similar thing applies to like the Iron Cleaver. You probably have to pair it alongside a skill that actually does decent stance damage. So you actually can have that as an option. But your Iron Cleaver does more damage. And I'd probably rather have the heavy attack of that one more. But they're both decent B tier options. The Mesmer's Soldier's Axe, though, this one also gets the exact same moveset as the Warped Axe, like identical moveset to the Warped Axe. So therefore, it's the best axe moveset. Now, the thing is, the Warped Axe gets more damage, so that one's gonna value more, unless when it does come to like a pure elemental build, because this one actually does get better scalings with like a faith or a magic infusion. Now, the thing is, that's because that the Warped Axe doesn't get good pure faith and intelligence scalings, but it gets split. Because the Warped Axe actually gets really good strength-based scaling. And by the time that you actually get this up in a DLC, you're probably going to be at a higher level. And if you wanted to go with an elemental build, if you have like, 60 faith and like about 20 strength and you two-hand the weapon, this is going to get more damage no matter what, because it gets a good strength scaling. Where the strength scaling of the Warped Axe is not good at all. I mean, the Mesmer Soldier's Axe. So even with an elemental build, the Warped Axe still is going to outdamage it while having more range. Now, the Mesmer Soldier's Axe also gets bonus damage on charged heavy attacks. But it's like the smallest amount more to where the Warped Axe pretty much gets just as much damage as the charged heavy attack. Specifically with like a strength-based build. With like an elemental build, the Mesmer Soldier's Axe could get more damage with the charged heavy. But the thing is, the Axe's charged heavies are not that good to warrant me wanting to use them, because light attack spamming is going to be better DPS, especially with this weapon because it's super fast. And the stance damage that the that Axes get with a charged heavy are not really worth it. It's only like 33 stance damage. So it's still decent. It's still good. I probably put it like higher B tier again, but it's still situational because it's like it's only going to be reliant on elemental builds and charged heavy attacks, which that's not going to be where you're building around the weapon most of the time. So yeah, because you're only really using the heavy attack against enemies that can't be staggered anyway. Because otherwise, if they can, can't be staggered with light attacks, but can be staggered with heavy attacks. So yeah, there we go. There's that. Highland Axe. This one also gets into the B tier, not because it's like a good weapon by any means. Like it just gets average damage, average moveset, average range. Does get 110 crit, but who cares if you have average damage. But the whole benefit is that when you have it equipped, it boosts the damage of your raw-based skills by 10%. So you can have things like Beast Roar, get 10% more damage, ends all like the raw buffs. So if you have like Braggart's Roar, War Cry, the Godfrey's Axe skill as well. And if you have it equipped, it just boosts those heavy attacks by like 10%. So that's about it. C tier, I guess. Okay, the Celebrant's Cleaver. This gets the exact same moveset as the Iron Cleaver. which, as I talked about, the light attacks are slower, but the heavy attack is cool utility. But the thing is, this gets less damage. So who cares? D tier. And you have to farm for it. I think the farming is like way harder than the Iron Cleaver farm too. But the only benefit is that it gives you runes upon hits. It's like 10 runes per hit. Who cares? The Sacrificial Axe. Okay, this one is interesting because it can actually get some of the highest damage, if not the highest damage, with an elemental build. Potentially could add damage to the Warped Axe as well. Now, unfortunately, it does get the regular axe moveset, but it's really light, and it does give you FP for every single kill as well. Now, it's only like 2 FP per kill, which is still kind of shit, but like the whole purpose of the weapon is meant to be paired alongside some like pure like caster build, and you can just have it in the offhand as like a secondary weapon option. You get some passive FP regen for kills, and it's still going to do decent damage with those weapons too. But like the moveset's not that fast, the range is awful, so it's like eh. And 2 FP per kill is not that much, right? There's better ways to save FP. Much better ways to save and get FP back. C tier. Iced Rind Hatchet. Okay, this one also gets the exact same moveset as the Hand Axe, which I forgot where I put that thing. Which is going to be like faster than the regular axe moveset, but it's still going to be slower than the Warped Axe. Not by much though. Now the trade-off for like the Hand Axe and the Forked Hatchets is that they had really bad range and bad damage, which is half true for the Ice Rind Hatchet. It does get a pretty poor damage, but it gets some of the most range. And you get it very early on in the game, and it requires Somber Stones. So it's pretty cool. The only downside is that it gets stuck with Hoarfrost Stomp, which is a decent skill. It's easy to use, nice AoE, but it's not unique. You can put Hoarfrost Stomp on other weapons and get more damage. But so the whole purpose of the weapon is that it's a good early game option. It's very easy to use. Passive Frost build up. It does bonus damage to dragons. It's cool. I'll slide it into the A tier, purely because of its ease of use and its range. And as an early game Somber option. You have to kill nothing for it. It does pretty well. And as I mentioned, axes get some of the highest two-handed DPS. So if you didn't really care to power stand, so you didn't really have like the ability to like level up multiple weapons, this can literally be one of the better early game options. The Ripple Blade. This one also gets the same moveset as the Warped Axe. Now, it does get a pure arcane scaling, which is very unique. And with a pure arcane build, not going to be as much damage as like a strength-infused Warped Axe. So it's like, you know, it's whatever. But it does have the ability to be buffed. And the fact that it's a pure arcane scaling and can be buffed means that when you pair it alongside certain types of buffs that scale off the arcane stat, like a Bleed Grease or Poison Grease, you can get a bunch more status effect build up because it's going to scale off arcane. So the whole purpose of this weapon is to be paired alongside some Bleed Grease so you can proc bleed really quickly while maintaining really good damage. Now, a Bleed-infused Warped Axe, as I mentioned, already gets like really good status build-up and potentially can get more damage than the Ripple Blade. So that could just outclass it. But that's going to be better paired with a strength build, whereas this one's going to be meant for an arcane build. So if you actually wanted to use this moveset, which gets really good two-handed DPS, and actually wanted to use spells with the Dragon Communion Seal, I'd rather have the Ripple Blade over the Warped Axe. But I'm still not going to put it into the S tier. I'd probably put it like lower A tier, because you still have to farm for grease, which is like pretty annoying. We don't have to farm for them. You can actually buy them. Or you can buy the Blood Roses. And you have to farm for root resin. Maybe you can buy them in the DLC, but you still have to keep buffing it to benefit though, which is inconvenient. The Death Knight Twin Axes. I want to like it, but I don't. So it's a dex or a strength faith based weapon. Does get some split lightning damage, which thankfully we actually finally have some lightning damaging faith based weapons. It does get the Power Stancing Twin Axes or Power Stancing Axes moveset because it's a paired weapon. When you have a two-handed, it does the combo. And as I mentioned, the moveset is god tier awful. It's like one of the worst in the game. Like I'd rather just like use the regular one-handed light attacks when I'm using this weapon. And if that's the case, it's going to get pretty poor damage. Now the skill is pretty decent. Like it's Blink Bolts, which is very fun to use. One of the most fun skills in the game. Has a higher skill ceiling though because it's a slightly longer casting animation. but it does cover in a nice distance, get some nice iframes, and the follow-up attack does lunge in pretty far and can sunlock, but sometimes it can like overshoot its target, especially if they can't be staggered, and even then the damage is not the greatest. Even if you use the multi-hit talismans, it's whatever. I put it into the C tier because the Death Knight Long Half Axe is just like the same thing but better because it's on a better weapon type with a better moveset and a better skill that works the exact same way pretty much. What a shame. It could have had a unique light attack combo that actually would have been decent. If they just used the exact same power stancing light attack combo from Dark Souls 3 with like the winged twin axes, we would have been right there. Would have had an S tier weapon. Maybe, probably A tier. The Forked Tongue Hatchet is trash though. Same thing as the Forked Hatchet. Where I put this thing, it's the same thing. Same range. Dexterity based. The only difference is that it can't be infused. So it just gets stuck with dexterity scaling. So you can't really pair it alongside Blood Flame Blade or an Occult Infusion to improve the bleed build up or get more damage. So it's just like shit damage, shit range. And it gets a skill in, I forget what it's called. It's like Dragon Flame Breath or some shit like that. It sounds really cool, but it's the exact same skill as the Stillwire Torch that just breathes fire. And the funny thing is, the Torch skill gets more damage. This is one of the worst weapons in the game. Probably the worst weapon to come out of the DLC. Get out of here. Awful, awful, awful. The Stormhawk Axe. Decent. Pretty decent. Probably another good early game option. I might not like it as much as the Ice Rind Hatchet as an early game option though. But it's still really good though. Because it does get the regular axe moveset. It's a quality-based weapon. I mean, it does get a skill that I'm probably going to value more than Hoarfrost on because like a reskinned version of Stormcaller. And Stormcaller can do more damage. And you can pair it alongside status effects as well. And you can put Stormcaller on larger weapons like, Great Axes or Great Hammers, and it's not even close. So it is the reskinned version of the skill. But it does buff the weapon with like more lightning damage, like about 120, which is okay. Not too bad, but like early game, but like buffs like that give flat amount of damage are typically better early game, and where you can get this weapon early game, and it's summer based, so it's good, decent. I'll probably put it into the A tier as well. There's probably some cases where I probably rather have the Stormhawk Axe over the Ice Rind Hatchet, but both are really good early game options. But that's about it though. That's as far as they go. Because once you get past like the first part of the game, that's about it. The Rose's Axe is also another decent axe. This one actually does get the most range in class. Does get a strength and intelligence based scaling. Scales best of strength. Does get the regular axe moveset unfortunately. But it does get a very decent skill in Rose's Summons. Which Rose's Summons summons some skeletons that can like stunlock enemies, do decent damage. And they're actually guaranteed to come out even if you do get staggered out of it. The only downside is that the skeletons don't get any tracking, and if enemies are really fast, you're probably just going to miss. But the damage is actually decent, especially for how much FP it costs. It's only like 15 FP, so it's actually extremely efficient. So I'll also put this onto the A tier. Probably like mid A tier. It's not that bad. Because yeah, most range, good damage, and a skill that can put in some work too. But it's somewhat higher skill ceiling and a bit situational sometimes. Anyway, moving on to the Great Axes. Now this one's like a bit different because like these Great Axes, they're like more comparable to Great Hammers, whereas like the axes and hammers, like the regular axes and hammers, were played a bit differently because one had like really fast light attack combos, other ones for stance damage. This one's like same thing applies, but like both moveset speeds are like identical. Like Great Axes and Hammers speeds are like the same. The difference is that Axes will get more damage. Especially on charged heavy attacks, they get more damage. But the Great Hammers get more stance damage and get striking damage. So when you're fighting enemies weaker to striking damage, it's probably going to get like in line of damage. And the stance damage could just mean more damage in general because your stance breaking faster. Because yeah, Great Axes get like Greatsword types of stance damage. Where like they're charged heavies, whereas like Great Hammers can get like more than Colossal Sword types of stance damage. So they're kind of balanced in their own ways. Both are really good though. Can't go wrong. And their light attacks actually get some decent movesets too. Like relatively decent speeds for how much damage they do. It's actually surprising. Anywho, starting off with the regular Great Axe. This one is quite literally the highest damaging Great Axe in the game. Like literally, it's just the regular one's the highest damaging one. But I'm not going to value it that much still, because even though it is the highest damaging, it does get some of the worst range. I think it weighs some of the most too. And there are some other axes that is offer different benefits. You know, like this one offers bleed. This one offers the high crit damage. This one offers piercing damage. And I think those things I was going to value more. And because the damage difference is not that much higher to warrant it having the worst range and no other secondary benefit. But if you wanted to power sense, it can be pretty decent because the Great Axe power sense combos are not that bad. You kind of lose a bit on stance damage, but it doesn't really matter with Great Axes because, you know, they still swing simultaneously. The only downside is that they're going to be very, very heavy. So I'll put it high B tier. It's good. The Crescent Moon Axe is good. It gets more range than the regular Great Axe. Not going to be as much damage. It does get a unique heavy attack though. That does get a nice wide horizontal swipe, which is going to be much better for hitting multiple enemies or enemies like to dodge and move around. It actually does get bonus motion values too, so we can get more damage with the charged heavy attack of the Crescent Moon Axe. And it does come out a bit faster, but the total animation is going to be longer. So there's more of a chance that you get hit and punished, but you can stagger them earlier, so that's probably not going to be that big of a downside. So it's good. There are other axes that have the same heavy attack too, but this is the only one that can be infused. So I'll put this one into the B tier as well. Also good. The long halved axe. Now this one doesn't get the same damage, doesn't get as much damage as the regular great axe, and I think it's like similar range and weight. But the benefit of the long halved axe is that it gives you more hyper armor. It gives you like just as much hyper armor as a great hammer. And it can actually outdamage all the great hammers too. So if you actually valued hyper armor, that could be pretty cool. But that's basically about it though. Because the great axes already still get hyper armor, just like this it gets a bit more. So maybe you'll notice that you might tank some more attacks than normal. But like it's very, very niche, and the amount of times that you actually benefit off that bit more hyper armor might be like, you know, 1% of your entire playthrough. And I'd rather just have an axe that just gets more damage for the exact same moveset. I'm not sure if this actually got bonus damage and charged heavy attacks too. I don't think so. I don't think it did. But I think that was his only benefit. So I probably put it into the C tier. It's not bad though. The Executioner's Great Axe though. This one can slide straight into the S tier. This one gets some of the most range in class. I think it gets the most range out of all the infusible Great Axes. And it gets some of the most damage too. I think with like a strength-based infusion, it gets just a bit less than the regular Great Axe, but like a couple of AR. But the fact that it gets way more range, I'm going to value it more. But most importantly, it gets 115 crits. And 115 crits on a very high damaging Great Axe is basically the highest critical attack damage that you can get in the entire game. Like even more than the Miss Record. But obviously the fact that it has higher requirements means that it's not going to be as useful in terms of like having it as a secondary option, because it's, you know, it's very heavy. You can't just like switch to it all the time for every single build. But the fact that it's just on a Great Axe, and then Great Axes still do some decent stance damage, not going to be as much as Great Hammers. But now as the DLC, we have things like the deflecting tier, and basically every single build can stance break quickly with the deflecting tier and guard counters. So it can still put in work, and you can just slap on Lion's Claw into this thing and stance break quickly too. So yeah, very, very high crit damage. The Great Omen Killer Cleaver. This is another good weapon. It's a Great Axe. It gets like below average damage for a Great Axe, but it gets bleed, and that's just great because, you know, bleed is just a fantastic status effect for the best in the game. And even with a Great Axe, where typically you're going to be swinging a bit slower than some other weapon types, it's still fast enough to where you still actually notice the bleed build up. And with some skills like Stormcaller or Wild Strikes, you can proc bleed really quickly. Now, the unfortunate parts of the Omen Killer Cleaver is that it has to be compared to the Starfists, where the Starfist, you get it basically just as early in the game, and that one also gets bleed, but it gets striking damage, and it gets health regen, and more poise damage. Now, the Great Omen Killer Cleaver can get more damage in general, so if poise damage wasn't that big of a deal, or the health regen didn't really matter, then it can be good, but the fact that it's still considered to be a bit outclassed by the Great Stars means that I can't really put it anything higher than the A tier. But there are some skills that you get with the great axes that you can't get with the great hammers. Like you can't put spinning slash or swords dance on the great hammers, but you can on the great axes, which to be fair, those skills I'm not going to really value as much as things like wild strikes or stormcaller, but they're still good. Rusted Anchor, S tier. Probably the best great axe in the entire game. It does get average damage, does get like average range, but it gets piercing damage. And that's enough said. A lot of enemies are weak to it, and then counter-attack damage means that it can do like up to 50% more damage in the middle of like an enemy's attack combo. And yeah, there can be like ridiculous amounts of damage sometimes. Spam like charged heavy attacks, and if you get a counter hit, everything's just dying and getting deleted. There's plenty of different skills that can help with trading outs to actually benefit off the piercing damage and the counter damage, like wild strikes, prayerful strike. So many things you can use. And you get it like really early on in the game. Like just in a dungeon in Weeping Peninsula. It's great. And it looks cool too. S tier. Give it a higher S tier. Put it up higher. Okay, there's a butchering knife and the bunny's butchering knife. We talk about them back to back. Now the butchering knife is like a dexterity based curved, I would like to say it's a curved greatsword, but no, it's a great axe. Doesn't get slashing damage, gets regular standard damage despite it looking like it's supposed to be a curved greatsword. It gets shit damage. Even like compared to other weapons that get like with a dexterity build, they're gonna outdamage it. And having a dexterity great axe kind of sucks because typically you want to have it two-handed, because it has like higher strength requirements. It does have lower requirements compared to other ones, but you want to benefit off two-handing to get more damage with the strength bonus. So yeah, it gets like the worst damage out of all the infusible great axes. But the only benefit that it does have is that it gets health regen on hits. Specifically like 1 HP per hit, which the Great Stars already gets that. And that gets bleed and striking damage. And basically just as much damage too. So yeah, C tier. Don't care about that one. And if you actually wanted to go with a great axe that got health regen, the Bunny's butchering knife I think is going to be better too. Now still not that good because the skill is basically just a buff that adds more health regen. So like when you use the skill, it like boosts the damage by like 5%. And it actually is strength based this time. It actually scales better off strength, which is going to make it do more damage than this one. And what was I saying? Yeah, the skill gets 5% more damage and like doubles the health regen benefits. And if you did manage to get a second one, like a New Game Plus, and you can power stance them and have like every single light attack, which do hit simultaneously, offer 4% health per hit, which can be pretty decent. Now, if you wanted to power stance great axes, I would want to have the one in my offhand or my main hand have Prayerful Strike, because Prayerful Strike is an Ash of War that gives you 30% of your health back in one hit, which I'm going to much more prefer than having just 2% per hit, right? So obviously that one consumes FP, but I think it's just the utility is just makes this one somewhat obsolete. Now, that actually have like a unique, funny glitch to where if you hit with the weapon before it gets buffed, and then use the buff, all the hits that it queues up kind of gives you that back in health. So say if you hit like 20 times with the weapon and then use the buff, the skill, it gives you 20% of your health back. It's like a weird bug, and I don't know. It's a funny interaction, so 20% more health on 20 hits is cool, I guess, but it's like a lower B tier. It's about as high as it can go. It's for a cosplay anime build, yeah, basically. Oh boy, the Gargoyle's Great Axe. This thing is dog shit. Okay, so the Gargoyle's Great Axe gets really good scalings. Gets like S scalings across the board. Amazing. But, you know, having good scalings doesn't mean anything when your base damage is terrible. It gets really, really bad base damage. So even with its S scaling that it gets, literally any other Great Axe can outdamage it. And it gets the worst range. Yeah. Trash. I honestly put the Black Gargoyle one as well. Because they both have the worst range. They're both terrible damage. This one gets D-scalings across the board. And you can't infuse it. And it gets stuck with, I think it's Spinning Slash. I forget what it gets stuck with. I think it's Spinning Slash. Either way, useless. Like all the Black Gargoyle weapons except for the Greatsword. Which is okay at best. The Putrescence Cleaver. Oh. I take a break. Lock in. Okay, strength arcane based weapon actually does get slashing damage, unlike these weapons. Does get some split magic damage as well, and some frost buildup, which is pretty cool. The range of the weapon is not that good because it's very curved. So the range is definitely a major downside, and the damage is not going to be the best either because the scalings aren't the best, and the split damage doesn't really help much. The skill is very interesting, and it's decent because it can be good at stun locking. It gets some okay hyper armor. And you have like follow-up attack options that can like stun lock more or do some more stance damage. But the skill works very similar to like Wild Strike's Ash of War. And Wild Strike's is just better. And I think Wild Strike's and the Rusted Anchor, which I always talk about every single time I talk about the Putrescence Cleaver. I just compare it to like a Wild Strike's build. Because like it's like the skill that's compared to the most. And it just doesn't really perform as well. But it can have better stun lock potential. And it's cool. I just wish that... It's like such a weird weapon. Like it's like a random arcane scaling. It gets a random frost build up, and frost doesn't even scale off arcane, doesn't scale off anything actually. And it's only like 50 or 60 frost build up. It's weird. Like I have B tier, I guess. Like it's fine. It's cool. Does some things better than Wild Strikes. But it's not like the most amazing thing in the world. And sometimes it has like longer recovery animations too, so put it at a lower B tier. Winged Greathorn. Weapon sucks itself, but the skill is decent. This is a regular quality-based somber great hammer, which is like the great axe. I mean, which is already a couple of those in the game. The Godric's great axe is like literally just the better version of this because it does more damage and has more range for the exact same build. But the Winged Greathorn gets a skill that debuffs enemies. In Soul Stifler, which I think for only like 12 FP, it summons like this AoE cloud effect, and when enemies walk inside of it, they just take like 30% more damage. But all debuffs at the moment are currently bugged in PvE to where like they're half as effective, which is still like only a 15% debuff, but it's actually pretty good. So yeah, the buff is debuff is decent, but unfortunately it's not useful for most builds because this thing has a high quality requirement. It's like 20 something strength and dexterity, so it's only really meant to be used to like debuff enemies and switch back to your main build if you have a quality build. So I'd put it into the C tier. If when it gets fixed with the bug to where debuffs actually work better, I'd probably put it into the B tier. Like the skill itself is like S tier skill, but the whole weapon is like it's not good as a primary option. Like you just use it for the buff, and it's currently bugged. So, and it's been bugged for like a year now, and they haven't fixed it. So who knows if they ever do. Godric's Great Axe. As I mentioned, it's another quality-based Great Axe. It actually gets more damage. This one gets the same heavy attack as the Crescent Moon Axe, which I talked about already, being pretty decent. Does get a decent close-range AoE skill. Can stun lock somewhat okay. The damage isn't really quite there, even if you hit with the entire combo, because it's just way too long by the time you actually get to that third swing. I wish it was like the AoE was a bit further extended. You can like roll out of every single swing, so it's not like the most risky thing in the world. And it's not that expensive either. So it's like, it's decent. It's decent. But you know, it's not the best. There are other better early game quality based weapons out there. Like that one. Anyway, the Death Knight's Long Haft Axe though, this bad boy is probably like the most fun weapon in the entire DLC. And thankfully, really good too. S tier. Maybe the second best great axe in the game. This shit's amazing. It's a good strength and faith-based great axe, split lightning damage, which is really good. It does get the same heavy attack as the Crescent Moon Axe and the Axe of Godric, excuse me, which I talked about. Which is really good as well. And the skill is amazing because it just makes Blink Bolt extremely useful. You can like go closing the gap pretty quickly. It has a high skill ceiling, so if you time it correctly, it can be extremely powerful. And you have a follow-up AoE attack that gets really good hype armor, really good damage. It gets like over 30 stance damage too. The only downside is like the range doesn't really like go that far. So sometimes you might like overshoot your target with Blink Bolt, and then, you know, even with how good the tracking is, sometimes you still might miss. And also like the AoE like explosion scales off dexterity for some reason, which I don't really know why. Because when you use Beacons of Faith, it boosts the lightning damage of the weapons. And yeah, the lightning follow-up strike attack just scales off dexterity, and then gets like an E scaling in dexterity. So Unfortunately, that attack doesn't do that much damage, or that specific lightning follow-up is pretty much useless, but yeah. Anyway, moving on to the hammers. The coolest weapon class, the smallest bunk. They're badass as hell. I don't care what anybody says. Explosion scales of dex, yeah. I mean, like the AoE scales of AR, but like there's a little lightning strike after effect shock that comes out after the AoE. That scales of dexterity. It's like most of it, you just go into like strength and faith for the weapon. But like there's the weird little aftershock effect. It's like this one little lightning strike. That one scales of dexterity. Anyway. Hammers are decent. They're okay. Like, the benefits of hammers are that they're really good stance damage. Like, the light attacks kind of just suck. Unlike the axes, they don't really benefit of, like, really fast light attacks. They don't really get many buffs for that area. Because they typically get good stance damage, which their charged heavy attacks and their guard counters are going to be the ways to build around them. Outside of those two things, I would never really touch hammers because when it comes to DPS, ease of use, range, status build-up, power extending combos, like none of those things are done well with the great hammers. Or with the regular hammers. So it's basically a charged heavy attack build and a guard countering build. Both one-handed and two-handed. They get really fast guard counters. So outside of those things, I'm not going to care to use a hammer. So that being said, the regular club, not that good. It gets like some of the worst damage. It does get a unique light attack combo that gets a bunch of downward swipes, which seem like they're faster, but they're actually not. They're basically like the same speeds as the regular hammers. Pretty much identical. But you just don't get the variation of horizontal swipes, so it's typically just worse. And also the stone club just outdamages it too. You have to farm for that one, but the same moveset, more range, more damage. D tier. The curved club. Honestly, like most early game like hammers are just kind of shit, like infeasible ones. Like the curved club too. Like this one is like the regular hammer moveset, some of the worst range and some of the worst damage. And like you can go pick up a mace and a morning star without having to farm for it, and it's going to do more damage for basically the exact same, or similar moveset at least. And better. Just better overall. So yeah, this thing sucks too. The Spite Club, actually decent. The Spite Club is probably the best bleed hammer, so we might as well talk about the Morningstar together. It does get more damage than the Morningstar, and it gets bleed too. And the Spite Club, with basically every infusion, heavy infusion, occult infusion, it's just going to get more bleed and get more damage. And it gets a unique heavy attack that's actually faster too. It's actually the fastest charged heavy attack with the hammers, and the charged heavy attacks of hammers are already fast and do really good stance damage. So this can be really good. Now, it's not going to be the highest damaging hammer. Like the Stone Club still gets more damage, and I think the regular hammer gets more damage too. So if you're just going to go with a regular charged heavy attack build, I'd rather go with these potentially still, because even though it does get passive bleed, if you're just going to be going with like a charged heavy attack build, you're attacking like once every 5 seconds or whatever. And you're not going to really be proccing bleed that quickly. But the fact that it still gets bleed, maybe throwing some light attacks there, it's good. It could be like the best infeasible hammer in the game, honestly. I kind of want to put it into the S tier, but I'd put a high A tier for now. I'll think about it. Because you do have to farm for it too, which is kind of unfortunate. The Morningstar does get higher base damage, but the scalings are like way worse. And it's to the point that almost every other hammer can like outclass it. Now you get it really early on in the game. You don't have to farm for it. It's really light. It gets passive bleed. So if you actually wanted to have like an offhand striking based option, if you wanted to go through like some dungeons and like melt some enemies that are weaker to striking damage quickly, you can do that. And it's going to be a pretty decent bleed option too if you wanted to fight enemies weaker to bleed. So it's good for secondary and it's good for early game. So I think that's about it there. I'd put it like a lower A tier. Oh yeah, it does get the unique moveset too. Forgot that. Yeah, it gets the poking attack moveset. The rolling attacks, crouching attacks, the last light attack in the combo, and the running heavy attack are all pokes, which is the best moveset because it is going to offer piercing damage. And for the running heavy attack, it's like a bit faster too. It makes the light attack spamming a bit better, but like it's very rare that you actually end up getting to the last light attack combo. And like the rolling attack making it doing piercing damage is cool too, but like it's not the greatest benefit because like you're really only benefiting of like the running attack and the rolling attack, which is you're not going to be using those as much as like the rest of the moveset. But it still has it's still decent. Still decent. Still the best moveset that the hammer gets. But the Spiked Club getting a faster charged heavy attack and getting more damage while getting bleed is still going to outclass it. The Stone Club is the highest damaging out of all the hammers. And I'm pretty sure it gets the most range out of the infusible hammers too. The downside is going to be its light attack combo. Because the same thing as a regular club, it's just like a nothing but downward chops. And it's like the same speed as all the other hammers. I think that the first light attack is faster. And like the third one is like slower or some shit like that. Something like that. So it ends up being like in line. To be like the same speeds. But the fact that it does get the most damage, and as I mentioned with hammers, you just want to build around charged heavy attacks or guard counters. The light attacks aren't going to really matter as much. You're still going to use them, obviously. But this one is probably the best hammer in the game. Because it gets a lot of damage. But you have to farm for it, though. I might still... no, put it into the A tier. I'm not sure if I put it into the S tier. The regular hammer is perfectly fine. This one gets the most range in class. Yeah, not the Stone Club. This one gets the most range. This gets second most. Out of the infusible hammers, at least. I think Scepter, the All-Knowing, gets the most range. And the Ringed Finger probably gets more than that too. The regular hammer is perfectly fine. Like this one is like, if you want just a regular hammer experience, it just gets like the regular light attack combos, gets the regular heavy attacks. It's not going to get as much damage as the Stone Club, but like you don't have to farm for it. So if you don't really care to farm for a weapon and you just wanted a good ranged hammer that gets good damage, good for charged heavy attacks, good stance breaking stuff, then yeah. If you want to go all sword boarding, well, not even sword boarding, but hammer boarding, I guess. But yeah. B tier. Decent. But yeah, if you want to go through the effort of farming, the Spiked Club and the Stone Club are better. So. The Mace. Okay, now the Mace, you could pretty much just see it as like directly outclassed by the Morningstar. Because like they both get very similar damage. The Mace gets like a bit more damage than the Morningstar. But the Morningstar gets bleed. Also get it very early on in the game. It gets the better moveset because it gets those poking attacks. And actually, it gets the better heavy attack too because the Mace gets a unique heavy attack that is slower. It's like a bit slower, a few frames slower than like a regular heavy attack because it has like a different like animation. Now, this different animation makes it have more hyper armor though. And when you have it like two-handed, like the hyper armor kicks in basically straight away, so you actually can tank more attacks. And it actually gives you hyper armor when one-handed for the heavy attack, which typically when you use a hammer one-handed, you're not going to get any hyper armor. So if you wanted to use a hammer alongside a shield, which I recommend if you wanted to go with guard countering, especially early on in the game, because it gets a really quick guard counter, the Mace might be the best option because you can also mix in the heavy attacks, and with how quick the hyper armor kicks in, it can actually be pretty decent. But it's not going to get as much damage nor as much range like the Stone Club or the regular hammer, and the heavy attacks are still slower. So it's very specific, but it can be good. So B tier. B tier, and the War Pick. Oh. I want to like this one so much because like it's one of the coolest looking weapons, in my opinion. It just looks really cool. I like the aesthetic of the War Pick. It's like super small. It gets like some of the worst damage in class. Now it does get piercing damage, which is really good. Because piercing damage is the best damage type in the game. Now, unfortunately, the fact that it gets like the worst damage, even if you are fighting enemies weaker to piercing damage, it's gonna make it be basically in line with the rest, but it's just gonna have the worst damage. But if you go like a charged heavy attack and hit a counter attack against an enemy weaker to piercing damage, then it could potentially be the highest damaging one in the game. But those situations are very far and few, and it's just not worth it. It's one thing that it needed, and I wish that it had, was the faster light attack combo to compensate for its really bad range and poor damage. If it had the exact same movesets as the hand axe, this thing would have been fucking peak. I would have loved this shit. Would have had like a decent like DPS, 200 DPS weapon that could also get some decent stance damage too. Like, fuck, it's such a sad thing. But it still gets piercing damage, so I guess C tier. Oh, it's so close to perfection. Let's give it a faster light attack combo, and we're right there. Oh well. Okay, the Monk's Flame Lace. This is like a dexterity-based hammer. Which, I don't know. If you wanted to go with that dexterity build and have like a secondary option for a hammer, then you could go with this one, I guess. But like, you're gonna just go like a keen infused like any hammer, and it might just get like just as much damage, but just be better too, because this gets like a stupid heavy attack, gets a goofy ass animation that makes it just last so much longer, and it's like comparable to a flail. So it's like, I don't know, D tier. This thing is stupid. It gets us just as long as a heavy attack as a flail animation, but I get like less damage too. And the flail is also a dexterity based also, so it's kind of just like another flail. I don't know, it's dumb as hell. Dumb weapon. The Vare's Bouquet. Trash. It's ass to farm. Yeah, it's a terrible farm too, yeah. Vare's Bouquet has the lowest base damage in the entire game. Literally, even the Smith script dagger gets higher base damage than the fucking Vare's Bouquet. And it's a hammer. It's like at max level, it's like 110 or some shit like that. It's awful. Now, it's not the worst weapon in the game, I don't think, anymore. Because, like, it does get bleed, which bleed is fine. And it can be buffed, and it gets an arcane scaling. So you can put it alongside bleed grease, and you can proc bleed really, really fast. Like, it can be like Blood Fiend's arm types of bleed build-up and how quick it can be. But that's where all the damage is coming from. Like, all the damage is coming from bleed. And if that's what's going to happen, then it's not going to do that well. Like, you could probably lead off a boss fight with it with an arcane build, proc bleed really quickly a couple times, and switch to, like, your other weapons, whether, like, they're probably not a bleed-based build. And it could do okay. Like, I know there are other, like, arcane weapons that could do bleed quickly and just actually do respectable damage. And this thing doesn't even get a unique skill too. It gets blood tax, which blood tax is good. Probably not on a hammer though. So yeah, it's trash. Awful damage. And if you're fighting an enemy that can't be procced with bleed, good luck. Good luck. It's probably the worst weapon in the game. Anyway. The Envoy's Horn. This thing is actually decent. I like the Envoy's Horn. It's like a quality faith weapon. I think it's like C scalings across the board. It's not that bad for damage. It's a split holy damage, but it gets a skill in Oracle Bubble, I believe it's called. That has like shoots out this one little holy projectile attack that gets really good tracking. And decent damage too. And it's only like 6 FP, and you can spam it over and over again. This is like a lower A tier. I actually like this thing. I might like it. It's probably better than the Morningstar, maybe. Maybe, yeah. What about the Morningstar? The one thing that I wish that it had was a fully charged effect. If you could fully charge it and have like a big bubble, it'd be insane. But like, it's actually decent. It goes pretty far, has like insane tracking. It's almost like never gonna miss. And it's just really cheap. If like an enemy's like not aggroed towards you, you just use it like a few times and they're just probably gonna die. Because by the time that the bubble reaches, you have like 5 bubbles like tracking towards them. Pretty good stuff. And it's funny. I like it. Nox's Flowing Hammer is not funny. What's funny, but it's shit. Not a good weapon. This does get some of the worst damage in class. Probably the worst damage in class. I mean, it can't be buffed either. So it's just shit. And it gets like the worst range too. I'm pretty sure it's the worst range. And it has a skill that can stun lock enemies. It goes pretty far. But it's still like a really long animation. And the stance damage sucks. It gets 18 stance damage for the entire like 2-hit skill. And the funny thing is, the Nox's Flowing Sword, like the curved sword version of the hammer, that just hits once and does like a whip animation, does more stance damage than the hammer version that hits twice and flattens enemies to the ground. It makes no sense. Like this does 22 stance damage. This does like 18. D tier. Ringed Finger is not that bad though. Ringed Finger is pretty funny. It does get some of the most range in class. It gets more damage with like the same build as the Nox's Flowing Sword. This gets regular striking damage. It can actually get probably more damage than the Stone Club if you don't account for like buffs and shit. Like Cragblade, I guess. Now, it does get a unique skill that like extends the finger's range and like flicks and stuff. Now, the thing is the skill is still going to be this like a worse version of the heavy attack because the heavy attack can do like 10 more stance damage and do it in a faster animation. And probably do more damage too with things like the spikes tier. But it does get good hyper armor. So like if you're fighting enemies that are like fast animations and you want to trade out, the hyper armor that kicks in for the skill is actually decent. And it can like send enemies flying too. So there's like some decent utility there, but it's still like a niche skill. And you pretty much just going to be spamming the heavy attack. So it's probably just the B tier. And if you're going to go with a heavy attack spamming build, then, you know, Stone Club and stuff are better. So it doesn't add that much more to the weapon to make it good. Okay, the Scepter, the All-Knowing. Mid. Does get the most range in class. Does get the same moveset as the Morning Star, which are all benefits of those poking attacks, which is cool. But it's still very mediocre damage with its like poor intelligence scaling. And the skill doesn't really offer much to the weapon either because it debuffs enemies to make them take 10% more magic damage and more holy damage. And it debuffs yourself too. Like 10% is not that big of a debuff. I don't know why I had to debuff us. Like the benefit of the debuff is that it goes really far in a quick animation. But it's like for like 30 FP or some shit. It's pretty stupid. So yeah, this is like a C tier. Because like it can maximize your damage for things like magic and holy. And it does it quickly. So if you're going to be like wanting to maximize your damage for magic based builds and you didn't have the requirements for like the winged Greathorn, I guess, then this can be okay. If you're not fighting enemies weak, fighting enemies that are doing magic damage themselves, then I don't know. But that's about it though. It's just use it for a buff one time. The Flower Stone Gavel. This thing is S tier. This thing is S tier. Our first S tier for the hammer. It is a piercing and damaging hammer, for one. For every single attack, it does piercing damage. Good stuff. It is an arcane-based hammer too. It does scale best off arcane. I think a bit of a dexterity scaling, or is it strength? One or the other. But you can just go all into arcane to maximize the damage, I believe. Now, it does also have a lightning-based skill that scales off arcane. And it debuffs enemies to make them take more lightning damage. And currently the debuffing effects are all bugged right now, so it's currently doing like 17% damage debuff when you have it fully charged. And it does about 12% damage debuff when you have it uncharged. Now, it's still really good because you can keep spamming the skill over and over again, and they're just going to constantly just keep taking more damage because every single hit is just going to be a debuff. Now, the debuff only lasts 20 seconds, so you might think that, you know, using the skill to debuff and then switching to your damaging-based spells could be decent, but with how little that it lasts, and the fact that it's an arcane-based scaling, not a faith-based scaling, means that it's not really good for that type of build. You can still do it because you don't even have to meet the requirements of the weapon. I think you only need to meet the arcane requirements to use a skill, I think. And it's not that high of a requirement, too. The debuffs don't stack, no. So you can still do it with that type of build. Now, I was always under the belief that like I'd rather would have a faith-based scaling to better synergize with the spells. But I think this is actually better with an arcane scaling. And for the reason being that arcane-based builds typically don't get access to lightning damage. So if you have this up and paired alongside an arcane-based build and use like the Dragon Communion Seal of spells, you're going to have a magic option. You're going to have a fire option. If you spec into a little bit of a like faith, you can have a holy damaging option too. And you can get a lightning-based spell now. And the thing is, this can like completely replace any spell because it can be just as good as some, like basically any lightning spell because it tracks straight towards the enemy, does really good damage, has a fully charged version, it's not that expensive, and it debuffs. So it's great. S tier. And it's a piercing damaging hammer. Okay, Marika's hammer. It's probably the best hammer in the game, though. This shit is peak. S tier again. Another S tier. And it's red lightning? True. Okay, Marika's hammer is a strength faith-based weapon. You can go into either or. It does scale best of strength, but you can go do pure faith, and it's still perfectly fine, especially if you actually wanted to use spells. just the regular hammer moveset. I wish I had like the Morningstar moveset because, you know, Radagon does poking attacks, and so it would have made more sense. But the skill is probably the best part about it. You get like infinite hype armor from the second you click the button. It sends all these enemies flying into the air. It does like amazing AoE, really good damage. At point blank range, it does over 40 stance damage, which is like more than like a fucking Guts' Greatsword charged heavy attack. It's kind of insane, yeah. Puts in work. Puts in work. The flails. Okay, they just suck. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time talking about flails. Like, I'm not trying to waste my breath here. Any more that I have. Ugh, I'm like suffering over here. Are we almost done? Not really. Okay, the flails are just worse hammers. Like, as I mentioned with the hammers, like, they get shit light attacks, shit stance damage, shit DPS, not that fast as speeds, the power sensing combos suck. All those things are very much true for the flails as well. But as I mentioned, the only good things about the hammers would be the charged heavy attacks and the guard counters, which the flail guard counters are still decent, but the charged heavy attacks are awful. So, like, one of the only good things about the hammer, it just takes that and just makes it worse. And it makes the flails just do less damage too. So, and combined with that, they also just get like shitty range, and they also just get high requirements. Like every single one has like really high dexterity requirements. So it's like they're not even strength based. So you can't even benefit off that two-handing moveset. They could have been like really cool weapons to pair alongside shields. If you had like the option to like fully charge the heavy attack and like block at the same time, there could have been something going on there. That made the light attacks a bit faster than the regular hammers recently, but it's still not good enough because the heavy attacks suck. Yeah, the regular flail D tier, I don't care to talk about it. It's the regular flail, it's awful. Knight Rider's flail, this one's also a D tier because, you know, it's a flail. Who fucking cares? Does get like a slightest bit more damage, but, you know, who cares? The chain link flail gets the most damage, but it's still a D. Because it's a flail. And funnily enough, the chain link flail, despite it getting the most damage, it has the trade-off of having a higher stamina cost. And this thing doesn't just get like higher stamina cost than the rest of the flails. It gets higher stamina cost than the great hammers. You can use a fucking great stars and get less stamina cost than the chain link flail. Oh my god. They do get bleed though, I guess, which is kind of cool. And it would have benefited a lot if they actually had the spinning chain skill, but that skill's not even an Ash of War, so you can't even equip it onto the skill and pair it alongside other infusions. Isn't that really cool? It's not. These ones don't get bleed though, so. Family Heads is okay. I mean, it's still a flail, so it sucks, but the skill is actually decent because it tracks very well. Does have like a longer animation, but like the skill can actually put in some decent damage. Unfortunately for this, the weapon is that it gets a descaling in intelligence, and the skill scales of intelligence, so lower B tier, I guess. Bastard Stars. There's another intelligence flail. This time I actually gets an A scaling, which is cool because, you know, the skill scales of intelligence. But yeah, it's still a flail. No status effect this time. And the skill is very similar to the Wing of Estelle. It's actually called the exact same thing. And the Wing of Estelle version is just going to be better, like every single time. Not every single time. Actually, the Bastard Stars skill does lunge in further. And it can stagger them quicker because that lunge does have a hitbox. But that's about it, because like the AoE spreads out into a very wide AoE, whereas like for the Wing of Estelle, the AoE is like more tight and compact, so like more of the explosions hit the same enemy multiple times, so it can do more damage. Like, it's in a great skill. If the Wing of Estelle didn't exist, I'd probably put it into the A tier, but I don't know, B tier, I guess, at best. The Serpent Flail is the best one. This one is the best one because it has a skill that has like an instant casting animation, and it adds like 100 fire damage, which is really good. And if you use if you use an attack that has the weapon land on the ground, it explodes and does a pretty decent AoE that actually works with things like the Shadow of Alexander and like the Fire Knights, the Serpent Helmet, whatever the fuck it's called, the Wing Serpent. Pretty good stuff. I think the best pairing is like having it with a jumping attack build because, yeah, the charged heavy attacks, they do slam on the ground, but it takes forever to get there. If this was a hammer instead, this would be an S tier option, but it's only going to be an A tier because it's on a flail. But you can have him power stance if you manage to go to New Game Plus, buff both, do a jumping attacks, both slam at the same time, and it can be pretty fun and decent. But yeah, this means you have to keep buffing it over and over again, and so, yeah. Anyway, Great Hammer's time. Finally, a good weapon type. Jeez. Okay, so the Great Hammers are just like the Great Axes that I mentioned. They're very similar in terms of like speeds of their movesets, which are actually pretty quick. The power sensing combos are fine. They just do much more stance damage than regular Great Hammers. And they do striking damage, which is better to have than standard damage. So it's kind of you're picking and choosing between like good stance break and there's good damage overall. And Great Axes also gets a bit more skill options too, but they're both just really good. Can't go wrong either way. The large club does get some of the most range in class. You can get it very early on in the game, but it gets like some of the worst damage. So probably just going to be a lower B tier because it's good to have earlier in the game because you can get it in Limgrave. And you have to farm for it, which like some of the other ones you have to farm for. But if you manage to get the curved Great Club, that one just gets more damage with basically every single infusion and more range, I believe, too. Actually, it might be just a bit less range, but it just gets more damage. But then range difference is not that noticeable. But you have to farm for this one. But the curved Great Club, I think it gets the highest base damage in class. So therefore, with like elemental infusions, it actually can be the highest damage. So things like a faith or magic build, it can go pretty hard. But like with a pure strength build, it's not going to get as much as like the Great Mace or even the Brick Hammer at higher levels. So that's pretty much its only use, but it still gets like a lower A tier for that. Unfortunately, I have to farm for it though. The Great Mace is really good though. This one is pretty good with like most infusions. It's not going to get as much as like the Brick Hammer, I believe, at higher strength levels. But it can get the second highest, but it does get more range there. It's like it's noticeably more range compared to the Brick Hammer. And I'm pretty sure the Great Mace gets higher base damage. So at the earlier levels, it actually can out damage the Brick Hammer too. And the Brick Hammer and the Great Mace are some of like the only weapons in the game that actually get really good occult-based scaling. Like they get like a B scaling in both strength and arcane with an occult infusion. So if you are at higher levels, going into that infusion is going to be the optimal pairing. It's going to be better than actually having a heavy infusion. And no other Great Hammers outside of those two actually work that way. So I think is an A tier for that reason. And the Brick Hammer, the same thing. The Brick Hammer, although I'd rather have the Great Mace, the Brick Hammer has the use of getting really good blocking. And with Great Hammers, they get good stance damage, and the guard counters are actually really good with the Great Hammers as well. So if you actually want to use this as like a guard countering option, it can also do very well. Fortunately, the range is kind of just the downside. So it gets pretty like a slightly lower A tier. But the Great Mace is good. And the pickaxe is S tier. Probably the second best Great Hammer in the game. This thing is pretty much just like the Great Hammer version of the Rusted Anchor. The Rusted Anchor gets more damage. This one gets more piercing damage. I probably like the Rusted Anchor more, even though piercing damage I probably can value more times. But the Rusted Anchor gets more variation of moveset. Pickaxe is just nothing but downward slams. But yeah, piercing damage. Yeah, it's good. Actually, funnily enough, it actually can't be power stanced with the Great Hammers, but it can be power stanced with Great Axes. So you actually can power stance it with the Rusted Anchor, because you can only get one Rusted Anchor per playthrough. Then you could just use both. So there's that. But yeah, it's an S tier. Like if you actually want to go with a stance breaking build and go with a charged heavy attack build, it's going to do a bit more stance damage than the Rusted Anchor. And if you manage to land a counter hit, then they're both putting in a lot of work. But yeah, Rusted Anchor probably just out damages. The Battle Hammer. They look really cool. Should have had like cool power stancing or a paired type of movesets. Don't know where I had to farm for them either. So yeah, it just gets shit damage and shit range, and it doesn't even get like lower weights to compensate. Like it's still like one of the heaviest too. But it does have one specific use, and that is with a cold infusion. Because like with elemental infusions, the Great Club is still going to outdamage it, but this thing actually gets a B scaling. I think it's a B scaling or a C scaling in both intelligence and strength, which is like one of the only Great Hammers that actually get like good scalings in 2 different stats for a cold infusion. I actually made a build around this thing. One of my recent build videos with a cold infusion with Ways of Darkness, actually pretty decent. But it still gets shit range, and that's basically the only infusion where it's actually decent in. So yeah, it's probably still going to be like a C tier. Yeah. Rotten Battle Hammer, pretty much the exact same thing. I guess actually the worst damage in class, and the range is also really bad. But at least it does get rot, which is cool, but it's a great hammer. It's not going to proc rot that quickly, so C tier again. Don't care for it. Celebrant Skull, D tier. Just like all the Celebrant weapons, they suck. I don't think I get the farm for this one though. That's fine. But yeah, it's just like some of the worst range and some of the worst damage, and like no other benefits outside of like, I think it's like 20 runes per hit. Whoop-de-doo. Who cares? And the Smith Script Great Hammer. Also, it's decent damage, some of the most. I think at max level it can get the highest. So I can put in some work there. I mean, I think it's going to get as much as like things like the Great Mace and the Brick Hammer and stuff at most levels. Does have a projectile, heavy attack like all the Smith Script weapons. And this one can do like the most damage because like you can keep stun locking and you can throw it and stuff. And at point blank range, you can do some nice damage. But like, you know, if you're going to be at point blank range, you're better off just using like the regular Great Hammer charged heavy attacks because they can actually do more damage, also do more stance damage, and you consume way less stamina because this thing consumes so much stamina. So it's only to the point where the projectile part is going to be the useful thing, right? Also, the running heavy attack does throw it out too, which is pretty decent. And at a distance, it does like basically like just as much status buildup as like a regular light attack, but it's just gonna do it at a distance, which is cool. So that's another benefit, but like, yeah, it's just like an average damage in Great Hammer, average range, and it's just gonna have like a projectile option, which kind of does shit damage and shit stance damage. So I was like, B tier. At best, a B tier. If it just had like way less stamina cost, it would have been cool. And if it did like more stance damage at closer range, at least it does do some, but yeah. The Black Steel Great Hammer. It can be like one of the highest damaging, if not the highest damaging with a faith-based build. Specifically a Sacred Infusion. With a Flame Art Infusion is probably, it might still be the highest, but it's not going to be significantly higher like it is with a Sacred Infusion. And also, if you do have it like alongside like Order's Blade, also like Holy Grease with like a Strength build, it can actually put in some decent work too. That involves having to keep buffing though, which is kind of inconvenient. But the major benefit is going to be with a deflecting build. And with a deflecting build or a guard countering build, it does get a unique guard counter. Now, the funny thing is, it can be the best guard counter out of all the Great Hammers, but it can easily be the worst one too. Because for some reason, because it does get an AoE aftershock wave effect, but for some reason they made it to where like the actual weapon hitbox gets less damage and less poise damage compared to all the other guard counters of the heavy attacks. And it's only when you hit with the AoE that it actually does do more damage and more stance damage. And with that AoE, it scales purely off faith, so you're kind of forced to go into like a faith build just to really maximize the damage and not really have it be like a strength build with Order's Blade. So it's a bit limiting that in that regard. So yeah. But if you hit with the AoE alongside the guard counter, it can be the most. If you miss with the AoE, because sometimes enemies can just like miss it, it has like weird hitboxes too, or if you get staggered out of it, then it's like the worst guard counter to have. Then like other Great Hammers that it's going to do better. So it's kind of weird how it works out, but I don't know. At best, A tier, I say. Probably a lower A tier. Because it is like the best one for a faith build, even though it doesn't really get the most damage. And I'd probably rather have like a curved Great Club instead. It's more versatile. Where'd I put the curved Great Club? I thought I put it into the A tier somewhere. Maybe I didn't. I forget where I put it now. I think I put it into the B tier actually. Anyway, Great Stars, S tier. This is like, I mean, out of all like the Great Hammers to use, like, this is probably the only one really like worth using in them for the most part. Like, even though the Great Mace and the Brick Hammer can do more damage and stuff, the Great Stars gets health regen and it gets bleed. And it's not that much less damage to where like the trade-off, you know, is crazy. Like it gets average damage, average range, but you know, health regen for every single hit and bleed. So makes it really good paired alongside things like Stormcaller or Wild Strikes. Even things like Golden Lands or Eruption skill, like the projectiles, like the AoE lava, actually can tick for some more health. So there's some utility there too. So pretty good. I mean, like, You can power stance them as well because you actually can get 2 in the exact same playthrough, in the exact same area. But then again, using Prayerful Strike is going to help you get health regen better anyway. If you're going to go like a charged heavy attack build or a guard countering build, I wouldn't really care to use the Great Stars, and like things like the pickaxe would probably do better. Or the brick hammer instead. Because you're not going to be hitting that many times if you're going to go with a deflecting build. But it's very versatile, and blade is really good. The Great Horn Hammer. This is another infusible hammer. Gets mid damage. Doesn't get piercing damage despite it looking like it does. Just regular striking damage. And the only benefit that it does have is that it gives you health regen on kills. And it's like 3% health for every kill. Which is basically just as much as a curve sword. The Serpent God curve sword. And that's going to weigh a lot less. And as I just talked about with the Great Stars, this gets 1% HP per hit. 1% per hit. 3% per kill. You choose. C tier, I guess. Actually, D tier. Fuck it, who cares? C tier has a use. Envoy's Longhorn. It got nerfed way too hard. Way too hard. It's still a decent damaging Great Hammer. Good strength and faith-based scaling. It's not going to get as much damage as like the Cranial Vessel Candle Stand with the same build. And that's going to get more range too. And the skill, it got nerfed a bit too hard. But it's still like okay. It still can put in decent work against larger bosses. It's just, yeah. I mean, if you want to have like that ranged AoE bubble build, the Envoy's Great Horn is now better. It's not going to do as much damage to larger bosses. But if you really want to have something specific to melt larger bosses, you're going to have a Faith build. Just throw on Pest Thread Spears or Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike or regular Pest Threads. And it'll do better. Fucking C tier, who cares? You have to farm for this shit too. Fuck that. Don't recommend that shit at all. Okay. Cranial Vessel Candlestand. Actually, good weapon. A tier. This one actually gets some of the most range in class, and it gets like some of the most damage, if not the most damage. It gets like a B scaling and strength and faith. Puts in work. Doesn't have like the highest stamina cost though, which is a downside. And it does have a skill that hits like an absolute truck. If you use a skill, it just like destroys everything. Now the downsides is that you get stuck in a really long animation. Like the recovery frames are really bad. So you're going to get hit almost every single time that you use it. And you can win the trade in most cases, but you're still going to get hit. And it's still a close range skill, so it forces you to be close. But if you have the entire combo land, it puts in work. So I put it like around about here, 8s here. We'll go reorganize it later. The Beast Claw Great Hammer. This one is another really good Great Hammer. It's more like a quality-based weapon that gets like a shit faith scaling. Some split holy damage too. Kind of wish it got better scalings because like the damage is kind of lacking a little bit. Does get striking damage despite it having like claws coming at the end of it. No piercing damage, unfortunately. But it does have a couple things going for it. One, it gets bonus damage and charged heavy attacks, like really good motion bellies with its charged heavies. And it gets a really good skill. Kind of fires out these like 5 different claw attacks, which I think they do slashing damage. And it can do some decent damage. It's quick, easy to use, nice horizontal spread, good for multiple enemies or enemies like to dodge. The skill doesn't really go that far, but it's fine. Lower A tier. Good weapon to use. It's kind of a pain in the ass to get there, but yeah. It's better than farming, I suppose. The Devourer Scepter. Trash. Yeah, trash. Garbage weapon. Garbage. Doo-doo trash. It does actually have the most range in class, and that's about it. Has the highest stamina cost, tied with the Cranial Vessel Candlestand. Doesn't get as much damage as the Cranial Vessel Candlestand for basically the exact same scalings or similar like type of build. But the reason why it's trash is because the skill, probably one of the worst unique skills in the entire game, probably right next to the Eclipse Shuttle. It has like this AoE healing ability, like a fire damaging AoE heal. It's like a lifesteal effect, kind of like the Blasphemous Blade, but unlike the Blasphemous Blade, it does next to no damage, and it has the longest animation, consumes like 35 FP, no hyper armor, and the health regen is not even that good because it's based on the amount of enemies that you hit. So if you hit like 3 to 4 enemies, it can give you some decent health regen back. Still not going to be as much as the Blasphemous Blade if you hit with like 3 to 4 enemies. But yeah, it's awful. You're never going to land it anyway if you're surrounded by enemies because it has no hyper armor. I can't believe this thing has never gotten buffed a single time. Maybe it has, and it still sucks. I forget. Anyway, Colossal weapons. We're almost there, chat. Not really. We're getting there. Oh, the Colossal weapons. This is an interesting category because the Colossal weapons kind of get split up into like multiple different types. There's like the Great Axe versions and like there's the Great Hammer versions. They all kind of get like the same light attack combos for the most part. And they all can be very slow and harder to use sometimes, especially in a fast-paced game. So somewhat higher risk skill ceiling, but there can be some really broken options here. They typically get some of the highest stance damage too. Specifically like the Great Hammer versions. The Great Axe versions get like really bad stance damage. Like the Duelist Great Axe. Now, the Duelist Great Axe is actually an interesting weapon because it does scale best off dexterity and it gets like a 30 strength requirement, which kind of sucks. And I recommend it's going into strength all the way because if you're going to be two-handing this weapon and you're going to be getting more damage with a two-handed strength build. So, kind of is a bit of a downside. And the fact that it does get a dexterity scaling means that if you try to make it elemental infused, it's going to retain a dexterity scaling. So, you're kind of limited a bit there just for a strength-based build. It also does get, as I mentioned, the worst stance damage in class. It gets like 36 stance damage for a charged heavy attack, which is like just as much as a greatsword charged heavy. But it does have one very specific use, and that is it gets really high motion values for a charged heavy attack. It just gets bonus damage for a charged heavy, more so than any other colossal weapon. Now, the fact that it gets low AR, having higher motion values doesn't really mean as much, but in this case, it's actually like a lot higher, and it's to the point that it can actually outdamage the Prelate's Inferno Crusader. With like a 60 strength build, the heavy attack can do more damage than this one. This big bad boy right here, and it's going to weigh a lot less and be lighter with lower requirements and have less stamina cost. So with a charged heavy attack build, it can put in work. Now, unfortunately, once you get a bit later in the game, a charged heavy attack build like the Blood Fiend's Arm, Giant Crusher, Great Club, they're all going to do better. So, if you get it a bit earlier in the game, I would have recommended it to be like a decent early game option, and I wish that it wasn't just a dexterity-based weapon for the most part, so... But it's fine. I said all that stuff to say that it's mid, so yeah. High B tier, though. The Rodden version I'm not going to care for because it's going to get less damage. And once again, you're going to go into a charged heavy attack build, and proccing Rot with a charged heavy attack colossal weapon build is basically non-existent. So yeah, D tier for that one because it just gets less damage. And I think you get it way later in the game too, so not even worth. Golem's Halberd is an interesting weapon that should have had a unique skill with like some cool poking attack to actually benefit off the piercing damage that it gets. Because it does come with charge fourth, but you can infuse it, and you can't actually infuse charge fourth onto colossal weapons because, you know, none of them really get poking attacks except for this one. It does actually get some decent range and some decent damage. It doesn't weigh that much either. It's like comparable weights to things like a colossal sword. And funnily enough, it actually can do more damage than things like the Guts' Greatsword, and you can equip like Lion's Claw into it. So you can get it somewhat earlier in the game. It's a lighter option. Slap Lion's Claw, and you can get a better version of the Guts' Greatsword. Now, I'm not going to like it more than the Guts' Greatsword because the rest of the moveset kind of sucks. And there's no other skills that it has to really equip onto the Colossal Swords or Colossal Weapons that give it as much versatility as the Colossal Swords. It does get like this nice horizontal swiping light attack, which is kind of cool, but I don't know. It's like about a B tier. Because like the Colossal Sword moveset, or Colossal Weapon moveset is kind of mid. And it's just like a light version of one. And it's like a pain in the ass to farm too. But the heavy attack is okay. I just wish I had like a unique skill. The Prelate's Inferno Crusader. This is pretty much just like the poor man's Giant Crusher because it's basically the exact same thing, but just less damage, very similar weight. The Giant Crusher gets a higher damaging heavy attack. This one's slightly less damaging. This one flattens enemies to the ground. This one sends them flying up into the air, which sometimes can be better. So, depending on what you feel like. Now, if you wanted to go like a big power stancing build using both of these things, you can do it because you can only get one per playthrough of the Giant Crusher. So, if you wanted to power stance, it's still useful there too. So, I guess A tier. Fuck all that moveset nonsense. L2, L2. Giant Crusher is S tier though. This thing is like the most damage in the entire game. Good old heavy infused gets like an S scaling with an occult infusion. It gets really good scaling, similar to like how I talked about with the Great Mace and the Brick Hammer, how it gets like a really good occult infusion scalings. Same thing about the Prelate's Inferno Cruiser and the Giant Crusher. With an occult infusion, they get really high damage. And at max level, that's probably like the best damaging weapon in the game. Or the highest damaging weapon in the game. Like a Crag Blade, occult infused Giant Crusher. Hits like a truck. The heavy attack flattens enemies to the ground in this nice front flip. Kind of performs similar to Lion's Claw. It's going to do more stance damage. And maybe more damage, but it's going to be in a slower animation and not get infinite hyper armor. But that way you could actually pair it alongside other different types of skills and you have more versatility. If you didn't want to necessarily go with like Lion's Claw, you could use things like Prayerful Strike instead to get a bunch of health regen back. The only downside is that it's incredibly heavy and it like blocks half your screen. So it's like 60 faith or strength requirements. Blood Fiend's broken tiers. It's probably a top 3 weapon in the game. I'd say number 2, honestly. Definitely the best weapon to come out of the DLC for many, 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 many reasons. One is going to be its charged heavy attack. It gets the fastest charged heavy attack out of all the Colossal weapons, and funnily enough, it gets like a faster charged heavy attack than like some Greatswords too. Like that's how fast the charged heavy attack is. And not only is it faster, but it also gets the most stance damage. Like these things get like 45 stance damage on a charged heavy attack. Which is like more than anything else in the game. And it does it the fastest. And specifically for the Blood Fiend's arm, it gets this like Bleed AoE Aftershock Wave effect that gets a bit more stance damage. So it could do like even more than that. It's just ridiculous. But what also makes it broken is that when you pair this thing alongside a Bleed-based build, that Bleed Shockwave effect that I talked about also can proc status effects. So you can use things like, so when you're with a Bleed-based build, you're getting like well over like 200 to 300 bleeds build up. And the fact that the weapon already comes with an arcane scaling, with a Bleed-based infusion, it doubles down into that arcane scaling, giving you so much bleed. And it performs really well with a faith-based build too. Because with a faith infusion, going into the arcane stats, boosts not only the physical damage, but the fire damage, I believe. Actually, no, the faith stat works that way. My bad. Yeah, it's broken. It does like ridiculous damage with a faith build, arcane build, best charged heavy attack. It's probably the best charged heavy attack weapon, best faith weapon, best bleed weapon, and the best guard countering weapon. Which is another thing. The Colossal weapons get really good guard counters too. Because they're really good at blocking and they're actually pretty quick for how fast they are. The Great Club. Now the Great Club, if it could be infused, it'd pretty much be the Blood Fiend's arm. Because it gets the exact same heavy attack. And the heavy attack, as I mentioned, is really quick and does amazing damage. But unfortunately, you can't infuse it and it gets stuck with Golden Land, which is okay, but it only gets a D-scaling in Faith, so it's not going to get the most damage out of Golden Land. If you could infuse it, we'd be slapping Crag Blade onto this bitch, and it'd be broken. But unfortunately, it's like a lower A tier. You can buff the weapon too. Kind of similar to like the Troll's Hammer, which is right there. I thought I talked about it already. Like, where's the Troll's Hammer? Yeah, it's kind of similar to the Troll's Hammer. You can buff it. And it does have some split holy damage, so you can buff it with like Order's Blade and get some really high AR. And you can just spam the charged heavy attacks, and it can put in some work. It could be like one of the best base game weapons. But once you get to the DLC, the Blood Fiend's arm is the exact same thing, but better. If you don't want to farm for the bandits, what curve sword would you use? Honestly, just a fucking falchion, I guess. I don't know. I kind of forget. I forget already what curve swords exist. Troll's Hammer, though. This one's not going to be that good because it gets like a regular hammer, colossal weapon moveset. Nothing too amazing. It gets stuck with Troll's Roar and you can't really infuse it nor buff it. Oh, you can buff it, I mean. Because it gets some split fire damage. And it would have been beneficial if you actually had like some cool fire-based spell buff that was just pure fire damage. But unfortunately, all the fire-based buffs are just like not really that high of fire damage, and they add like a status effect instead. So This is like a C tier weapon because it's just like an average damaging colossal weapon that you get stuck with a skill. And then we have the Dragon's Greatclaw, the biggest piece of shit on this list. This thing is so unbelievably trash. Okay, it's a colossal weapon that gets like the Great Axe type of variant, so therefore the stance damage is the worst. So it gets like great sword types of stance damage with its combos. Get that out of the way. No boosted motion values to actually make up for its shitty fucking moveset and shitty poise damage. The damage itself is awful because it gets the worst scalings. And the funny thing is, there are infusible weapons, infusible colossal weapons with a strength-based build get higher AR than the Dragon's Greatclaw. And this thing gets splits damage. How are you going to get out damage or have less AR than weapons that don't even have split damage and you're a split damaging weapon yourself? Makes no sense. And after all that, it didn't even get a unique skill. It gets Endure. Endure, which is a good skill. Not really much for a colossal weapon, but it's not unique. It sucks. Awful trash. Watchdog stuff though. Actually good. Decent range colossal weapon. Gets like average stance damage and stuff across the board. Not that bad. Average moveset as well. It's just a regular quality-based one too. So it's just average, like a B tier. But I'm going to slide it into the A tier because its skill is actually S tier. It's like an S tier skill onto like a mid weapon. Because the skill is Sorcerer of the Krazier, which serves as like a magic tracking projectile attack that is actually invisible to enemies and they don't like actually import read it or dodge it, deflect it, parry it. None of that stuff. That is like tank it right to the face, does really good damage. Unfortunately, there's no intelligence-based scaling, so there's no way to actually improve the damage. But that means you can just go all into the this leveled weapon, don't go into any damaging stats, and it's going to max out the damage of the weapon. Or the weapon's skill, I mean. So, you can spam it over and over again, and it's actually an extremely powerful skill. But unfortunately, the weapon's mid. The Anvil Hammer. Now, this thing does get the highest AR in the game. Not necessarily the highest damage, but only like at max level. And yeah, but higher AR doesn't mean max the most amount of damage. Because like the Giant's Crusher with an Occult Infusion is just going to outdamage it still, no matter what. Especially if you're fighting enemies wicked to fire damage. But like at medium levels, it's like a good damaging colossal weapon. Does get like the Great Hammer types of stance damage, which is nice. Does get a skill in Smithing Art Spears, I believe it's called, which is like a similar animation to Eruption. Now, it's not going to get as much damage as Eruption, especially if you use things like the Talisman or the Dread. And like an Eruption heavy infused Giant Crusher is going to be like a similar animation, but it's do like way more damage. But Smithing Art Spears does do more stance damage. It's like 40 stance damage, and it has like a more of a wider AoE. And the spears that come out of the ground actually do piercing damage. And it has like a little like lingering delayed effects too, so enemies can like walk into it and still get hit by it. So there's benefits. So yeah, Eruption can outdamage it, but it does more stance damage. And if you're fighting enemies that are weaker to piercing damage, then this one could do more potentially. So, and it's like a wider AoE too, so it's good for that. But for the most part, if you're going to be using this thing, it's just going to be charged heavy attacks. Just to really try and get as much damage, because it's going to be a faster animation. Because bosses, especially in a DLC, don't wait around long enough for you to do this attack. So, I'd probably put it like lower A tier. It's good though. Not the most original skill. Staff of the Avatar though, D tier. This thing is mid, certified mid. Does get decent damage, like good strength faith-based scaling, but like that's it. It's a decent damaging colossal weapon, but it's like split holy damage. So like throughout the base game, it's not going to be that good a damage. It's going to be average damage. And it gets a skill in Erd Tree Slam, which is a unique skill, but it's basically identical to Golden Slam, like an animation and all. Identical. But it's actually worse somehow, because Golden Slam does like 46 stance damage, which is actually good, but Erd Tree Slam does 36 stance damage. So it does like 10 less stance damage for being the exact same skill, but just under a different name. And it does less damage too. Like you can slap Golden Slam onto a dagger, and the skill can get more stance damage and more damage than this skill of this thing. And then you have the Rotten Staff, which is somehow worse than that, because the Rotten Staff gets the exact same skill, but this time it doesn't actually get a faith-based scaling, I believe. I think it's just a pure strength weapon. So there's not even like a way to improve the damage of the skill. So it's just stuck with a shitty fucking skill. Now, it does get some passive rot, but, you know, it's a colossal weapon. It's not going to proc it that quickly. And I don't know why this thing didn't get a unique rot type of skill. Like, no weapons in the base game, no Scarlet Rot weapons in the base game actually got a unique skill. None of them got some cool Scarlet Rot skill. It's only when you got to the DLC, when you had, you know, the Pole Blade of the Bud and, I guess, Poison Flower blooms twice. Those are like the only skills in the game that actually proc rot. That are like unique and stuff. They should have had like Rotten Slam as a skill, not Erd Tree Slam. Why did they do this? Whatever. Is a Flame Mud on the Giant Crusher better? It could be. It could be. I mean, it could be better because you can actually infuse it with actual skills that are probably better. Not with Eruption though, because Eruption is a strength-based skill. It's a fire skill, so it's going to scale off strength, not faith. It depends on whatever you're going to use. But in terms of damage, I'm not sure. It depends on what level you're at, I guess, with a Flame Mud build. The Envoy's Greathorn is actually decent. Can be a decent replacement to the Envoy's Longhorn. Because the skill of the weapon, for basically the exact same FP cost, and actually like next to no stamina cost too. It's just like this massive big bubble that tracks really well. It explodes, sends enemies flying to the ground. Like, it puts in a lot of work. Only downside is that it's still like a longer casting animation. And it's not going to be good at closer range, only really like at a distance. But in that instance, you could just use like the Colossal weapon. And also it gets a descaling in Faith in the skill scales of Faith, so. Yeah, B. High B, I guess. Higher B. Max level? I mean, I think Anvil's Hammer could outdamage it, but like a Giant Crusher with a Cult Infusion is going to outdamage that anyway, so. At max level. Devonia's Hammer. Like, it's good. Another good strength faith-based colossal weapon. Similar damage to the Anvil Hammer. This skill is basically like a reskinned version of Ordovis's Vortex, but just worse. Because Ordovis's Vortex does 66 stance damage fully charged. And for some reason, the colossal weapon version does like 42 stance damage. So it's like 14 or 13 less stance damage for an animation that's like twice as long. Now, it's going to do way more damage in total, stance damage aside, because obviously it is a colossal weapon, gets much higher AR, and actually can be boosted by the Crucible set, whereas the Ordovis's Greatsword does not get boosted by the Crucible set. And also the uncharged version can put in some work too. Like, the uncharged version does like, I think it's like 40 stance damage as well. Does like 13 more stance damage. Yeah, it's like 52, I guess. 52 fully charged, and it's like 45 uncharged. But the uncharged version can actually flatten enemies to the ground, do decent stance damage, whereas the uncharged version of the Ordovis's Greatsword does like 20 stance damage. But the thing is, the fully charged version of the Devonias is basically just as... I mean, the uncharged version of the Devonias is basically just as long as a fully charged version of the Ordovis's. But it does have a wider AoE. So, like, they're both very different, or they're both similar, but, like, they're different in their own, you know, situations, I guess. I'd rather just have the one that's quicker and just does the more stance damage, like, every single time, obviously. But, like, you know, the wider AoE, the flattening effect when uncharged and stuff, and, like, the more damage in general, it can be cool, I guess. I don't know. Probably put it, like, high B tier. You should have had a unique skill. Like, I just should have had a unique skill. Like, I'm sick of this thing. Whatever. Why just make a reskinned version of a good weapon? Okay, Geeze's Will. This one is the case of, like, this thing can be broken tier, but it could also be, like, D tier. So, it's going to balance out and probably be into the B tier as well. Actually, probably A tier. Okay, so this thingy is a quality-based weapon that gets bleed. And it has a skill that can, like, spin up. That can spin up and that can, like, stun lock smaller enemies. Proc bleed at an okay rate. It's kind of bugged out against larger bosses to where it doesn't spin that fast at all, and your entire character just bugs out against larger bosses too. But thankfully, the one-handed charged, or the charged heavy attacks in general, do, like, spin up the weapon. But specifically the one-handed charged heavy attack, because it lands in the one spot, is going to be like the best way to build around this thing because it can make the damage be incredible. Because unfortunately, the skill doesn't get boosted by the multi-hit talismans, but the heavy attack does. So the heavy attack, it spins in the same spot, it procs bleed really quickly, and it can do amazing damage. Now, the problems is that sometimes when enemies are a bit higher off the ground, or like they have like skinnier legs or some shit like that, you're only hitting with the one blade, and you actually miss with the weapon, and you do like next to no damage. And that happens a lot more than you'd like to admit. Like, it happens a lot. So there's plenty of times where you try to hit with a charged heavy attack, you do like half an enemy or boss's health bar, and then next attack, it'll do like 20 damage. So it's like super inconsistent, but like when it works against some enemies, it like definitely works. But against those bosses that is somewhat inconsistent, you could potentially power stance, because as I mentioned, you're just going to be having it one-handed, so you might as well just have it power stance, which is going to require a lot of endurance, but there's like some builds that you can make to make it more consistent. So A tier is valid. The Shadow Sunflower Blossom. This is another strength faith-based colossal weapon. It's like the 5th one that we've seen. Does get the same heavy attack as the Great Club and the Blood Fiend's Arm, which is really good. Now, unfortunately, it gets a skill that's also like a downward slam. That's basically the same thing as the heavy attack. Now, the skill can actually stun lock a bit better, but when it comes to stance breaking or doing damage, the heavy attack just outclasses the skill. So there's not really much use of the skill outside of maybe stun lock potential against like smaller enemies. And even then, I'd rather just go with the heavy attack. I think the skill gets a bit more hyper armor too, but you know, you're consuming FP to just have a worse version of a heavy. And if you're just going to be spamming the heavy attack with the Shadow Sunflower Blossom, it's just going to be worse than the Blood Fiend's Arm. Because as I mentioned with the Blood Fiend's Arm, it performs especially well with a faith-based build, because it just gets like bonus damage when you spec into the faith stat, because it boosts your physical damage too. And a faith Blood Fiend's Arm literally gets more damage than the Shadow Sunflower Blossom. Despite it getting really good scalings, the Blood Fiend's Arm is that broken that it just outclasses with a faith-based build. Because it gets the same heavy attack, actually a better version of the heavy attack, because it's going to get more stance damage with that bleed AoE. So it's like, the one use that it has is like, is outclassed because the Blood Fiend's Arm exists. So I have to put it lower B tier, because like the only thing that it has going for it is like a somewhat decent stun locking skill. But yeah, that's about it. If that Blood Fiend's like arm bug with the faith-based build gets fixed, then it could be A tier, but yeah, lower B tier is as best as it can be. The Falling Star Beastjaw, actually really good. Gets like the most range in class for it, like the longest weapon in the entire game. And it gets piercing damage too. Recipe for success. Does actually get some of the most poise damage or stance damage. Definitely doesn't get as much, more than the Great Axes, which is cool. It's pretty much like a quality-based weapon with like a shitty intelligence scaling, which is fine because the skill actually scales with AR. So you can just go into like quality, and you can get some decent damage out of the skill. And the skill's decent. Like Gravity Bolt for like 13 FP. It kind of does like a Thunderbolt attack, but it has like a pretty wide hitbox. So you can like stun lock smaller enemies. It's pretty good at a distance. It's pretty cheap. Unfortunately, the damage is not really quite there, and it did get nerfed a long time ago towards stance damage. But you know, the fact that you're the longest ranged, and that you get piercing damage, S tier. But no, A tier. I mean, yeah, A tier. Gazing Finger is like one bug fix away for this being into the S tier. Okay, this is another A tier. I probably like this better than the Falling Star Beast. Slide that bad boy right there. It's pretty much like a strength in almost intelligence based weapon, I think. I kind of see it more as a strength faith-based weapon, though, because its skill is a wholly damaging AoE, which is going to scale purely off faith. Not purely, it actually scales mostly off faith. So you kind of want to go into more faith and intelligence with this weapon. It's kind of weird to build around. But it's just the regular Colossal Weapon moveset. Actually, the heavy attacks are slightly different. It does get like a downward slam similar to the Giant Crusher, and similar to the Blood Fiend's Arm and the Great Club, but it's like a slightly slower animation. The follow-up heavy does have like this weird like crouching effect, so some attacks can go over your head, which is cool. Does get the more stance damage though, which is cool. Actually, it's the lightest colossal weapon too, with the lowest stamina cost. Like this thing costs like next to, it does cost some stamina, but a lot less stamina than a lot of the other colossal weapons. But yeah, the skill is probably the best part about it. Because it covers like this really nice wide AoE, kind of similar to like Wave of Gold. It doesn't go as far, but it can like send enemies flying into the air. And when you have it fully charged, you can like go through walls, decent damage, not much stamina cost too, unlike Wave of Gold, and it's going to be a lot cheaper. The only downside is that some of these holy based skills, they don't work with the Shard of Alexander. Like it just doesn't work at all. And this thing doesn't actually work with the Godfrey's icon too. Like specifically like the holy AoE at least. So if it could work with those things, it'd be better. But unfortunately, it's still just only an 8 tier. Godfrey's Axe of Godfrey is not good though. This thing sucks. It's an axe-based colossal sword or colossal weapon. Therefore, the stance damage is horrendous. It gets just as much as a greatsword. This thing only gets a C scaling and strength, and I don't know why. That means the damage is not going to be that good at all compared to basically every other infusible colossal weapon can just outdamage this thing. Now, you do have a skill that slightly improves the strength scaling. It gives you a bit more damage, but even with that, it's still not going to be that much more damage. Now, it does change up the heavy attacks that actually incorporate these like stomping attacks and horizontal swipes. Now, it does make it have a longer animation, but it can do some nice damage, especially with like all the raw attack buffs and maybe even the Shattered Stone Talisman. But the thing is, the stance damage is so bad. Like when you literally have this thing buffed, that whole stomping sideward swipe heavy attack fully charged does 30 stance damage. 30 stance damage for the whole heavy attack. A straight sword charged heavy attack does more stance damage. Then this whole big giant stomping AoE massive swiping attack. How did that even happen? No idea. C tier. Should have had an S scaling and should have had like 3 times as much stance damage. Not 3 times as much, but like at least twice as much. That's bad, man. It's a long animation too. Stance breaking faster than like fucking straight sword light attacks. Oh, with a straight sword light attack. Anyway, the spears. There's lots of spears, jeez. Kind of similar to how I see like the thrusting swords, I guess. They're not going to be as good as the thrusting swords when it comes to like one-handed or two-handed DPS because thrusting swords are insanely fast. But spears have the use of being polearms, therefore they're going to have more skill options, and they're going to be better power stance because the weapons hit simultaneously power stanced. That's going to be its biggest use, and obviously its range too. But power stancing is probably the optimal pairing when it comes to building around the spears. Okay, now the short spear is interesting because it gets a unique heavy attack. Does get like this nice little double poke attack, uncharged and fully charged. Can put in some work. Now, as I've been mentioning for a lot of these like quick weapons that get these like double hitting attacks, if they're not like insanely fast, they're not going to be that beneficial, especially with like a charged heavy attack build because you're not going to really be stance breaking that fast with this thing. It's only going to be like 33 stance damage with a charged heavy. It still can get the most, so maybe if you have like longer openings or you're fighting enemies that can't get staggered by light attacks but can be staggered by heavies, the short spear can be okay. But when it comes to the straight up like light attack DPS, definitely power stancing light attack DPS, it's going to be more than the charged heavy attacks that the short spear offers. So don't care for that one. The iron spear is practically useless. This is a D tier option because you get it like later in the game. I think you get the farm for it and it gets like less damage than like a regular spear as well. So like who cares for it? But speaking of the regular spear, you can get like a +7 version like very early on in the game if you kill patches, which is nice. It does get some of the most range and actually some of the most damage too. It's not that bad. And if you don't really care to like farm for something, for some weapons, and some weapons you only get like 1 per playthrough, it could be like a decent offhand option to power stance with. So probably slide it into like a B tier. Somewhere around there. The Partisan, also very good. I don't think it gets as much damage as the regular spear, but it offers slashing damage and it offers a nice wide horizontal swiping attack, which typically for the spears, nothing but pokes. But the Partisan does give you that the nice variety in movesets. Now, the spiked spear does get the exact same moveset, but offer bleed and offer striking damage for basically the exact same damage. Like very similar damage. But the spiked spear I'm just going to value more. Because one, I think striking damage complements piercing damaging more, and obviously bleed. So, Partisan can also go like lower B tier. But the spiked spear can slide into the A tier. Because even though bleed is amazing and like, you know, the striking damage is cool, you probably want to have this power stance, and it's not going to be as good as the Cross Naginata nor the Blood Fiend's Fork, which we'll get into. But, you know, you get this in the base game, so it could be an option to power stance with the Cross Naginata because you only get one of those per playthrough. So if you wanted to go with like a cult power stancing bleed build, that's going to be his best use. And if you end up going to like a dungeon where like a lot of skeletons and stuff are resist to piercing damage, you can just switch to this bad boy, have it two-handed, spam the heavy attacks, get some nice striking damage option. Pretty good. The pike. This thing gets like some of the most range in the entire game. It gets stupid amounts of range. Like it gets like whip type of range, and it's a spear. Now, unfortunately, it's like the heaviest in class, and it consumes like the most amount of stamina, and you can only get one per playthrough. So if you're power stancing, unfortunately, you're going to have your offhand option be like a lot less range, so you're not going to really benefit as much. But, you know, it gets stupid range. And, you know, it doesn't really get that much of a damage fall off to compensate for its really good range. So I think it's pretty solid. It does get like a weird heavy attack though that I don't really care for, but it's fine. Lower A tier. The Cross Naginata though is S tier. This thing gets a unique light attack combo. That's not like faster than like the poking attacks and stuff, but you get like nice varieties, which is typically lacking with a spear. But even then, you probably want to have this power stance anyway, and then spam your light attacks over and over again. Now, the one downside is that it consumes a lot of stamina when power stancing with a spear. So you have to spec it to a decent amount of endurance. Otherwise, you're going to be running out of stamina really quickly. There's like one downside with the Cross Naginata power stanced. And either way, you can't even do it in new game anyway, because you only get one per playthrough. But get good variation in the moveset. You get slashing damage as an option. It gets passive bleed, and it gets like some of the most range in class. I think out of all the infusible spears, it gets the most range. Actually, next to the pike, obviously. The Clayman's Harpoon. This one can be one of the highest damaging magic-based... one of the highest damaging spears with a magic infusion. I think the Cross Naginata still gets more damage because it gets like really high base damage. But if you wanted to power stance, then you can go farm a couple of these. And you can go slap on things like Ice Spear, which is nice. But the thing is, Ice Spear is not going to get more damage with the Clayman's Harpoon as it would with the magic infused any other spear, really. And to maximize the damage of the Clayman's Harpoon, it's probably best to go with like a strength infusion and use things like Scholar's Armament. Because the weapon already comes with some split intelligence and already comes with magic damage. So it actually gets insane amounts of damage with that particular build. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that if you actually wanted to use Ice Spear, cold-based skills actually scale off dexterity and intelligence, and this thing gets a strength-based scaling. So it's like the best pairing alongside with that particular weapon. So it has some things going for it. So I might put it this lower A tier because with that particular build that I mentioned, it can be like one of the highest damaging while not having that much stamina cost compared to things like the Cross Naginata. Maybe a B tier then. It's pretty very niche. And you have to farm for it too. It's kind of a pain in the ass. So, Celebrant's Rib Break. Yeah, D tier. It's just awful damage, mid-range. You have to farm for it. It's like the worst drop rate of all time, and it offers nothing beneficial outside of like more runes per hit. So, who cares? Where are we up to now? What is that? Is that the Swift Spear? That's a Swift Spear. Swift Spear is also trash. This is probably the worst spear in the game. Actually, not the worst spear in the game. I'd lie. The torch pole exists. Hammer Hanging did alright. Yeah, the Swift Spear is terrible though. Because it gets like the worst AR out of all the spears. Like really, really low AR. So that means if you actually wanted to use certain types of skills like Impaling Thrust or Piercing Fang, Giant Hunt, you're just going to get less damage with this spear compared to all the others. Now, to compensate for its really low AR, it gets these like multi-hitting light attacks. But the thing is, the light attacks have such long delays in between that the DPS is terrible. Awful. Do you know how I mentioned like the short spear, how it gets like a double hitting attack? The short spear with the double hitting heavy attacks, uncharged spam, literally do more DPS than the Swift Spear. Multi-hit talismans and all. Even just like regular R1 spamming with any spear with the multi-hit talismans, does more damage than the Swift Spear, and get more range while having more AR. Yeah, the light attacks are awful. They get way too much delay in between. They need to cut the delay like in half, and then maybe it could be some of the highest. Like this should be like the best two-handed spear in the game, but it's just terrible. It's bad. Really, really bad. Yeah. Because like spears are best power stance, and like this one could just be like the good two-handing option. Because it'd be a good trade-off because it gets low AR, and like I don't know. And the thing is, it's only meant for a dexterity build too, because it has really high requirements. It has like 20-something dexterity requirement. But yeah, the DPS just sucks. It's awful. The Smith Script Spear. Now, as I mentioned with the Smith Script weapons, they're kind of niche because you can't pair it alongside certain types of skills that can buff the weapon. The heavy attack kind of just sucks because it like lacks a lot of stance damage. But the thing is with spears, they typically get really long heavy attacks as well that don't really get much stance damage. So actually sacrificing the stance damage of your heavy attack for the spear to get a projectile instead, honestly, is not even a downside. If anything, it's actually a positive. So the Smith Script Spear is actually decent because inherently a spear heavy attacks just suck. So just having a free projectile heavy attack that does like a bit of damage, that's cool. I'll put it into the B tier. High B tier. How many hits of Swift Spear does the Spear Talisman bonus? I mean, I think like there's... I don't know what you're trying to mean. Like, if you get a counter hit, then the Spear Talisman kicks in. And I think most of the attacks of the Spear Talisman gets a poking attack, so... But... So I don't know, if you hit a counter hit in the middle of an attack combo, then you can get a count, then you can benefit the Spear Talisman. But it's the same thing as every other spear, I guess. Blood Fiend's Fork. S tier. I'm dying over here, chat. We've been talking for 4.5 hours. Blood Fiend's Fork. S tier. Okay, so now just like the Cross Naginata, this is another blade-based spear. Now, unlike the Cross Naginata, you actually can farm for this thing, so you actually can get 2 per playthrough, which is very nice. Now, the Cross Naginata does get more range, and it gets more damage. So you might be thinking, what's the point of the Blood Fiend's Fork? Now, outside of the fact that it can be farmed, it does get more bleed build-up, like a lot more bleed build-up, like about 10 to 20 more bleed per hit, which is definitely noticeable. But mainly, it's going to be its weight and its stamina cost. As I mentioned with power sensing spears, that cost a lot of stamina. With the Blood Fiend's Fork, it consumes a lot less, and it weighs a lot less. So you don't have to spec it to much endurance to benefit of actually like having lots of good power sensing bleed attacks off. And the damage difference is not that much lower to where you're sacrificing a whole bunch more. In fact, it could actually be better. But it also gets the benefits of being the highest damaging spear with a faith infusion. Because this thing, just like the Blood Fiend's arm and the Erdsteel dagger and stuff, when you go into a faith-based build and spec into the faith stat, you're going to benefit of more physical damage and elemental damage by going into that stat. So it's going to get like the highest amount of AR with a faith-based build, and it's also going to retain bleed. So, yeah, S tier. It might not end up performing as like much DPS as like a Cross Naginata with like a Dex build and stuff, or a Cult build, but this is probably easier to play with, honestly. I'll rearrange it later. Torch Pole, D tier. At least it gets good range, and at least it can light up the room, so it's not trash. But it gets like the worst damage though, so, and you can't infuse it. It's the regular speed moveset. The Inquisitor's Grandole. It gets bleed, and it gets a faith scaling. It's like an okay faith scaling, and it gets like a quality scaling alongside with it. So like at higher levels, it can actually get some pretty decent damage. Now like a regular flame art infused like bleed spear, like the spiked spear, the Cross Naginata, Blood Fiend's Fork, obviously, they're all going to out damage it. But at higher levels, it could actually get some decent damage. And it could be like an okay offhand option until you end up getting to the Blood Fiend's Fork. So, but no, it's still going to be like a lower C tier or a mid C tier. It's like the only use that it has. The Crystal Spear is terrible. D tier, again, all like crystal weapons that just offer terrible damage, terrible scalings, and no unique skills. The Rotten Crystal Spear is fine because at least it does rot, and rot on a faster weapon is not the worst thing in the world, but I'd rather just use like the Anspir Rapier to do like to proc rot once and switch back to my main weapons. And if you actually wanted to have this thing power stance with another spear that actually does decent damage, it's still going to take a while to proc rots, because like power stancing with status effects gets lowered a lot, and if you just have the one with a status effect, it's going to take forever, especially with the rots that only gets like 50 rot build up. So the clean rod spear is like another quality based weapon that gets like a terrible faith based scaling, which kind of sucks because like the skill pretty sure scales purely off faith. I don't think it's AR. But it's still like it's okay damage. It gets the same heavy attack as the short spear, which is definitely better than like the regular spear heavy attack, which sucks. And it does get a skill that can do some decent damage, especially against larger bosses. It can hit multiple times. Does come out pretty fast. It's extremely cheap too. I think it's only like 12 FP. So it can put in work. The only downside is going to be the damage because, as I mentioned, the faith scaling is poor, and it doesn't work with a Shard of Alexander. Just like most of these holy-based skills, it's just not working with a Shard. If it did and get a better faith scaling, I'd value it a lot more. I kind of wish I had the option to go like into a stance to actually make the AoE shoot out vertical or horizontal, like how the Clean Rod Spears actually, the Clean Rod Knights actually use it. And it would have been cool to have like a unique power sensing combo with a thrusting sword, you know, but wishful thinking, I suppose. B tier. Death Ritual Spear though. This is S tier. Got a lower S tier, like one of the many broken dexterity intelligence based weapons in the game. Not broken, but really good. This spear does get the same moveset as the spike spear, so it gets the heavy attack horizontal swipes, which is really good for variation. Does get decent damage. Its skill goes out really far in this nice range-based AoE, shoots down a bunch of these spears that do amazing damage, actually decent stance damage. And if you end up proccing a stance break, you're actually going to benefit a lot with this weapon because it gets 110 crit. So it gets bonus crit damage too. The only downside is that if you're fighting like smaller enemies that are really fast, the AoE might not hit that much. So, but otherwise, it's just really good. You can actually have this power stance alongside like another cold infused spear that will probably get like a dex int scaling paired alongside ice spear. So you have like a good option for close range, medium range, and you have like the good boss melting machine in the Death Ritual Spear. So puts in that work. The Bolter Grandsax, arguably broken. If I put the Euporia in the S tier, I can't put the Bolter Grandsax higher because I think the Euporia is better. So put it high S tier. Bolter Grandsax is like one of the best projectiles in the game. It's like a pure dexterity scaling weapon, so unfortunately you're not going to really benefit of like speccing into any spells, but you don't really need spells with a skill that hits like as good as this one does. It is one of the has some of the most range in class, but it also does have like really high stamina cost. Does have like a high strength based scaling to our requirements. It doesn't really scale as well as strength, but damage is still there, and the skill, yeah, as I mentioned, is like absurd. It goes like stupidly far in like almost an instant, especially when fully charged. And with things like the Godfrey's Icon and Shard of Alexander, it just puts in work, and it's so easy to build around and it's easy to use. Might not benefit as much against like bosses that are really aggressive because you're not going to be able to get it off in time. But in that instance, you at least have a decent damaging, good ranged spear. And you could potentially try and power sense it with something else though, but it's going to consume a lot of stamina. So maybe just S tier is valid, not really broken. Okay, the Great Spears. Now, Great Spears are interesting as well. They're not going to offer as much DPS as things like regular spears, especially when power stanced. But they do also have good power stancing options, movesets, because they do hit simultaneously as well. They do stagger a lot better than things like spears would, and even heavy thrusting swords. Good stagger potential, good stance damage. Now, funnily enough, things like the poking attack halberds can actually output basically just as much stance damage, but just have higher DPS. Because they do more damage and actually stagger just as well. So halberds, the poking attack halberds could actually outclass the spears, but they do have their own things going for them because they typically get higher stance damage with their heavy attacks. And that's going to make them do more stance damage with their skills. And as I mentioned, the power sensing moveset's actually good. So they're a bit of a weird class, but they do some things well. Now starting off with the lance, this one is like automatically useful, because it's like the only one that can be infused in the base game. So, and you get it very early on. So if you actually want to pair it alongside some skills like Impaling Thrust, Spectral Lance or whatever, like this is actually pretty good to have. One of the best options to use early on in the game. It gets good range. You can use it for like shield poking builds. It's good. Great spears are really good for guard countering as well. Much better than the halberds too. So the lances is amazing for many reasons. I would put it into the S tier, but unfortunately, it gets outclassed by the Messmage Soldier Spear, because the Messmage Soldier Spear is the DLC version of an infused weapon, and it gets the exact same like scalings and everything, but it's just like more damage. It just gets a bit more damage in the lands, and it gets the better heavy attack because it hits multiple times. So automatically it's going to be an S tier, but the heavy attack is actually really good. Because, yeah, with that multi-hit attack and with a charged heavy attack build, it can put in a lot of work. Now, this sword lance is a heavy thrusting sword that outdamages the Messmage Soldier Spear. So if you actually wanted to use certain types of skills that are good with a Great Spear, or going with like a guard countering build, the sword lance is going to do it better. So unfortunately, it's a bit limited to either just like a power stancing build or a charged heavy attack build, but it still is going to be S tier because, yeah, the charged heavy attack Messmage Soldier Spear puts in a lot of work. And the Tree Spear does get the exact same moveset as the Messmage Soldier Spear. And in fact, with the way that it works, and it does get like a faith-based scaling and actually can be buffed, it actually can get more damage if you go like a holy-based build, with like Order's Blade and whatnot with high amounts of faith. It can actually shred and actually get more damage than the Messmage Soldier Spear. But that's only specifically with a holy-based build, and it gets a skill that's practically useless because it gets Sacred Order as its skill, which is just a weapon buff. It was Messmage Soldier Spear, you can buff it with things like Rolling Out Resolve to make it do more damage, or Cragblade to make it do more damage and stance damage. So it's a really good early game option, and very good for the base game. It puts in work too. They can melt, but yeah. Probably a B tier because it's still outclassed. And it's a useless skill. Serpent Hunter, though. This weapon arguably gets like the best moveset in the entire game, or one of the best movesets in the entire game, because you get like poking attacks with the lights. You get a jumping heavy attack that covers like the entire blade of the weapon, so it covers nice range. And you get these high damaging horizontal swipes. Now, there's other Great Spears that get these horizontal swipes. And typically the horizontal swipes get less damage than like the regular heavy attacks. But with the Serpent Hunter, it actually gets more damage for some silly reason. Now, that didn't actually benefit off the recent heavy attack changes that make it be faster. But the fact that it gets like the highest damage, the charged heavy attack, and it's super easy to build around, no requirements, and it gets like stupid damage with a strength-based build. This thing can put in work and one of the best strength-based charged heavy attack weapons, but unfortunately, it's kind of another weapon that gets a useless skill because Great Serpent Hunter, I believe it's called, although it's actually decent, gets lots of hype armor, and the whole combo can do like 90 stance damage. Like, it is absurd amounts of stance damage, but it's such a long animation that by the time that you get the attack off, you're better off just using the heavy attack a couple times, and it'll be like the same effect, but just better. It can be somewhat situational to where you can like pre-time it correctly where someone's about to come into you. Pause. I kind of wish it just had like a somewhat of a projectile attack. Like it retains some of a projectile, like how you use it in the boss fight. Obviously nowhere near as much, but if it had like some range. So it's just going to be an A tier because it's pretty much useless skill, but like S tier moveset. Siluria's Tree, though, is S tier. This is an amazing strength faith-based weapon. Scales pretty much equally off both. You can go either or, whether you want to get like... I think it scales a bit better off strength, but I recommend going into faith to actually benefit of using some spells and buffs. Does get that horizontal swiping heavy attack that I talked about with the Serpent Hunter. Not going to get as much damage, though. But it gets a skill in the Siluria's Woe that does its little like short range AoE attack. Doesn't really do that well, but when you have it fully charged, it is borderline broken. It goes incredibly far, has a very wide hitbox so it can hit multiple enemies. It goes through them, and it does amazing damage and like sends them flying to the ground. Like it's just really good. Really good to use. Unfortunately, it has like a slightly longer animation, so it's like a lower S tier. Oh, God. Okay, the Barbed Staff Spear. Another faith-based Great Spear. There's like so many faith-based Great Spears in this game. It's the third one already. This gets an A scaling in faith, which is actually really good, and actually gets passive bleed too. Now, It can get some of the most damage. It might not get as much with like a high strength Faith Siluria's tree weapon. But the fact that it gets bleed kind of makes up for it. And its skill does complement the weapon somewhat nicely. It has like somewhat of like a holy based projectile attack that shoots out a bunch of these holy arcs. Now, for some reason, half of the holy arcs are just like invisible and don't actually hit. And the weapon can actually drain FP pretty quickly too with that skill. But it still is a decent projectile. It's easy to use. Comes out pretty fast. And the skill can also proc bleed too. It doesn't proc it that quickly, but it can do some amounts of bleed. It's like 100 bleed when you hold it for like a few seconds. So it's like, it's fine. I put it in like the A tier because like it's a good damaging great spear. Good heavy attack. Decent skill. It's fine, but I think I'd rather have this Siluria's tree as like a faith-based great spear for the exact same moveset. So maybe B tier then. Vikes War Spear, though. I cannot say the same thing. I think this is the worst great spear in the game. We'll put this bad boy into the D tier. Just like all the other faith-based great spears, it also gets the horizontal typing heavy attack. Now, unlike all the other faith-based great spears, this thing gets shit damage and shit range because it gets like pretty poor scaling, especially in faith. And yeah, the only thing that it has going for it is it's like less stamina cost. But it's pretty much just meant to be like a PvP option with its like madness effect. And it's kind of bugged as well with the skill because the skill like it's kind of like a Storm Assault type of skill where you jump up and come slamming to the ground and does like this madness AoE effect. And it can go out pretty far and just like chip damage at a distance. But like against like most enemies and bosses, it bugs out. Like when I did my playthrough of this thing last, the skill-based run, I think like 60% of the time, it is bugged out to where the explosion just didn't even occur. And when the explosion doesn't occur, it does awful damage. Now, when the explosion does hit, it puts in work. But that's like less than half the amount of the time. So, and even then, if it worked every single bit of the time, I'd probably still only put it into the C tier because it's only meant to be a PvP weapon. So, it's like a shit damaging, shit ranged great spear with a skill that works half the time. So, I don't know. Maybe C tier because it works. At least it works. Unlike these fucking weapons. C tier for the Vikes. Okay. Mesmer's... Not Mesmer's. The Spear of the Impaler. Which you get off Mesmer. Very similar scaling to the Vikes War Spear, but actually just does more damage because the scalings are at least a bit better. But you have pretty poor faith scaling at that. Does get a lot more range, thankfully. And it has a skill that actually hits very hard and is much more consistent too. Now, the skill does have like a long animation. You get some like okay amounts of hyper armor, but like you can still get staggered out of it easily. And against some DLC bosses, you're probably not going to win the trade. Now, the first part of the skill is actually like can serve as somewhat of a projectile attack. It goes out really far, like much further than you think. Like the Sword of Knights and Flame, like heavy attack fire-based move. I think this version of it goes out like further. It's like just as much of an AoE, but it can go further than that. Like that's how good the range actually is. Obviously not going to do as much damage, but it can serve as a projectile. And if you have a longer opening, this damage can be like insane. Now, when it comes to the light attacks of Great Spears, they don't really do that well in terms of DPS, because as I mentioned, halberds with their poking attacks, the poking attack halberds can offer more DPS and just as much stance damage. So sometimes you want to use the heavy attacks, and that's why things like the Serpent Hunter and the Mesmer Soldier Spear can be so good, because their heavy attacks can make the entire weapon. But the heavy attack of this thing is trash. One of the worst heavy attacks in the entire game, because it does serve as like a projectile attack, like the Smith script weapons, but funnily enough, it does like worse damage than like some of the Smith script heavy attacks. Does only like 9 stance damage, and it consumes like your entire stamina bar. And it's like, it is a free projectile, but you know, projectiles are so cheap in this game anyway, and you're gonna have a faith-based build, you're gonna have some cheap spells, and as I mentioned, the first part of the skill serves as like a better projectile than this heavy attack. It's just such a shame, because like one of the best ways to build around the Great Spears will be going with like a charged heavy attack build. If this thing had the Mesmer Soldier Spear heavy attack, it would be S tier. But the fact that it has such a big, giant, glaring weakness that when you're fighting enemies with somewhat shorter openings and it just sucks, I can't put it anything higher than the B tier. I put it top B tier. But it just makes me so mad that it's just such a fucking big weakness. What a shame. What a shame. The Blood Fiend's Sacred Spear. I'll talk about the Mogwins first, so we can shit on it easier. Mogwin Sacred Spear. I think this gets the most range in class. Gets a really good strength arcane scaling, passive fire damage, a decent amount of bleed as well, and it gets a skill that's basically fucking broken, because it can just destroy everything really quickly. There's like a decent fire damaging AoE that surrounds the player, really good bleed build up, good stun lock potential. Yeah, it puts in work. And you get a good hyper armor too. This is like arguably top 5 weapon in the game. Broken tier. Only downside is that the weapon doesn't get like any like horizontal swipes, but you have an AoE skill, so who cares? But yeah, the Blood Fiend Sacred Spear is just the worst version of the Mogwins because it gets a very similar skill. This one actually travels out a bit further, but it does like next to no damage and like awful bleed build up and no stun lock. So, but it's not to say that it's completely useless because it gets more damage in Mogwin Sacred Spear for the exact same build, and it gets more bleed build up. So you can actually have it paired alongside the Mogwin Sacred Spear if you wanted to power sense with it. It's going to be a decent offhand option. But as a primary option, I would still never use it over the Mogwins because that's an actual decent primary option with its good skill. And for some reason, the Blood Fiend Sacred Spear gets like less stance damage than like all the other Great Spears. Like the light attacks gets like less than 10, which they typically get you around about like 14 or something like that. So I don't know what was going on there. Maybe because it's like the lightest one, but I don't know. No other weapon types really do that. So that's kind of odd. So I think it's a C tier at best. Lower C tier, because at least it does out damage and out bleed the Mogwins. I haven't ranked the light Greatswords yet. That's at the bottom. We're doing the DLC weapon types last. We're 5 hours in, chat. Maybe it is going to be a 6-hour stream. Fuck. Lock in. Okay, halberds time. Why don't I just shut up? Why do I have to keep yapping for? Okay, the halberds. Now, halberds have like lots of versatility and they have lots of variation. Like, there's not really one that works the exact same as the other. Lots of them get different movesets. They typically get decent range, okay damage. Their stance damage tends to be a bit lacking because they get like straight sword types of stance damage. But they do have like decent stagger potential though, and lots of skill options. So they can be nice. Now I'm gonna talk about the halberd and the banished knight's halberd together because these are the two only infusible halberds that get the poking attack moveset. And the poking attack moveset, as I mentioned, is just like a direct upgrade to the great speed poking attacks. The light attacks, they can just output just higher DPS for like only like 1 less stance damage because halberds actually do get more damage than great spears, believe it or not. Now the heavy attacks for the halberds I don't really care for. It has like that spin twin, which typically when I want to have my heavy attack, I want it to be like a high stance damaging option. And the heavy attack spin twin is way too long of an animation for it to stance break quickly. But the fact that it does poking attacks quickly as well, it's nice. Just if you want to have a good staggering option, if you like the idea for a great spear, you could just go with this. And it still has like plenty of decent skill options too. So I put them both into the A tier because there's nothing like amazing, but nothing broken. Like the differences being between both of these things is that the regular halberd scales best of strength. Probably can get more damage overall, but the banished knight's halberd scales best of dexterity. And it can be pretty better with some like elemental infusions like cold because I think it gets a B scaling in both like dex and swords. It depends on the build. But the banished knight halberd can be better because you can get a +8 version like very early on in the game too. So the Lucerne is actually a decent weapon too. Lucerne is very good because piercing damage. It gets the regular halberd moveset, but it just gets piercing damage. And the movesets between like the poking attacks and the vertical swipes movesets, they're actually very similar speeds. It might seem like the poking attack moveset is faster, but they're actually very similar. But the thing is, the Lucerne actually gets a unique heavy attack that slams down the weapon vertically and doesn't actually get the spin twin, which is much faster and I much prefer. Actually, it gets the exact same heavy attack as a Knight Rider's Glaive. And the thing is, with those like recent heavy attack buffs, if you go uncharged heavy attack, it's faster than a light attack. So you can go uncharged heavy into a light, into uncharged heavy, and that's just more DPS and more stance damage too. I believe more stance damage. Might be about the same. The only downside of the Lucerne is it's less AR. It gets some really low AR. But it does like weigh the least, I believe, and have really low stamina cost, like the lowest in the halberd. So this is actually a pretty solid weapon. If it has had a bit more AR, it'd be nice. But like, you know, the Knight Rider's Glaive, excuse me. Knight Rider's Glaive gets the exact same moveset, but it gets way more damage and more range. But obviously it's going to cost more stamina and have higher requirements. But like, you know, once you're a bit later into the game, you're better off just switching to that weapon instead. But the Lucerne is actually pretty good. And piercing damage. The regular glaive, there's basically no reason to use this because, as I mentioned, if you want good early game options, we already talked about those that are lighter, because this thing basically is just the worst version of the Knight Rider's Glaive, because it's a worse moveset, also gets slashing damage, but Knight Rider's Glaive gets more damage in horseback and it's more damage in general. Speaking of which, the Lucerne also gets more damage in horseback too, for some reason. I don't know why, but nice little fact right there. But yeah, this thing is basically useless. Because, yeah, that one's better. Same thing as the Vulgar Militia Shuttle. All these halberds with, like, these regular vertical swiping horizontal movesets. Basically useless. This thing gets some of the worst damage. The only benefit is that it hits around shields. Who fucking cares? The Vulgar Militia Sword, though, is actually good. Despite it getting, like, pretty poor range, like the Vulgar Militia Shuttle, it gets bleed, which is good, because obviously bleed is the best status effect in the game. And there's plenty of skills with the halberd that can make a build with a bleed polearm be very good. So things like repeating thrust can do well, even things like Stormcaller. Now those might still end up being better with other weapon types, but one that really stands out would be Spectral Lance. Because Spectral Lance scales off Arcane, so you can go in the Occult Infusion, benefits off really good bleed build-up, and actually benefit of having Spectral Lance too. And Spectral Lance actually scales with the poise damage of the weapon itself. And I think it gets just as much with a halberd as it would with a great spear. So it's pretty much just the best pairing in the game. But with a strength-based build, it kind of performs like shit. And the Grave Scythe is just going to be the better polearm option that gets bleed. But with an Occult Infusion, I think it literally outdamages the Great Scythe. Grave Scythe, excuse me. So this is actually good. I put it into the A tier. High A tier. Good stuff. Guardian Swordspear though, S tier. S tier, high S tier. This is like the highest base damage out of all the halberds. It actually can do the highest damage, and it gets the fastest moveset. Light attack combo, which, you know, that's recipe for success. Now, the downside of the light attack combo is that it doesn't stagger enemies that well. So if you're fighting enemies like Knights or Omens, it doesn't actually stagger them with the light attacks, which is kind of annoying. And then it gets a spin to win heavy attack, which I don't really care for. But the fact that it gets the highest base damage means that basically with every single infusion, it just gets the highest damage except for strength, which is going to go to the Knight Rider's Glaive, which I consider to be the best halberd in the game. For many reasons. One, it gets I think it's the sum of the most range in class. I think out of all the infusible ones, it gets the most range. It gets slashing damage, which is just better to have than standard damage. With a strength-based build, it gets an S scaling in strength, and it can outdamage the Guardian Swordspear. And it gets the best heavy attack, because there's that quick downward slam. And as I mentioned with the Lucerne, you can go into the heavy attack, light attack combo. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. And it gets bonus damage on horseback, if you wanted to know about that. The Pest's Glaive is like an even worse version than like the regular Glaive, because it gets like some of the worst damage. I think the worst damage in class. It does get slashing damage to kind of make up for it a bit. And it does get bonus elemental damage guarded, elemental damage negation. You get like 2% damage negation to like the elements, like fire, lightning, and shit like that. So, but it's only 2%. So yeah, and you have to farm for this shit too. Fuck that. C. Gargoyle's Halberd. I think actually this one can get just as much damage, or actually more damage than the Knight Rider's Glaive. But like, you don't really care for the Gargoyle's Halberd because it gets the worst range. So like, I'd rather have like 50% more range for like one less AR, which I'm pretty sure it's just like that. And the fact you get slashing damage too means we probably just gets more damage against most enemies. So yeah, no, fuck this thing. C tier for the Gargoyles. Even though it can get the most damage, it's just awful range. And it doesn't even like weigh that much less too. I want to talk about the Gargoyles Black Halberd. That's trash. All the black Gargoyle weapons are awful. Awful scalings, awful damage, no unique skills. The Spirit's Glaive. As I talked about with the Spirit Sword, this one's at least like a little bit better. But it gets like a reskinned version of Sword Dance, doesn't get good scalings, gets pretty poor damage. You go with like a Knight Rider's Glaive, not Rider's Glaive, the Guardian Sword Spear with like a cold infusion is going to get more damage, more frost build up, and if you use Sword Dance, it's going to be cheaper, do more damage, and potentially even more stance damage as well. I always like the projectile portion of the skill, just shot out a lot more skulls that did a lot more damage. That would have been pretty cool, and have this thing get better scalings too, so that'd have been nice, but yeah, that thing is fucking shit. The Pearl Blade of the Bud. This weapon on paper looks really good because it gets the same moveset as the Guardian Sword Spear, but it gets slashing damage. It gets more range than the Guardian Sword Spear. It comes with Scarlet Rot, and it gets an A scaling in Arcane. Now, Arcane doesn't actually boost Scarlet Rot at all, so it doesn't really mean much, but the fact that it does come with Rot at all is pretty decent. And the A scaling in Arcane means that it's going to pair nicely with spells, which is cool. But the downside is the skill. The skill, which kind of make or breaks most weapons, it's terrible. It's just awful. It's just like some flying attack that does like no damage or very little damage, very little stance damage, very little rot buildup. Like the only benefit of it is that it can make you like a hard target to hit. And sometimes you can like go in and out of cover with the thing. But like, it's not going to do much. Like you can basically do more damage just like standing still using the light attacks. So it's fine. It just needed a higher damaging skill. Then it could have been S tier. I don't know. PvP Destroyer, does it do well in PvP? Maybe. I don't PvP much. The Ripple Crescent Halberd. Now, just as I talked about with the Ripple Blade, the axe version, it's kind of the same thing. It's like an arcane scaling can get buffed. So with bleed grease and stuff, it can proc bleed really quickly. Now, the thing is, the Ripple Blade does like 10 less AR, but it gets like a much faster moveset. So if I actually wanted to go with that particular build, I'd rather have the Ripple Blade because it gets like a faster moveset than a curved sword. So it's going to proc the status effects a lot faster. So using a faster weapon with the status effect build. Oh, sorry, this one's good for PvP. Oh, yeah. Oh, because people use this thing with like sleep and stuff, right? Because the sleep also scales with arcane. And it could probably do it in like one running attack or some shit. Yeah, but in PvE, it's just like the regular halberd moveset, which is not that valuable. And I'd rather just take a step forward and use the Ripple Blade if I wanted to go with that particular build. But it's still not bad though. Like it still gets lots of blade build up in like one hit. And the halberd moveset can be okay, I guess. But I'd probably put it lower B tier. Golden Halberd. Okay, Golden Halberd. Average range halberd. It does get insane amounts of damage though. Like really good damage. Because it gets a really good faith and strength-based scaling. You can get it early on in the game, but it has higher requirements. So like it's not really much of an early game option. It does get the same moveset as the Knight Rider's Glaive with that quick downward slam heavy attack, which I much prefer. Now, unfortunately, it's holy damage, which throughout the base game, even though it is the highest, they can get the highest damage, against most bosses, it's going to end up making it be like in line with some others. And it gets Golden Bow, which is a useless skill to have because Golden Bow Ash of War is already accessible in Limgrave. And if you're going to be going with a faith-based build, you can just use the spell-based version, which is just better. So like, it's a really good weapon with good damage, specifically better for the DLC, but a useless skill. And it's not even going to be good for early game because it has higher requirements. So I think a higher B tier. I guess like some bosses in the DLC, you could probably wreck them and destroy them, but if it has had any skill, anything, anything else, it would have been at least A tier. Dragon Halberd though is S tier. This shit is great. This is a good weapon. This is another poking attack type of halberd. So it's going to stagger pretty well. Piercing damage obviously does really well. Does do pure physical damage too. So it's benefiting all of that piercing damage despite it being a somber based weapon. And its skill though is really good. It's like a spinning slash reskin, which is good at stun locking. And actually does buff the weapon. But the cool thing about it is that it actually buffs the weapon after the first swing. So you actually don't have to use a full combo just to buff it. But if you do use a full combo, it results in this like nice Frost Lightning AoE, which is really cool. But it buffs the weapon with 160 lightning damage and 80 frost, which is like actually really good. Like a lot of skills in the game that boost the weapon's damage, like Flaming Strike or some shit, only give you like 80 fire damage or 90 fire damage. This is 160 lightning damage, which is better than fire damage. And it's 80 frost. So yeah. Only downside is probably that heavy attack that I don't care for, but it's still like nice crowd control, but like the skill does the exact same thing, but better. But yeah, this is an S tier weapon. And it does bonus damage to dragons too. Can't forget about that little fact. The Loretta's Horsicle. Another like weapon that just gets the same moveset as the Guardian Swordspear. It gets more range than the Guardian Swordspear, but it doesn't get a unique skill. It gets Loretta's Slash, which is not even that good of a skill to begin with. It's decent at stun locking. It can lunge in fast. Okay stance damage, I guess. It's fine. But you can put Loretta's Slash on the Guardian Swordspear with like a cold infusion, get frost, potentially more damage, and the exact same skill. So yeah. It does get like decent scaling, so it gets like C scaling across the board. So like at higher levels, it could probably put in some work, but like it's still no unique skill. So should have had like some, I don't know, one of any of Loretta's really cool attacks that was actually original. Because you get like the Ash of War version like earlier in the game too, so it was like kind of counterintuitive. But it made sense if you got it like the other way around. So you get the weapon, then you unlock the skill to put it on better weapons. Whatever. Commander Standard, really good. Longest range out of all the halberds. Also gets the poking attack moveset. Does I think it weighs the most and it consumes like the most stamina too. It can get more damage than like the Banished Knight halberd and the regular halberd. But those ones can be infused and get paired alongside better types of skills that can do more damage. Because the skill of this thing is really good, but not as like a primary option. Because it's an aura buff that gives you 20% more damage and 20% more defenses, which is like literally a better boost than Golden Vow, but it only lasts 30 seconds. So you can keep using it throughout the fight. It can be decent, but in this game, with how good these like damaging based skills are, you kind of really only want to use it as like a buff for like a secondary option, maybe. I wouldn't even like to use it with power sensing halberds because I don't even like the power sensing halberd moveset. And it was like a slightly higher requirements. It's probably not even going to be useful to be like as a buff in that instance too, but I know you still can use it. And like as a weapon itself, it's fine. I'll probably put it like a higher B tier. Because like it's the most range and it gets like the poking attacks, which is really good. But yeah, it's just a buffing skill. That with the buff itself, it can make it do more damage than these things. But throughout a boss fight with how aggressive some of these bosses are, it's kind of hard with like a slightly longer animation to keep the buff throughout the fight. So kind of unfortunate. Unless you have like spirit summons. If you have spirit summons that can take the aggro, then it can be pretty good there. I'll put it into the A tier. Why not? If you have spirit summons, it's good. Or if you're using like summons in general. I kind of never really take that into account, like how good some things can be if like you have summons taking the aggro. Where's Lyria's Tree? Have it into the S tier. The Scythes or the Reapers. Honestly, mid. Very mid weapon type. Out of like all like the weapon skills that I talk about, you can always like justify one particular use. Like even like all like the thousands of poking attack types of weapon types out there, you can have a justification for every single one. Like the thrusting swords, really quick, good two-handed DPS. The spears are good power stance. The great spears offer like good utility with like good stance breaking skills. The heavy thrusting swords have like a great two-handed moveset as well. The halberds have a good variation of moveset. But like the scythes are like these polearm options that are just like, what do they do good? And I don't know, because like the halberds can do more damage and get better variation of moveset and potentially get more stance damage too. So it's like, is that the only thing they have is like bleed, I guess. So, and the hitting around shields. Like there's other things in the game that can do bleed too. So, but some of these are actually good though. Some of these are actually good. The Great Scythe is okay. It gets some nice range. It's like one of two infusible options, other than being the Grave Scythe. This actually might perform better with like an occult infusion because the elemental infusions for the Grave Scythe and the arcane infusions and the scalings kind of suck with the Grave Scythe. It's only really good for a strength-based build. So if you're going to go like occult, I'd honestly rather go with the regular Scythe. Because I think it's like very similar damage. Might be still be a bit less, but it gets like more range and like I believe less stamina cost too. And it gets the better heavy attack. Because, like, one thing, the scythe heavy attack is a shit. It's, like, really long, awful, and terrible damage, terrible stance damage. It's like the spear heavy attack, but, like, somehow worse. Whereas the regular scythe heavy attack hits twice at least. So it can, like, stun lock a bit earlier, and it can do a bit more damage. But it still is, like, a really long animation. Like, it has, like, a longer animation than, like, a Colossal Sword heavy attack. And it's still going to get scythe damage. So it's, like, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, the regular scythe gets more blade as well. Yeah, it's true. So with an occult infusion, I'd rather have this one. But even then, I'd probably rather have the Vulgar Militia Saw with an occult infusion, which I believe can actually outdamage this and get more skill options too. Because you can use things like Spectral Lance. But both heavy attacks are very similar. Like, one gets the spin to win, and the other one gets, like, it's another 2-hitting attack. So they're both very similar. It's, like, similar to the Halberd heavy attack. But it's still, like, a really long animation, so it's not going to be good at stance breaking. The Grave Scythe has, like, one build that I like, and that's about it. And that's the Spinning Strikes Blood Flame Blade heavy attack build. Because with elemental builds, it sucks in terms of damage and blade build up. When things like Stormcaller or, like, Phantom Slash, I'd rather use, like, a Halberd or, like, a Great Hammer. Obviously, if you're using Stormcaller at least. But Spinning Strikes does really well. Because even though you can put it on a Halberd, you want to be able to proc Blade quickly. And this thing actually does do more damage with a heavy infusion compared to, like, a heavy infused Vulgar Militia Saw. So that's going to be the build to use. Like, Blood Flame Blade, heavy infusion, Spinning Strikes. There can be some other things that you can use, like Spinning Slash too. That can put in some work. And depending if you're going to stun lock an enemy, you might switch to Stormcaller. But Spinning Strikes is insane. I put this a high A tier because it's still a scythe. It does have, like, a boost of your vitality or some shit like that in this game, which is, like, your death resist. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's, like, some status effects that it can resist, like, a little bit more. But yeah, basically it's just, like, a good strength damaging weapon, good bleed. With the Blood Flame Blade Spinning Strikes build. That's about it though. But yeah, scythes don't really offer, like, much more else. Like, a good decent stagger potential, but nothing good for stance breaking, nothing good for, like, DPS. It's just... Except for that, Spinning Strikes. Halo Scythe, though, is definitely the best scythe in the game because of its skill. But, you know, it's like another blade scythe. Gets an okay dex faith-based scaling. But yeah, the skill is kind of cracked. So it just makes it be an S tier. Because the skill goes incredibly far. It's really cheap. You can cast it over and over again. Obviously, closer range against enemies that are fast and aggressive, not going to be the most useful thing. But you still have, like, an okay damaging scythe that gets bleed. So it's fine. But, like, yeah, this thing is, like, better than, like, almost every holy spell in the entire game. Probably is better than every holy spell in the game. It just goes really far and it does a good damage. And it staggers pretty well, too. Yeah, I think I did a playthrough with this thing, like, the other day. To, like, refresh my memory and, yeah. Put in some work. The Winged Scythe, though, is definitely the worst of the two holy scythes. Because obviously the one's like a broken AoE or broken projectile attack. This one's like more of a close range. It's like a reskinned version of Loretta's Slash, but thankfully it's actually better than Loretta's Slash because it can do more damage and it can actually do more stance damage too. And it can stop enemies from healing. So it's more of like a PvP type weapon. But in PvE, it's good for, like, stun locking against smaller enemies. Against larger bosses, it's not that good to use. Because sometimes you might overshoot your target, you get stuck in a longer animation, and just, like, R1 spamming could be better. It does get a good faith scaling, though, so it's not bad. Like, none of the Scythes or Reapers are bad. They're just, like, nothing amazing, so whatever. B tier. It does well against NPCs. How am I still alive? We're gonna still be going for another, like, hour, it seems. Obsidian Laminar. The DLC Scythe. This is a decent dexterity arcane-based weapon. Doesn't get that good of an arcane scaling, but at least it gets one so you can improve the bleed. Does get the same heavy attack as the regular Scythe, which is definitely better than the regular heavy attack Scythe. Regular heavy attack that the other Scythes get. But it does get a skill that's very similar to the Bloody Hellas and does do, like, this nice dodge into, like, a follow-up lunging attack. Now, unfortunately, the Bloody Hellas is just better because the Bloody Hellas does more bleed, gets better scalings. The dodge, I believe, is cheaper. And the follow-up attack lunges further, does piercing damage, more stance damage, quicker animation. Like, across the board, it's just better, except for one thing, and that's the skill of the Obsidian Laminar does get the better dodge because you can dodge in any direction when locked on, and you can spam it back to back. So it's good. But you can't help but compare it to the Bloody Hellas. So like, I'd probably still put it like lower A tier. Because I did actually buff it to make it like lunge further. And I think the dodging is like very forgiving. So it could be pretty easy to use. But it's no Bloody Hellas though. Look, the thing is, we're going to be rapid firing a lot of this stuff. Like, I don't care to talk about the whips or the bows or crossbows. We're going to just rapid fire those things. And same thing about the catalysts too. Been doing this for 5 hours? Yeah. I thought it was going to be like 4 to 5 hours. I thought max 5 hours. I never thought we were going to be over 6. We're going to be going over 6. The whip. Trash. Okay, whips are terrible. Like, whips are like the worst type in the entire game. Because they offer like straight sword types of damage, but have like slower movesets than things like fucking spears, really. Probably even a greatsword as well. So like the DPS is terrible. The only benefit is that they have like decent range and they can like stagger well. But they also get awful stance damage. Like a charged heavy attack of a whip does less stance damage than a dagger. And speaking of daggers, you can't even critical attack with the whips either. So even if you did get a stance break, it doesn't matter. Who cares, right? And there's basically like no skill options. Like I guess like the least amount of skill options in the entire game. Not even a single unique skill. Even though Dark Souls 3 had a unique skill for the whips, which literally put on the Tooth Whip. I don't know why it wasn't an Ash of War, but who cares? They all suck anyway. Terrible DPS, not fun to use. But the whip is the worst one because it just doesn't do anything beneficial. The Thorn Whip is still a D tier because the Hoslow's Pedal Whip basically outclasses it. I think it's more bleed build-up and more damage. And even if you wanted to power stance, you get 2 of these per playthrough. Which I guess power sensing jumping attacks is like the best thing to use for the whips, but it still sucks because it's still like pretty shit damage. It just got like decent range, and that's about it. Yeah, because like the regular light attack combos of the whips are incredibly long animations, so you're basically spamming the jumping attacks the entire time. So I put it into the C tier because at least it has good range. But like literally any other like bleed power sensing weapon is pretty much better. The Urami is the only whip worth using. We'll put this one into the A tier. It gets an S scaling and dexterity. You can get the most damage. It gets slashing damage as well, and it gets a heavy attack that it fully extends the weapon of the range. So it maximizes the good whip reach. And it gets piercing damage, which is the best damage type in the game. Yeah, it's good stuff. But unfortunately, it's still a whip. So you still have to put up with like the mid DPS and like the no stance damage and the lack of skill options. But there's something going on there. Maybe B tier. High B tier. It's still a whip. Can't go that good. Magma Whip Candlestick is honestly not that bad either. It's like it's an okay dex faith-based scaling, so the damage is not the worst. It's still a whip though. The skill can be like some nice like AoE crowd control option that keeps spinning the weapon around. It's just like a better version of the Giant's Red Braid, honestly. Because you can cancel it after every single swing, unlike the Giant's Red Braid. And it's going to do more damage than the Giant's Red Braid too. Doesn't stun lock that well, which is like this major downside. The stun lock potential is not there. Doesn't stagger that well. But if you have like longer openings, this thing puts in work. Not going to be anywhere near as much as the Magma Blade. Nor stun lock as well. But it's going to have more range though. So I'll say C tier. Giant's Red Braid is trash. I don't like this thing at all. It's a decent strength faith-based scaling. But like, I don't know. It's just outclassed by this weapon. Because the skill of this thing, it does awful, awful, awful damage. It does have good stun lock potential. You can cancel like the first part of it. And the last part of it. But the entire middle part you can't cancel. The skill can go through like walls and stuff, but like the damage is awful. It's just really bad. And for like 25 FP as well, it's just like, bruh, use anything else. The Tooth Whip is a whip that gets passive. It gets deadly poison, which is cool, I guess. It does get a skill that removes like lowers stamina regeneration rate, but that's just for PvP. It does get like a stun locking skill, like they talked about, like the one in Dark Souls 3 has like a. It's decent, like they get this decent at stun locking, but you have to be like a point blank range to use it. So yeah, probably a C tier. It's worse than the Hoslow's. Low C tier. At least it gets deadly poison. Anyway, moving on. Fuck the whips. The fist weapons. Okay, these are actually pretty decent. Fist and claws are very comparable, like really quick options. They're both paired as well. which is very beneficial because you can just two-handed and gain the power sensing combo. Don't have to level up a second weapon. And if you're using things like buffs, like Crag Blade or Blood Flame Blade, it puts it onto both hands, which is really good when it comes to either status build-up or stance damage. Now, typically, the fist weapons will do less DPS than claws. Not typically, they will do less DPS than claws, but the fist weapons will have the higher stance damage, right? So that's pretty much their major use. So if you're not going to be doing good stance damage as a weapon, then you're pretty much just outclassed by the claws, because the claws will get more range, probably the better damage type. I mean, striking damage and slashing damage are both kind of just as good. And they're also going to get 110 crit too. So, but starting off with the Kestis, there's basically no reason to use this one because it's just outclassed by the Spiked Kestis, because the Spiked Kestis gets more damage and it gets bleed. And you can arguably get it earlier in the game. I think it's like it weighs like 0.5 units more. So maybe if you wanted to have like a secondary light striking damaging option, I guess, then, but I just put in 1/2 unit more damage. But the Spiked Kestis itself does get the unique heavy attack of like these 1-2 punches that do like, you know, okay stance damage. Unfortunately, like most of the damage comes off like the final hits, and the range is pretty poor. So sometimes if you miss, it's a whole ass thing. And it does it one after the other, not at the same time. So it's just going to be outclassed by the Star Fist and Iron Balls because these swing at the exact same time for basically the exact same range. And they're going to be doing more damage too. So it's an okay early game bleed option because you don't get the Star Fist until Lendel, whereas you can get this like right at the beginning of the game. So it's fine, I guess. I probably put it into the C tier. Oh, okay. The kata. This one is like the lowest damaging fist weapon, I believe. Out of all the infusible ones, it's like the lowest damaging. But it does get the piercing damage though, and it gets the poking attack moveset, which is good for some reasons but bad for others. The good things about it is that it does get the nice running attack, and also you're benefiting of piercing damage. But the downside is that the two-handed heavy attacks do awful stance damage. They do like 15 stance damage, which is really bad. And the thing is, they're kind of going to be outclassed by the claws because the claws also like can get piercing damage. Yeah, they can get piercing damage. They're going to have basically just as much range. The kata gets 110 crit, just like the claws do. But the claws are going to get bleed. Yeah. I forgot what else I was saying. But they're going to get bleed and there's more damage too. But the kata has some uses. As I mentioned, the running attack is nice. But one-handed heavy attacks do 30 stance damage. So the one-handed heavy attacks of fist weapons do 30 stance damage, and this thing two-handed does 15. So it does twice as much one-handed compared to two-handed, which is funny. And if you're going to go like a one-handed charged heavy attack build, it can actually put in work. I made a build around this thing recently with a kata and pata. You can just use it one-handed and have the other offhand option have Braggart's roll and just stack up the defenses and stuff, and you can just spam the heavy attacks the entire time. And you're going to benefit more of this compared to like some other weapons because you're going to be using piercing damage and get the 110 crit. So it's okay, but the kata is pretty much completely outclassed by the pata because it's either the same damage or like very similar, or the pata just gets more, and it just gets like twice as much range though. So it's like, you know, kata can go like low B tier because at least you can get it early in the game and it's good for that one specific build. Probably even then it's pretty C tier. It's very specific, very, very specific. But the pata pretty much for the exact same reasons, but it gets like stupid amounts of range instead. So like, even if you use it without the charged heavy attack build and just using like light attacks and stuff, it can still put in work because it's going to be like a fist weapon with the speed of a fist weapon, but it's going to get the range of like a straight sword. But using that one-handed charged heavy attack build can just put in so much work. And if you don't like the Star Fist because you hate the range and you always whiff, just use the pata and use it one-handed, and you're going to stance break pretty much just as fast because it's like similar speeds. Actually, it might be a bit faster than the Star Fist two-handed, but it's going to do 30 stance damage, and that does 33 stance damage. So like, obviously not going to do anywhere near as much damage as the regular Star Fist because it's hitting with two weapons at once. That's just the one. But you can stance break and switch to the mystery chord, and it can put in work. So I think overall we'll go slap it at the bottom of the S tier because it's still very specific of a build, but that build can be pretty much broken. The Iron Balls and the Star Fist are like the best stance-breaking weapons in the game if you don't include the Wing of Astel, I suppose. But out of the infusible ones, it's like the most consistent. Or the Blood Fiend's arm too. Now the Star Fist pretty much just directly outclasses the Iron Balls. Now you can get the Iron Balls earlier in the game. Now I wouldn't recommend getting it until after you do like some parts of Bogart's questline, so you can at least unlock the Boiled Crabs. And at that point, you're going to be at the Altus Plateau, which is like right next to Lendel anyway, so you're going to kill like 1 or 2 bosses until you can get the Star Fist. So the Iron Balls is pretty much like useless for most playthroughs unless you're doing like some specific challenge run, I guess. So it's going to be like a B tier because it's just outclassed. Because the Star Fists are basically broken, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I put it into the A tier, I guess. It's fucking good. It's good. It's fine the way it is. Because if you don't care about the boiled crabs, then you can get it right at the beginning. But yeah, the Star Fists, they're just insanely fast charged heavy attacks, but this just gets more damage than the Iron Balls, and it gets bleed too. So it's like one of the fastest stance-breaking weapons in the game. And it does like ridiculous damage. And it's really easy to use, really fast movesets. The only downside is the range. Like the only reason I wouldn't put it as like the best weapon, because the range sucks. And it can be a big downside. The Golem Fists are actually good though. These are good weapons, good pair of weapons. They get similar movesets to like the Kestis, so it gets like a nice like 1-2 punch. Now, these actually can get the most damage in class with a strength-based build. I'm pretty sure they can even outdamage the Star Fists. So if you're using like the light attacks and stuff, it's going to do more. But the heavy attacks can also put in a lot of work too, because it actually does have a hitbox and it has a projectile portion, which the projectile portion is nothing amazing. You can just like use it to like tap it at a distance to stop enemies from regenerating their poise of like flying birds or some shit like that. We could put in some work there because it's pretty quick and it comes out fast. But a fully charged heavy attack at point blank range can do more damage than a Starfist heavy attack. But the downsides being is that it consumes a lot of stamina, like twice as much stamina as all the other fist weapons. So you're only going to really be using it like back to back, and that's about it. But you can pair it alongside a bleed build, and the projectiles also do just as much bleed build up as the weapon itself. So you can like do over 200 bleed, probably even more than that, in just one charged heavy attack, which is kind of cracked. So there are some uses. The only downside is going to be that it is a projectile-based weapon, so you can't pair it alongside things like Crag Blade or whatnot. And its stamina cost. But I still think it's a solid A tier. On the Clinging Bone is trash, though. This is the worst fist weapon. It does get the poking attack movesets, just like the Kata and Pata. Gets like okay range, I guess, but like it gets dog shit damage and it gets Lifesteal Fist. Which, you know, even if you wanted to use Lifesteal Fist, it's a regular Ash of War. You can just put it onto the Kata or the Pata and get the exact same moveset, but it's more damage. Thing sucks. It looks cool, though. Veteran's Prosthesis also gets the poking attack moveset. Same thing applies. Does get some decent range. The damage isn't really quite there, and the skill is very situational. It is extremely cheap. Like Storm Stomp, it does like a little Storm AoE. Doesn't do much damage, but the follow-up, which is for free, is like a nice Lightning AoE attack that could do some really good damage, which for only 10 FP is extremely efficient. But by the time that you get to the Lightning AoE, and the fact that it doesn't work with things like the Shattered Stone Talisman, because it's not technically counted as a kicking attack, because it's still like a weird fist weapon. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. Could have been like reworked into like a hand-to-hand art. That would have been pretty cool. Anyway. This is a C tier. I think it's the most range in class, and that's fine, but the skill is like so situational and like kind of trash sometimes. But lightning damage and piercing damage can't go wrong. Cypher Pata, another poking attack type of fist. This one getting pure holy damage, very comparable to the coated sword. And that's... where is it? Oh, whatever. You guys get the idea. Pure holy damage, pure fate scaling. I'm not going to like it as much as the coated sword because that weapon has its skill extend the range by so much more and do amazing stance damage. This weapon gets like a reskin of Impaling Thrust, but it doesn't even extend the range. And Impaling Thrust with a fist weapon doesn't really do that well. And typically the coated sword is going to be paired alongside a pure caster build, so you're going to have a hand free. Whereas a fist weapon, you're going to have it two-handed basically. So to really benefit. So that's another C tier. And the Grafted Dragon. This one you have to have it one-handed because unfortunately you can't two-handed at all, which you could at least. Even if it wasn't a power sensing combo, like just two-handed like a shield and start whacking to get some more damage at least. I don't know. It also gets like the worst range in class because even though it does have this whole dragon mouth, the hitbox doesn't even have the whole character model or the weapon model doesn't even have a hitbox. It's weird. But the skill can actually put in some work. It's actually the nice close range AoE does some decent damage. You're like lower to the ground, some attacks can go over your head. You have like instant recovery frames. Like as soon as the weapon explodes, you can like roll out of it instantly. Somewhat comparable to like the cranial vessel candle stand. But yeah, unfortunately it's a one-handed fist, which can put in some decent stance damage, but it's a B tier. The TLA is Hidden Needle, another poking attack fist. This one gets awful damage and awful range. It does have a skill which is pretty much like Impaling Thrust, but it does more damage when you proc Eternal Sleep upon an enemy. But it's only going to do the bonus damage when the enemies are put to deep sleep, or if they're stuck in a hyper armor animation. There's some like weird instances to where you can get the bonus damage, and it pretty much like procs bleed. It's like doing bleed types of damage when you have an enemy put to sleep. Whoops. I wish that sleep, if it actually worked to where when enemies got the staggering version of sleep, it will still do that bonus damage if that effect is like there, but it doesn't work that way. It works that way in PvP and against NPCs, but it doesn't work that way in PvE for some reason. So C tier. Poison Hand, really good. It's the exact same moveset as the Star Fists. It's not going to get much damage though, but it is going to get a pure arcane scaling. Now you can just go with like an occult infused Star Fists with Crackblade, and they're probably just going to do better because it's going to do bleed, which is better than deadly poison. But the benefits of this is that it actually does boost your damage when you do proc poison on a nearby enemy, like the Kindred of Rot Excitation Talisman, whatever the fuck it's called. By like 7% more damage though. So you can actually use it with like any arcane build. Just like equip it. It's only like weighs 1 unit. Proc poison on an enemy with a skill that can proc it really quickly. And then for the next 20 or 30 seconds, you get 7% more damage, and you can switch back to your main weapons. And you also have deadly poison procced. It also is extremely light, so only like 1 unit, and it can pair well alongside some like Blue Dancer Charm types of builds, with like the Rock Heart's Talisman and the Dragon Communion spells. So it does well, but it's still not going to be good as like a Star Fist build, right? So, but it has its uses. Maddening Hand, though, I can't say the same. Like, it's basically the exact same thing, but it procs Madness instead, which much more a niche build than basically useless in PvE. So, yeah, C tier, I guess. I don't know. The Claws. Claws are goated. Every single one of these are amazing. Claws have some of the highest DPS in the game. Probably not going to be as much as Power Stance and Curve Swords, but they're easier to build around because you don't have to get 2 weapons. You can just 2-hand it. And if you use things like Blood Flame Blade, it's going to put it onto both hands too. So you could potentially proc bleed really quickly with just like a random dexterity build. So, and they'll get 110 crit, and I don't know, the worst thing about them is probably going to be their range, but they're also like really light and quick. Like they can put in a lot of work. They don't get much stance damage though. So pretty much just like ultimate DPS machines. Now the Hook Claws is like the worst amongst them, but it's still really good because you get it early in the game. But like everything basically out damages it, even like a Bloodhound Claws. For the exact same moveset too. But yeah, Bloodhound Claws is like the best one for a strength build. It actually can be the highest damaging out of the bleed based ones. The Venom is saying out damages it, but I think it's poison. And I think this gets the most range too. So if you just wanted straight up just raw DPS and damage out of a claw, this one's the best one. S tier, it's amazing. Venomous Fang. You can argue broken tier. And I kind of want to. Because it is the highest damaging claw in the entire game. The downside is that it doesn't get the 110 crit like the regular claws, and it gets like the worst range too. Not that much less range, but it's still the worst. Now, Bleed is still a better status effect than Deadly Poison, but Deadly Poison can be procced a lot faster, and there's more buffs, not more buffs, so basically just as many buffs to help boost your damage, like the Kindred of Rot, Poison Hand, Mushroom Crown. And when you proc those buffs, then you're basically doing insane amounts of damage. And paired alongside things like the Poison Flower Blooms Twice skill, you have a really, really broken build. Wildman, thank you for the 5. Appreciate it, man. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to put it... Oh, nah, I'm not. What is it, Esther? I don't know. It's really good, though. Like, that Poison Flower Blooms Twice build is pretty much broken. Because you have access to percentage damage the entire time. And you're going to get, like, ridiculous DPS. Like, probably the Curved Sword Power Stance types of DPS. but it's just not going to proc bleed. So like a claw could still potentially do it better if you're fighting enemies that are weaker to bleed. So this, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Raptor Talons is right there as well. I probably put the Raptor Talons. I had to put one claw into the broken tier. Like I had to put one. Now the Raptor Talons literally does get the least damage of the claws, but like it's not by much. They all get very similar damage. But the benefits of the Raptor Talons, two things. One, it gets bonus damage and jumping attacks, which is cool to use. You're not going to really use jumping attacks that many times, but when you do, you probably end up getting more than all the other claws. And it's heavy attack. The heavy attack is really good. Most of the claw heavy attacks I don't really value as much because it's like some 1-2 punch is kind of mid. But the Raptor Talons hits with both at the same time, and it can lunge in really far as well. So you can go with like a charged heavy attack build, or you can just go R1 spamming build, jumping attacks. There's so many things you can do with the Raptor Talons, and every single one's going to output ridiculous DPS. So that's good stuff. The Claws of Night also S tier too. Now this is like the least of the damaging, or like lowest damaging of the claws, because you can't infuse it. It's just like some random split magic damage. Only a dexterity scaling too, so it's kind of limiting. It's still gonna have this good DPS just like the rest of them. Does get some nice range, but it does have a skill in Scattershot though that is amazing and complements this claws very nicely because it's like a nice AoE type of attack. Can go pretty far. Does have very bad damage fall off, so it doesn't really perform the best at further ranges. And it kind of performs a lot better at closer ranges, but at closer ranges, the light attacks are going to output more DPS, but the skill actually does stagger better. So it's good for stagger potential, good at crowd control. And at these further distances, it does basically just as much bleed buildup compared to if you're at closer range. So I think it's like the least valuable of the S tier claws, but it's still S tier. The bows. Okay, we're going to rapid fire this. I don't want to talk about the bows for long. So basically there's the short bows and the medium bows. The differences being is that the medium bows will just go further, hit harder, but they get a slower moveset. Like the short bows, they get faster movesets. They get things like the quicker jumping attack into the landing attack combo, which can output higher DPS. But the thing is, there are literally medium bows that get the same moveset as a short bow, which pretty much makes almost every single short bow just obsolete. So the regular short bow, D tier. Don't care about that. The composite bow is actually not the worst because it actually can be infused, and you can infuse it with a rain of arrows, which is the best skill to use for a bow because it can actually melt larger bosses pretty quickly. Whereas the medium bows that get the short bow, light bow moveset, they can't be buffed. Or can't be infused, I mean. So if you want to have the light bow moveset and you want to benefit off rain of arrows, which is the best Ash of War, then the composite bow is like the only one to really use. So I guess I'll put that one to the B tier. And you can get it pretty early on. The red branch short bow is shit damage too, just worse than the composite bow. And the Misbegotten short bow actually does get the most damage out of all the short bows, and actually can be more than the composite bow, but it gets the worst range, and range is basically your damage. So that's also in the D tier. The harp bow, that's going to be in the trash tier. This is the worst damaging one. The only benefit that it has is that it has a cool sound, but it's not even that cool of a sound. So the bone bow is not too bad. It gets like a barrage type of skill, but like insane tracking and goes really far. Unfortunately, they nerfed the status build-up, so it's kind of one of the major benefits of using a bow is kind of just down the drain. But I'll probably put it into the C tier though, because it's still easy to use, and it goes pretty far. So it's a decent complement to a dexterity build, not the worst thing. Okay, after the medium bows, I believe this is the Albinoric bow, which I think is like your... It's like I think it's only one of two infusible longbows. There's a regular longbow. So there's the Albinoric bow and the regular longbow. Both do basically do just as much damage. And obviously infusible bows are really good because you get to use rain of arrows, which is actually a decent skill against larger bosses. The Albinoric bow gets more damage, but you get it way later in the game and you have to farm for it. So like it's kind of, I don't know, C tier types of usefulness. And the longbow, I put it in the C tier as well, but a higher C tier, I guess. Because, you know, at least you don't have to farm for it. You need to get it earlier in the game. Yeah. It can do more damage than the composite bow and stuff if you wanted to use things like Rain of Arrows, but you're not going to get the cool moveset, so I don't really value it as much. The black bow is a medium bow that gets the exact same moveset as a short bow, as the light bows, as I've been talking about. And it gets the barrage skill, which is not too bad. I'd rather have Rain of Arrows, would have been perfect. But it basically outdamages every short bow. But this inevitably gets outclassed by the Arnspark's bow because it gets more damage. So it can only go into the C tier because at least you can use it in the base game and it'll be fine. The pulley bow. This one is actually decent for range. This is actually the most range in class. So if you want to have like a sniping option, then this one can be good. But like great bows are better at sniping options anyway. But obviously this one weighs a bit less. So if you want to have a good sniping option for like a strength or dexterity build, and you don't have the weight to wield a great bow, or the strength to wield a great bow, then you can use the pulley bow. I'll probably put it at the lower end of the B tier. If you want a sniping option to pick up enemies at a distance, probably a C tier again, actually. Made that one down. Fuck that shit. What's this one again? This is the, fuck. Chat, for the first time in my 6 hours of streaming, I forgot the name of a bow. I forgot the name of a weapon. I have to go look it up now. Shit. I'm a fake Elden Ring fan. It's the horn bow. My bad. It's the horn bow. I fell off, chat. The horn bow gets the magic damage. So if you want to use magic types of weapons and stuff, or magic types of build, I don't know. Who cares, bro? It doesn't get as much damage as the other ones unless you're using magic damaging stuff. D tier. Don't care. Serpent bow, also D tier. It's trash. It gets the worst damage, and the only benefit that it has is that it can give you more status buildup specifically to your poison arrows if you spec into arcane. So specking into arcane doesn't even boost the damage. It's just the poison buildup of your poison arrows. Doesn't even improve their bleed buildup. It's just poison. D tier. Erd Tree bow is good if you have a faith-based build and get some decent damage with your faith-based stuff. But, you know, when you have a faith-based build, you're going to have projectile attacks and spells already, so... C tier, I guess. This one is the Crepice's Black... No, the Crepice's is a crossbow. This is the Ansbach's longbow. I'm tripping so hard right now. Ansbach's longbow is probably the best medium bow in the game because it gets the same moveset as the short bow, the lighter bows. Therefore, it's like faster, going to output higher DPS, and it's going to outdamage all of those ones too. And it gets a skill that's good at hitting multiple enemies at once. It's not going to be as much DPS as a spamming the regular attacks. It's not going to be as valuable as rain of arrows, but you know, if you're surrounded by trash mobs, it can like stagger pretty well. It does consume a lot of like arrows, like 8 arrows, but like you have lots of arrows in the game, so it's mainly just used for like, you know, crowd control, and it can do like maximum damage and maximum bleed damage if you just hit with one of the arrows. So you actually don't even have to hit with all 8. You just hit with like one of them, and it can be at a further distance, and it'll do like that good of damage and that good bleed build up. And you also can pair it alongside the sharp shot talisman, because the sharp shot talisman you can just have to free aim it, and being that there's like a wide horizontal spread, you actually can get more damage pretty consistently with this skill. So there's like some things there, but it's still a bow, so it's a B tier. Oh, this is the Egon's great bow. Okay, now great bows I value more because great bows can actually be really good stance breaking, good sniping options. And the thing is that these are the two infusible ones, the regular great bow and Egon's. The great bow is better at higher levels because it gets a better quality scaling, and by the time that you get Egon's bow, you're gonna have it higher levels anyway. So, but this is for pure strength and does more damage, and it gets more damage when you use his specific arrows as well. So I don't know, they're both about the same. I'll probably put them both in the B tier because you can have both of them infused with rain of arrows. Actually, put them into the C tier because I'd rather just use a lion's great bow because when you use the specific arrows, the Radahn spears, you can basically get more damage than like a regular arrow attack. And you get access to the better version of rain of arrows. But then again, you don't get access to the sniping based skill. So I think one of these gets to the B tier. Probably the golem, or the regular one, because this one gets more damage at higher levels, where you actually end up getting to the DLC, unless you're going to be using the specific arrows that boost the Egon's bow. But Egon's Drake Hunt is like a really good sniping based skill. So if you actually want to snipe enemies, then that's cool, I guess. Same as the Golem's great bow, that one could be pretty good, but like once you get the DLC, it's kind of outclassed by the Golem's or the regular great bow or Egon's, because you can use Egon's Drake Hunt, which that's like a better sniping based skill than through and through. Even though this one gets the most damage, it's probably just better for like base game. So I put it into the C tier, I guess. Because yeah, once you get to the DLC and get Aegon's Drake Hunt, it's just gonna outdamage it. I mean, do you have like that one, the Golem Great Arrows that can go through enemies, but like that's just worse than having Rain of Arrows. So you can have this infused with Rain of Arrows and switch back and forth between either a boss fight or going through areas, and it just becomes like a better version. Mainly for the DLC though. The Erd Tree Great Bow is another like faith-based bow, but if you have a faith-based build, you're going to be using spells anyway. But it gets good synergy with the Golden Arrows, which you can use as like a spamming the Golden Val arrows. They can give yourselves a bunch of damage buffs, and you can boost your allies too if you wanted to. But I don't know, Golden Val does the exact same thing, but better, because like the spell is a better version, because this gives you the actual version of Golden Val. So I don't know, there's some uses there. C tier. Lion's Great Bow is probably the best bow in the game. So this one's another B tier. High B tier. I'll put it high B tier. Actually, put it in A tier, why not? Because like the Rain of Arrows can actually melt a lot of larger bosses. If you have a strength-based build, just go slap on the Lion's Great Bow to spam the skill. And if you wanted to, you can actually have it as a sniping option too. Although you're not going to have a sniping-based skill, so... but with the Radahn Spears, it can put on work. And the good thing is, it only consumes one arrow, but it shoots out a whole bunch of them from the sky. And they all just do amazing damage, so... Crossbows. These are just like worse bows because they don't get any scalings. So that's going to get worse damage and worse DPS. They're going to have like longer reload animations. The only benefit is that the crossbow, you can use it one-handed. And that's about it. So you can maybe like stop enemies from like regenerating poise at a distance. But like there are other things that can do that. Like I'd rather have the Smith Script Dagger to do that, honestly. So these are like the Soldier's Crossbow, Trash, Heavy Crossbow, and Light Crossbow. They can go into the D tier. The Arbalest is the best of like the single firing ones. So I can go into the C tier, but it still sucks. The Crepices gets the most range, but it gets shit damage, so that's a D tier, because even at these maximum distances, the Obelisk can probably still outdamage it. The Pulley Crossbow is not the worst thing in the world. I still put it into the C tier. Like, it's out of all the ones, it's like, it's decent. Decent, consistent damage at a distance. And, you know, bolts are not that hard to come by, to where like 3 arrows per hit is like, you know, it's the worst thing. Full Moon Crossbow, another D tier, because it's just like a bit more damage with the specifically magic-based arrows, but it still sucks in terms of damage. It does have a cool reload animation, though. The Spread Crossbow is like your shotgun-based bow. It does like really good damage at point-blank range, but it consumes like 10 arrows per hit. Or 10 bolts, excuse me. That's probably also a lower C tier. Repeating Crossbow is probably better than that, because if you hit with all the arrows, or all the bolts, it can do some actually okay amount of damage and proc bleed pretty quickly, too. But it like plows through a whole bunch of your bolts, and it consumes like 30 FP, and it consumes your entire stamina bar. So it's like, if they just made it consume less FP and like way less stamina, it'd be much more beneficial, because you can't even walk around while using it too. So like, I don't know. Hand Ballista is like the worst of the 3 ballistas, because like all the ballistas have like these really long reloading animations, and it just makes like using the great bows just better. Because like great bows, although they don't travel as fast, they can really go just as far if you have like the correct talismans. And you can like aim them a lot better too. And they're going to have faster reload animations, and you're going to have sniping based skills. Like through and through, Aegon's Drake Hunt, it's just going to be better to have those as a sniping option more so than any hand ballista. So like this is a D tier. Who cares about this shit? Jar Cannon does more damage than this, and like it looks cooler too. But even that's still a fucking D tier. Because the Robust Cannon is not that bad. This is a C tier. Because it has insane tracking. Like you can actually like 180 this thing, and it can have the most ridiculous tracking, and it's pretty fun to use. But it's still not that good at damage. Because there's no scalings. None of these weapons have scalings. If they did, they might be decent. But otherwise, just use a regular bow. There's no point of using these ballistas. This is way too long, way too inconvenient, and you're gonna like miss half the time anyway. Anyway, we're gonna rapid fire through this catalysts and stuff. Like, I have my own videos out there, like obviously ranking every single one of these things. But if you're gonna watch any single one of my individual videos, it'd be like ranking the seals and ranking the staves or the staves. Because I actually have like damage comparisons and stuff, and which ones are good for which part of the game. The Academy stuff is good for like any part of the game, no matter what. This is like an A tier. Start to finish, it's never going to be the highest damage, but it's consistent from start to finish. You don't have to go farm for anything, don't have to meet the requirements or anything. It's good for every part of the game. And it'll be like consistently like top 3 damage. Glintstone staff is not the same thing though. This one you have to like farm for it unless you have the prisoner class, and this is like shit damage for most part of the game, and it doesn't even boost any of your sorceries too. The Academy Glintstone staff is the best staff to use between like 41 intelligence and 69, I believe, something like that. At that point, then the Carrying Regal Scepter is better. So A tier because it's the best one to use for those levels in terms of damage, but it doesn't actually boost any particular sorceries, so that's a bit of a downside. The Digger staff I probably put into the C tier because it's like never the best damage at all, or not even close, and it only boosts the Digger sorceries, which is only like a couple of them, and they can be okay. Rock Blaster and stuff, Shadow Earth is fine. Demi-Human staff is actually the best staff to use between 0 and 40 intelligence. So at early levels, this is the best staff to use, but the thing is the Meteorite staff is still going to be better for like most parts of the game, because like a Meteorite staff is like better than like a plus 12 Demi-Human Queen staff, and by the time you get to 40 intelligence, you might end up having like a higher leveled staff, and then I don't know, you probably end up using this thing for like maybe 10 levels. It's pretty optimal. So yeah. The Azorius Glintstone staff doesn't do the best damage at all, but it does boost the speed of your spells, and you can have it on the offhand and boost the speed of your sorceries and stuff, but it's going to make you consume like 20% more FP. But you can pair it alongside your incantations, and it's actually not going to consume more FP, but it's still going to give you the speed boost. So, but I'd rather just have an offhanded steal that boosts the damage of those particular spells. But if you have like a spell that doesn't get boosted off a damage type, of a particular staff, like Catch Flame, let's say, you can have this in the offhand, and that's benefit for free. So, I don't know, throw it into the B tier. Lucid staff is the highest damaging staff in the entire game from the second that you get it. It's Somberstones, or Cry Somberstones, it's the highest damaging one. The downside is that it makes you consume 50% more FP. So, by the time that you get the Carrying Regal Scepter, it only does like 10% more damage than that, but it consumes 50% more FP. So if you have like around 25 to 30 mind, I'd rather just use the Carrying Regal Scepter every single time. But it's only when you have like high amounts of ints that is actually like amazing to have. Or if you're using like, you know, the Commodore builds with the Cerulean hidden tier, I guess. But I'm probably still going to put it into the A tier because I'm only going to really value it at max levels. And the Carrion Regal Scepter is the best one in the entire game, in my opinion, because once you actually meet the requirements for it, actually not even that, it's like once you get like 69 or some shit like that, that is the best. So it's like, it's only good at higher levels still. So like, whatever. 6 hours of yapping, yeah. It does boost your moon sorceries too, which is, I guess, kind of cool. But the moon sorceries are only really meant for like debuffs anyway. And I still got Rolana's Twin Moons, which I don't really care for. Now, one of these is the Carrion Glintblade, and one of them is the Carrion Sorcery. The fuck. No, Glintblade and Glintstone. That's what I'm saying. This is the Glintstone staff. That's the Glintblade staff. And the Glintblade staff is the one that boosts... the Glintstone staff boosts Carrion Slicer. So this is the better one. Now, this one does more damage. Both of them, similar to like the Academy Glintstone staff, they just both get a bit less damage, but they boost the spells of a particular... they boost some particular spells. This one actually boosts things like Carrion Slicer, Carrion Piercer. I think even things like Ardala's Moonblade as well. So, I'll put this one into the high A tier. Maybe even S tier because it boosts Carrion Slicer. Why not? Yeah, because you have it as like your main option, and it's just going to boost Carrion Slicer, which is cool. I don't know. That's fantastic. This is the Glint's Stone. Like Glint's Blade. And this one actually boosts your Carrion Phalanx, Glint's Blade, Trio, and stuff like that, and regular Magic Glint Blade. That's not too bad, but I'm probably still going to put it into the B tier because I'm not going to really use those spells that much, and it probably have as like an offhand option. And I'd rather have like the Academy Glintstone stuff as your main option anyway. So, and I forgot where I even put the Academy Glintstone stuff. I think it was in the A tier. Albinoric stuff. This is one gets more arcane scaling compared to intelligence, and the thing is, it's not going to be anywhere near as good as like the Dragon Communion Seal as like an equivalent, because the damage is pretty poor even with like pure arcane. And the thing is, there's not really any like arcane-based sorceries out there that you benefit off outside of like the bubble sorceries that get like an arcane-based requirement. But they're kind of like mid for the most part. Some of them are okay. Like they can do some decent stance damage. Particular Oracle Bubble. Great Oracle Bubble is like pretty funny and good at tracking, but I don't know. You can just meet the requirements of those and just use like an actual intelligence-based stuff and it'll be better. So it's only really beneficial if you want to proc bleed and stuff and use like the bleed-based sorceries because they're actually going to scale off arcane. But the bleed-based sorceries have a faith requirement. So you're speccing into intelligence and arcane to do damage, but having to spec into faith just to meet the requirements. So it's like it's a weird thing. So I'm just going to put it into the C tier. And the bleed-based sorceries are pretty niche too, so... Maybe before when like Impenetrable Thorns wasn't nerfed, it'd be more useful. Staff of the Loss is like probably another easy S tier because it boosts Knight's Comet. And when you have Knights, if you have 2 Staff of the Loss and you're spamming Knight's Comet, you have like the best build in the game. So there you go. But outside of Knight's Comet, there's basically shit because it boosts the Knight Sorceries by 30%. So if you're outside of using those, there's no point using it. The Gelmir Staff is like the best early game Ins Faith-based stuff. So... if you're like below like 40 int and faith, then use this one for a staff. But even then, it doesn't boost the damage by that much. Like the golden order seal boosts the damage by like a decent amount. It's actually really good int scaling. But the Gelmir stuff kind of sucks. You have to farm for it too. And yeah. If I were to use this stuff with an int faith build, I'd only really be using it to proc status effects. Like Zamor Ice Storm or some shit. Or Ardala's Moonblade. Not really for damage. Rather use the incantations for that. The crystal stuff is actually decent though. This is actually the cheapest of the Sombra-based staves. But it's still 48 intelligence. For some reason, a lot of the staves have really high requirements. And it's like 48. And it's like, it's dumb. But it still boosts your crystal sorceries by 10%, which actually can be really good. Crystal Release is amazing. Crystal Burst. No, Crystal Burst. What's the one? Shattering Crystal. That was really good too. But it's only 10% of a boost. But it's actually, it can be one of the highest damaging at around about 50 intelligence. Actually can outdamage the Carrion Regal Scepter at that level. But the Academy Glintstone stuff outdamages that too, so. The Rotten Crystal stuff is basically trash. There's no reason to use it because it's the same thing but just worse because it just does less damage and the only thing it does is give you a Rots build up when you hit with the staff itself. Who cares? Meteorite stuff, the best thing to use early game. Only 18 intelligence requirements, and it already comes fully maxed out. Comes with an S scaling, so actually when you spec into the stat, you actually benefit. Whereas like if you have a +0 staff of anything else, you're not going to benefit by specking into intelligence. So, and it boosts your gravity sorceries by like 20%, I think it is. Which gravity sorceries can be some of the best in the game. Like Rock Sling, Gravitational Missile, what's the one of Gaius? Blades of Stone, all really good stuff. The Staff of the Guilty, I believe this one is. This one's your faith damaging staff. So if you actually wanted to have a faith-based build and you actually wanted to use like the magic bleed sorceries for whatever reason, you just feel like you needed some access to bleed or magic damage, which to be fair, nothing is really weaker to magic damage in this game, so it's kind of useless. So yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to proc bleed at least like once or twice with like Impenetrable Thorns, I guess it's pretty cool. That's about it though. You can still get some decent damage off it. So if you actually had like a cheap skill that you wanted to use, a cheap sorcery that you wanted to use, you can go into that. But I only see the benefits if like magic damage was more useful. Like if magic damage had like some enemies weaker to it, and if you had a faith-based build, you could have access to magic damage, but there's no point. Just might as well just go spec into your seal, then just do more damage with whatever damage type you have going on. Prince of the Death stuff is like the highest damaging stuff in the game, but only once you have like 65 ints and faith. Probably even more than that. Probably like 80 ints and faith. So yeah. And that's most people aren't going to be at that level anyway. So I probably put into the B tier. It does boost your death sorceries by 10%, but the death sorceries kind of suck. Ancient Death Rancor has decent tracking and it's only got a higher level, so it's fine or whatever. But yeah, B tier. This one is a Staff of the Great Beyond. This is another int faith-based stuff. This one's actually the best one to use. Basically, as soon as you get access to it, up until you get to 65 int faith, then you can go switch to the Print of the Death stuff. But I'm still going to value it more because it's better for most levels, and it can cast incantations as well, which is never going to outdamage the Golden Order Seal with any amounts of int and faith, but the convenience is there. So I put it into the A tier because it's convenient. And it's still the best one to cast sorceries for most int faith levels. But it still doesn't really outdamage like a Carrion Regal Scepter like at max int though. Until you get to like really late levels. This is the Maternal stuff. Another int arcane based stuff. It kind of sucks because it's basically worse than the Albinuric stuff when it comes to damage in almost every single level. Pretty much every single level is just worse than the Albinuric stuff. I think maybe like at max. But yeah. It does actually get you more bleed build up with some of the spells though. For some reason, I don't know why. The Albinuric stuff gets better arcane scaling, but the bleed build up is better with the maternal stuff. So if you wanted to maximize the damage of bleed with the thorn sorceries, I guess that's a thing, but like, I don't know. Now that impenetrable thorns is nerfed, who cares? Low C tier. The seals, okay. Thankfully there's less and most of them are useful. The finger seal is fine, like you get it early in the game. There's lots of useful faith buffs that you can acquire very early on as well, like the fortification spells, flame gummy strength, bestie vitality maybe for early game. So it's fine, whatever. B tier, I guess. But like if you wanted to use buffs, then you're better off using the ones that don't weigh anything because you don't have to meet the requirements for the seal just to be able to use them. By the way, like all the seals have really low requirements. It's not like the staves. And the finger seal is still the best until you get to 27 intelligence. Then you got to switch to the Godslayers. So maybe C tier. Because it's still pretty early on in the game. Erdtree seal is the best one for a faith build. Up until you get to about 69 faith, then you switch to the Erdtree seal. So I guess S tier for the Erdtree seal. Because it's the highest damaging one once you just for the pure faith build. Godslayer seal is actually really good. Wait a minute. Did I have it the other rounds? No, I didn't. Yeah, this is Godslayer seal, yeah. I'm tripping, it's been too long. Godslayer seal. Int Faith, your only Int Faith staff or seal. And actually can get really good damage. I think it's like the... Is it the most? I think it's the most damage. I think it gets the most damage in the entire game out of all the seals at max level. And even throughout the Int Faith process at most levels, it still gets consistently some of the highest damage. And if you wanted to go like a Sword of Knights and Flame build, this one's actually really good to use. But it's still very niche because Int Faith builds don't really have many weapon options. And there's not really much of a benefit of going into an Int Faith build to benefit of using sorceries when the staff-based options are pretty weak and there's not really much of a point of getting magic damage as it's another alternative. So the Int Faith weapon type is kind of, or build type is kind of weak. But the seal stuff is pretty good if you wanted to go build around the Sword of Knights and Flame. And if you're at max level, it's just the best one to use. It does boost your Golden Order sorceries, but it's only by 10%. And I'm pretty sure the Dry Leaf Seal also boosts most of them as well. But it boosts it by 15%. So, whatever. But it still extends things like Discus of Light, which is cool, I guess. Okay, Gravelstone Seal. It's never the highest damaging unless you're using lightning-based spells, which are conveniently some of the best in the game. There are Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike, Knight's Lightning Spear. Good stuff, A tier. But using it by itself, using other types of spells, not going to be the best. Pretty much just like as an offhand option. Fire Giant Seal, kind of the same way, but I just don't see the Fire Giant spells as good as the lightning-based ones. Because, you know, things like Flamefall upon them are really good. Giant's Flame Take These pretty decent as well. Burno Flame is okay. It doesn't actually boost Catch Flame, so it doesn't make it that useful. So I probably put it into the B tier. Godslayer Seal is really good. It's the best seal to use between like 27 and like 69 faith. Actually, the Dry Leaf Seal is better between 27 and 54. Somewhere around about there. But you get that one all the way in the DLC. So it's pretty much going to be using the Godslayer Seal for like most of the playthrough. And it does boost your Black Flame spells, which are pretty decent. So that's another A tier. I'll actually put it in S tier as well. Because that's like most of the playthrough you're going to be using Godslayers. The Clawmark Seal. This is the best one to use for a strength build. If you plan on actually speccing into faith as well, like a lot of faith, if you have around about like 40 to 50 faith, there is basically no way this actually outdamages a lot of the other seals. Like I think a Godslayer seal at 50 faith outdamages the Clawmark seal like no matter what. So it's only really meant for like a pure strength build. And you can like two-hand it as well to just get a bunch more spell damage. So you actually can get respectable damage with a strength build, which is actually kind of insane. So it's not going to be that amazing though. But if you just wanted to spec into a little bit of faith, like 20 faith or so, meet the requirements for some spells, it can be okay. And it can boost the damage of the bestial incantations by 10%, which is fine, I guess. Not that amazing. The Frenzied Flame Seal is like the worst in terms of incant scaling. It gets like the worst consistently at every single level. It's awful. The only purpose is to boost the Frenzied Flame incantations, which I think is by 20%. And thankfully, they can be really good. The Flame of Frenzy spell is great. Frenzied Burst, those are probably the two best options. So yeah, I think C tier just for that reason alone. The Dragon Community Seal. We could put this one into the broken tier. Like the facts that we can get a pure arcane build, benefit of things like blade-based builds, which are just broken in themselves, and actually get access to more damage than a faith-based build is stupid. Like, how am I going to outdamage faith-based builds with using spells with arcane? And it actually boosts the Dragon Community Incantations, which are probably the best damage type or best spell type in the entire game, because the breath spells are broken, they go incredibly far. Things like Dragon Maw and Dragon Claw are stupid, and Grail's Roar is an insane debuff, and it boosts them by like 20% too. It's like, and it has like a 10 faith and 10 arcane requirements while weighing nothing. Nothing. Dry Leaf Seal. As I mentioned, this is the best one between like 27 and like 54 faith, but by the time that you get to the DLC, you're probably going to be higher than that anyway, and it boosts like the some of the rings, the discus-based spells by like 15%, which I guess is kind of cool. So, because Multi-Bladed Ring of Light and Discus Light are pretty cool, so they're pretty decent. Pretty B tier. Fire Knight Seal is only good to boost the Fire Knight incantations, otherwise it does shit damage. Does actually outperform the Godslayer Seal at higher amounts of faith, but at that point the Earth Tree Seal is better. And the Fire Knight spells are okay. Like Fire Serpent is really good. Mesmer's Orb is fun to use, but it's probably still like another B tier. Spiral Tree Seal is D tier. Like this is shit at every level, and it only boosts the spiral-based spells, which extend to like 3 different things, and they're not even that good. Cool. Okay, the DLC weapon categories. Okay. This Myth Script Dagger gets horrendous damage and horrendous AR, but it's not that bad. It is not that bad. As a primary option, if you have stack up to things like the multi-hit talismans, sit at a further distance, use things like this. It gets boosted by so many talismans, like Smithing Talisman, Arrow Reach Talisman, Spear Talisman, Smithing Talisman, all the multi-hit talismans. And with all those things combined, it can actually output respectable damage. Respectable. Not going to be much, but it's going to be respectable, which is perfectly fine because you're going to be at a further distance. You can sit at a further distance and just keep spamming away. Yes, and it does do piercing damage too. Yeah. So, and when enemies, you can just keep baiting out enemy attacks, and they can sit at a further distance, and you can just keep attacking it throughout their attack animation, and you're probably going to always benefit off that piercing damage and the counter attack damage. So it's good stuff. Now, yes, it's not going to melt things super quickly, and yes, when you're fighting skinnier enemies like to move and dodge around, it practically sucks. But that's when you can actually use Scattershot Throw, because Scattershot Throw is an Ash of War that turns it into like a nice wide AoE spread. So it can put in some work. Decent. It actually can be pretty good as an offhand option as well. You just leave it in your offhand, and if enemies get a bit further away, just keep hitting them. Chip damage stops them from regenerating poise. It's not bad. But yeah, it's not going to be like the most amazing damage of all time. It's not going to do anywhere near as much as a lot of other weapons. But you can be at a certain distance and just like pepper enemies away. Just never use it with a status effect infusion. Never. Always leave it dexterity infused. Always leave it keen infused. But it's still pretty limited for how you can build around it. And yeah, somewhat higher skill ceiling. Actually, not even a higher skill ceiling. But a high B tier is valid. The thrusting shields are all amazing. Both really good. Because you get probably one of the best light attacks in the entire game, because every single one does like about 14 stance damage, which is kind of insane for how quick that it is. Also gets piercing damage. You also can get blocking frames for every single one when you hold onto the block button and keep spamming, and it doesn't even decrease the amount of damage or stance damage that it does. And you just get blocking frames throughout. Kind of crazy. The only thing that suck about them is the heavy attacks. Heavy attacks are way too long and do terrible stance damage. Like, you're better off just like using the blocking frames and then spamming light attacks. Does get like lots of different skill options as well, because you get access to poking attacks. And the guard counters are amazing, because the guard counters get blocking frames in the recovery part of it. So normally when you use a guard counter and it has like a long recovery animation, you get staggered out of it or get hit. With this weapon, you actually get blocking frames. You actually can block the attack, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, the range is kind of shit, so not going to be broken. The dueling shield, I'm just going to say worse than the carrying thrusting shield. They all get the exact same movesets. The dueling shield can get more damage, but the whole benefit of using a thrusting shield is so you can actually benefit off the blocking as well. And this one just gets worse blocking. The carrying thrusting shield gets like over 90% physical guarded damage negation and like a lot higher guard boost than the dueling shield. This only gets like 80% something physical guided damage negation. There are like some elements where it can get better, but like the physical is like the most important part. So if I just like throw this one into the B tier, because even though it can get the highest damage, like it's just, you know, it's outclassed, and you get both of them in the exact same location. The carrying thrusting sword, dueling shield, thrusting shield, whatever the fuck it's called. It gets 15 intelligence requirement, so it's kind of annoying, but like 15 intelligence is enough for using things like Scholar Shield as well. So there's some benefits there. But I recommend just leaving them into like a heavy infusion, because making them elemental infused makes the blocking worse. So it's still kind of limiting, but I think the carry and thrusting shield is an S tier. Like definitely. Like they're so easy to use. They get high stance damage for every single light attack. They're really quick, good blocking frames. Like it's just great. Good stuff. The hand-to-hand arts. Really good weapons in my opinion. Really fun. The light attacks honestly kind of suck, shitty damage. The heavy attacks though put in some work. And with like some of the heavy attack changes, the uncharged heavy attacks can be very fast. And the way I like to use these things is to spam uncharged heavy attacks the entire time, because they're basically just as fast as the light attacks, but it's output more damage, have like a little bit of an AoE effect, and do more stance damage too. And that can actually be like better than things like fist weapons as well. They're not going to outdamage as much things like claws in terms of DPS, nor actually get bleed. But the stagger potential is going to be better, and the stance damage is going to be better. And you get better skill options, because you have things like Dry Leaf Whirlwind, which is cool at stun locking, but more importantly, you get Palm Blast, which is like one of the easiest skills to use. You can trade out so easily with every single boss does like over whatever it is, how much stance damage it is, like almost 40 stance damage. Pretty silly. And you get like infinite hyper armor. Now, as terms, which one is better? It depends. I think the Dry Leaf Arts is better for most builds because it gets the better heavy attack. Because as I mentioned, you just want to spam uncharged heavies the entire time. And the Dry Leaf Arts literally get them 40. I was reading the chat. Gets you faster animations, and it gets you more stance damage. Even if you account for things like the Shattered Stone Talisman and the Divine Bird Warrior's Grease or the Dane's Footwork, the Dry Leaf Arts is still better because it's faster, more damage, more stance damage. Whether you're doing the charged heavy attacks or uncharged heavies, they're just better for that particular build. But the Dane's Footwork does have one particular use, and that is going to be its guard counters. Because for some reason it's bugged to where it gets multiple damage with a guard counter attack, and I don't know why. And it can do like upwards of like 40 stance damage with a guard counter and like do twice as much damage. And it's not going to be the most broken thing. I want to put it into the S tier because you're still blocking and guard countering with a hand-to-hand weapon, so it's going to have really bad guard boost. But obviously, if we use the deflecting tier, it can still put in work. I think both of them are A tier. Like, not broken. Like, even though Palm Blast, I kind of consider it to be like an S tier skill. Like, I don't know. If I consider Palm Blast an S tier skill and it can only be put on the hand-to-hand arts, what I say is an S tier? It makes sense, right? But I feel like bad putting it into the S tier because I think the rest of the weapon is like, it's good, but it's nothing like groundbreaking. I don't know. I'll think about it. And the backhand blades, pretty good. Comparable to things like curved swords because, you know, they're quick just like them. Slashing damage. They're paired. You two-hand them, you get the power sensing combo. Now, it's not going to be as good as power sensing curved swords when it comes to the light attacks, especially the jumping attacks. The running attacks can be comparable because the running heavy attack can actually hit multiple times, put in some work, and output a lot of damage because it's tied to the heavy attack. And I think it could do some piercing damage too with a backhand swing. Also, the heavy attacks can actually be amazing because the heavy attacks of curved swords aren't that good, but the heavy attacks the backhand blades can lunge in really far. And they can do some decent stance damage too. And they get like amazing skill options like the fucking blind spots and swift slash. Both of them are really good. Both are S tier. And the backhand blades is probably the best one amongst all three because it gets like an S scaling and dexterity. It gets like amazing damage. And also they get really good guard counters. Forget about those. They're insane at guard counting. So with a deflecting build, it can get like the most damage out of any guard counter. Now it is going to have like a longer animation, not really output the most stance damage, but it's still stupid amount of damage. And you compare it alongside some like elemental based infusions, like a bleed maybe or cold, and you still retain like amazing scaling. So yeah, backhand blades is undoubtedly S tier. Now, the Smith script Circ are not that bad. It's not going to get as much damage as the backhand blades. Not going to get as much range. But the benefits that it has is it's going to be its heavy attack. Because it does serve as a projectile heavy. And out of all the Smith script weapons, this one is probably the one I like the best for its heavy. Because it actually shoots out both weapons at once. Where typically the Smith script weapon is just like the one. But this one actually shoots out both, so you're doing like decent damage, and it has really good tracking. Like all the other Smith script weapons for some reason don't get tracking. This one actually does. Now, with that being said, you do sacrifice the really good lunging heavy attack that the backhand blades get, and it kind of extends to the guard counters as well. But having a free projectile attack that has some good tracking is pretty decent. I'll put it into the A tier. It's not that bad, but I'd still rather have the backhand blades like 9 times out of 10. But if you feel like you're lacking a projectile option, which the backhand blades don't really get many skill options. They don't get things like Stormblade or whatever. They can get Beast Roll, but you can go slap on things like Swift Slash or Blind Spot with a Smith Script Circ and still gain a projectile option with a Dexterity build. So that's pretty good. The Cursed Blade Circs, they can be the highest damaging one. They can get more damage than the backhand blades if you don't account for buffs. Because they get a really good dexterity scaling, high base damage. They can get some of their strength base scaling too. So like with a quality build, it can get like the most damage. And it gets some passive bleed. Now it does get a skill that's kind of like this cool like flurry attack. It does get like longer recovery animations, but it can lunge in far, can stun lock pretty well. It does fine. Same moveset as all the other backhand blades. Now we're going to value it more than things like Swift Slash or Blind Spot. Kinda can be sometimes. It's more situational with how long the animation can be though. So it just depends on the situation. But I think the best use for it is going to be its guard counters. Because as I mentioned, the guard counters for backhand blades, they just do insane damage. And for the regular backhand blades, it gets really poor guard boost and poor blocking. Where for the Smith Script Circ, it gets much better blocking. And it's also going to get bleed. So you can go like a bleed infused like backhand blades with crack blade and it could just end up doing it better. But this one's going to have it be better at blocking and also get a nice stun locking skill. So honestly, high A tier for this one. So it has some uses, but not the greatest thing in the world. Actually, what can do a ton of damage? Yeah. But unfortunately, like the recovery frames for the first part is way too long. You're kind of guaranteed. They're kind of better off just doing the entire combo. But you can like lunge in far and put in some work. It's fine. It's good. It complements the weapon nicely, especially if you're going to go with the guard countering build. The perfume bottles. These are kind of mid for the most part. They don't get the fastest movesets. They don't really get good stance damage. They don't get critical attack options. They don't really get many skill options either. But they do some things well. Like it is going to be a paired weapon, so you can get the power sensing combo just by leveling up the one. They're going to be very light. They actually do have like lingering hitboxes, so enemies can like walk in towards them. They get some pretty decent range, like somewhat comparable to like whips. The heavy attacks can stun lock extremely well. Really good stun lock potential. But I think the best part about them is their running heavy attacks. If you use the running heavy attacks at point blank range to an enemy, you do so much damage. Like you can have really good boss melting mechanics, boss melting potential with a running heavy attack. It's only if they're a bit larger, so you can actually like run into the same spot. Otherwise, the damage isn't really that good. So I see them more as like a decent secondary option to pair longer builds. If you want to have like a projectile based option, or using things like Rolling Sparks or Beast Roll, just leave it in the back pocket, and like against like larger enemies, you can switch to it and kind of melt them quickly depending on your build. So if that's the case, if I only really see them as secondary options due to them being light, kind of have to rank them that way as well. The Fire Spark Perfume Bottle is probably the most useful of the bunch because it gives you access to fire damage with a dexterity build, which you don't typically get. And this thing can just destroy every single Erdtree avatar in an instant, especially with those running heavy attacks at point blank range. So I'm going to put these ones, I'll put it into the lower A tier because almost any single time you're using a dexterity build, I kind of recommend just having them leveled up because against larger bosses, you can switch to it. Against enemies weaker to fire damage, you could just switch to it. Probably B tier. It's not your secondary option. And it could do well. And actually could do more damage than most of the other ones because it's just dexterity based. And it's pure fire damage too. And with pure elemental damage, you're going to benefit a lot more of the elemental damaging buffs like the tears and the scorpion charms and stuff. So Chilling Mist I don't value as much because with a magic type of build, you're already going to have access to frost and magic. or with an intelligence build, I mean. And it doesn't really proc the frost the quickest. So as a secondary option, it's not going to be that good. And obviously as a primary option, it's going to be outclassed by a plethora of other really quicker types of weapons. You know, you can like do power stanced curve swords with a cold infusion or something, or like claws with a cold infusion. It'll just do it better. The Frenzied Flame Bottle I kind of value the least. It can get the most damage, but only like at max level. And when you're at max level, there's no point in having a secondary option, so who cares? It does do madness build up, but you know, in PvE, basically useless. The Lightning Spark Bottle can be the best one at like later levels, because you know, lightning damage is the best damage type. So if you were going to go with like a primary perfume bottle build, and you want to use it as your primary option, I would build around this one, because lightning damage is the best damage type. Elemental damage type, that is. So I put it right next to the Fire Spark Bottle, I guess. As a secondary option, it can be okay if you didn't really care to use lightning spells, and it could be like a decent option to kill like enemies in the rain that are short and close towards you. Because a lot of the lightning-based spells are only projectile-based, and you don't really have a close range option. So, Dueling Shield B, yeah, because it's outclassed by the Carry and Thrusting shield. No point in using it, honestly. The Poison Bottle. This one I could put into the B tier as well, because it's just like, you can use for its buff. I mean, I wouldn't use it as a primary option, because there are lots of weapons that do pure physical damage that are light that could do better than this. But you could use it to proc poison on yourself without even meeting the requirements. So you can actually use things like the Kindred Exaltation Talisman, Mushroom Crown, proc the poison on yourself with this skill, and then switch back to your main weapon. So I guess that's a use right there. And you can use it as a primary option in that regard too. I'll probably put it into the C tier. Pretty niche. Okay, the Beast Claws. Beast Claws are good. They're okay. I'm not going to do anywhere near as well as like regular claws, obviously, because those are like much faster, much higher DPS, probably get more range, also get bleed, but they get 110 crit, so like kind of outclass them a lot of different areas. But they do some things well, some parts of the movesets. Yeah, they have a quick little feint attack. The running heavy attacks are really good, come out really fast, cover a nice distance. That's probably the best part about them, is like them covering nice distances and this being a hard target to hit. Like a lot of the attacks that they get, like their heavy attacks, like lunge up and jump into the air, the running attacks, the fainting attacks, the regular light attacks, they're just like running back and forth, being lowered to the ground. They can make yourselves a pretty hard target to hit, which I guess is their biggest use. And their skills can be okay as well. Like Savage Claws can stun lock pretty nicely. Raging Beast gets like a nice iframe dodge, although it's not that powerful. So for the most part, I don't really consider them that crazy. And I like the Red Bear's Claw much better than the regular Beast Claw, because the worst part about the Beast Claws is their light attack combo. Like they're just really slow and don't offer much DPS. But the Red Bear's Claw pretty much takes that and just like makes them what the Beast Claws should have actually been. Like this slower, but hard-hitting, nice hyper armor close range attack. That's what I feel like they should have been. Like strength-based claws, like this close range, hard-hitting, good poise damage. So yeah, so I don't really value the Beast Claws much, because I just don't really care to use them over regular claws. And if I were to use a singular Beast Claw and build around it, it'd just be the Red Bear's Claw, which this is, honestly, where the hell did I drop it? So, this is probably a high B tier. High A tier, I mean. Because you can just use the skill the entire time to just completely replace the light attacks, which yes, it's still going to consume FP, does consume a lot of stamina as well. But you get lots of hyper armor, amazing stun lock potential, really good bleed build up, decent stance damage. Like, it's nice. And if you wanted to, you can like combo in things like the running heavy attack as well. And it can be pretty cool. But yeah, the light attacks kind of stop it from me putting it higher. And it is only like a strength-based weapon that can't be infused, so. But that's good. Okay, the light Greatswords. Light Greatswords, obviously amazing weapons, really fluid, smooth attacks. The light attacks and the heavy attacks flow in combos flawlessly. They're good at one-handed, two-handed with a shield. The two-handed guard counters are amazing too. The charged heavy attack builds can do well because it's a nice lunge, double hit. Then the skills that they get are also really good, and wing stance being the best one amongst them, probably the best stance-based Ash of War in the game. Because you get a good stun locking option, and you get a good lunging, piercing, damaging option, and you can combo both of those things back to back and do ridiculous stance damage. It's just like, wing stance is so broken. And the fact that the Milady is the only weapon that can actually equip wing stance. I think we put this bad boy into the high S. I kind of want to put it into the broken tier, but if I have like the straight swords and curved swords here, then I guess high S tier for the milady. I don't like the power sensing combos for light great swords at all, but that's perfectly fine. Just use them two-handed. Yeah, any type of build that you make, whether it's guard counters or like just a straight up wing stance build, it's just insane. Yeah, but wing stance cannot be overstated how good that skill actually is. That's definitely a top 10 Ashe War in the game. 100%. I probably put a top 5. It's that good. The Letters Sword. Not as good as the Milady. So it gets the exact same moveset. Does get like a... It's kind of like a quality-based weapon. Does get like a descaling in Faith, but like that descaling is so bad that it even scales better off Strength. It's kind of annoying. And just like most holy skills in the game, it doesn't work with the Shard of Alexander because it's still currently bugged. And then PvE, this is kind of more of a downside to have this skill, if anything. Because even though the skill does actually thankfully scale off AR, actually mainly does piercing damage than holy damage, funnily enough. It removes like debuffs and status effects and stuff, which is like not a good thing. Because you want to be able to proc things like Frost or Scarlet Rot or any other debuff that you have, and this thing is just going to remove that. And the damage really isn't that high, especially because it doesn't work with the Shard of Alexander. So it's like a fun little weapon to use. Like it's decent damage, not going to be as much as Milady. And like it's a quick projectile, so as soon as enemies get a bit further away from you, you could just use it. It tracks right towards them. It's nice. It's, I don't know, I think like a Stormblade Milady build can like do the same thing but better. So I don't know. I put it into the B tier, I guess. I like it a lot. It looks really cool though. It probably deserves to be in the C tier, honestly. Rolana's Twinblades, not that bad. I mean, the fact that it's only one of like 2 int Faith weapons kind of makes it pretty useful to begin with. It actually scales better off Strength and Dexterity though, which is funny enough. But it still gets a decent int and Faith-based scaling. Unfortunately, it kind of splits the damage between the 2 weapons, like one's for Faith, one's for fire, one's for Magic. But the skill is actually not that bad. Because they both skills complement the weapon perfectly. And as of like the Rolana's cameo buff, they can also output just amazing damage. And like the fire-based skill can stun lock nicely. It's a good AoE. The magic version is nice, quick projectile, which I think this weapon has the skills complement each other better than the Sword of Night and Flame does. Because the Sword of Night and Flame has like 2 like longer range types of skills. Whereas for the Rolana's Twinblades, one's like slower and the other one's like quick projectile. So it actually has some nice utility between the both. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't like the power sensing light greatsword combo, but it's actually better with the Rolana's Twinblades more so than the regular, because if you use things like the light attack into heavy attack, power sense heavy attack, it actually does better. Because there's no like actual like pause in between. It feels like there's like no recovery frames. It's like instant. But yeah, Rolana's is fine. A tier. It's not going to do as well as Sword of Night and Flame in terms of damage. Yeah, the scalings are a bit weird and off. But it does well. Okay, the Great Katana is the final weapon category. As I talked about with the curved greatswords, these are very similar. Very similar speeds. Very similar damage. Very similar poise damage as well. Pretty much identical. They'll all get slashing damage too. The differences is that the Great Katanas get more variation with their moveset. Things like poking attacks. And that means they get a lot more weapon skill options. I mean, they all get passive bleed. So I'm probably going to value them more. But the curved greatswords do 2 things better. That's one. They all get hype armor, which for 2 of these, they don't get any hype armor at all with any attack, which means they can get staggered out of them pretty quickly, which in PvE, not the most important thing. Ends also the heavy attacks of the Great Katanas, for 2 of them at least, are just shit. Like the really long animations. They get nice horizontal swipes, which complement the moveset, but it's super long. Whereas like for the curved greatswords, they have like a really fast, like especially uncharged heavy attacks. It's actually faster than the light attack. So they're comparable, both really good types. But yeah, the Great Katana, I think, is the regular one is probably the best out of the 3. Because you can infuse it, and therefore we pair it alongside things like Blood Flame Blade or an Occult Infusion and go into Bleed. Or go into Arcane to get more Bleed build up. All really good. And there are some skills that you can use like Repeating Thrust and Blood Tax that just make this thing broken. For the most part, there really isn't many other skills that you can use. Because like an Impaling Thrust build was probably better with things like a Sword Lance. It does have overhead stance as its unique skill, but it's probably like the worst out of all the stance-based skills because it doesn't get good stance damage. If overhead stance had like one attack that get high stance damage and then had the flurry attack, would have been nice. It can actually add damage repeating thrust, but only if you have the Rolana's cameo active. And I'd rather just have the repeating thrust and blood tax, because they can, blood tax can give you more health regen. It can proc bleed faster, and give you piercing damage too. So, but that particular combo with like blood tax or repeating thrust makes the Great Katanas S tier. Really good stuff. Which they can be outclassed by the sword lance for that exact same build, but I think the Great Katanas get more range, and it's going to be better paired alongside an occult infusion, because you can also benefit off bleed and use things like spells. So should have been Ichimonji. Yeah, Ichimonji. It should have had high stance damage like that. Yeah, the high posture. The Dragon Hunter's Great Katana is probably the worst of the three, but it's still really good. It gets like an average quality based scaling. Actually, it scales better off dexterity, right? But it's still going to be like the lowest damaging of the three ones. Does get the regular Great Katana moveset, which is perfectly fine. It does get a skill that serves as a projectile attack. The uncharged version is kind of shit. It's like a short little downward swipe, which is not really that good. But having it fully charged is amazing because it can serve as a projectile. Does do bonus damage to dragons, which is nice. And if you hit with the weapon at point blank range and the projectile at once, it can do amazing damage. Pretty good damage. You compare alongside the Godfrey's icon, and Shard of Alexander does pretty well. But it's nothing like amazing though. Because like outside of the projectile attack, which takes a long time to charge up, it's kind of just a very mediocre Great Katana, which is like a pretty above average class. So I think I put this thing like lower A tier. It's fine, it does well. Can't go wrong with the projectile attack that gets hype from me, Now the Rakshasa's Great Katana. The last weapon. Really good weapon. Does get decent. It's like a quality based scaling. I think it scales better off dexterity too, but going into quality is fine. Actually, I think this one is quality, the Great Katana. Dragon Hunter's Great Katana's quality. This one's more dexterity. This one gets the best moveset of the three, by far, because it gets the poking heavy attack, which obviously piercing damage on demand is really good. And it's going to be a lot faster than the other Great Katanas heavy attacks, because they have really slow heavy attacks. And also, this is the only Great Katana that actually gets hype armor. But not only does it get hype armor, it gets really good hype armor. It gets like great hammer types of hype armor. Now, the unfortunate trade-off is that you take bonus damage while the hype armor is active. So like, even though you get it, you take 10% more damage, which in PvE, there are more circumstances to where you're going to be taking the bonus damage more so than you're actually benefiting off that more hype armor. So it's a very unfortunate downside. But the moveset is pretty much flawless. It still gets the passive bleed, and its skill is really good because even though like the Katana movesets, it benefited a lot off the horizontal swiping heavy attack, and you're sacrificing that for a poke, this skill kind of just negates that completely because it gets a nice bunch of just sideward swipes that also get really good hype armor, really cheap, good stun lock potential, lunges in far. So yeah, it's a great weapon. But I think it doesn't like melt enemies that quickly. And the fact that you do take bonus damage kind of hurt it a little bit, but it's a fantastic moveset. It's just a great moveset on the weapon. I put it a high A tier. Because I don't know. Because it's only going to be for dexterity-based builds. Not much versatility there. Not the most amazing thing. Wish I had an arcane scaling. If I had an arcane scaling and have some synergy with spells and stuff like that, be fine. It'd be cool. But it's good. Can't go wrong with it. High A tier. I'm not even bothered to rearrange this. I'm not going to lie. Not even bothered. It is what it is. It is what it is. They're probably on the correct place. I could probably like look through this and like rearrange it, but I've been talking for like over 6.5 hours now. There you go. If you want to see the whole tier list, I'll probably post this on my Twitter, like a screenshot of it on my Twitter, so you can go ahead and follow me there. 6.5 hours worth of talk. 6 hours and 45 minutes worth of talking. I thought I was only going to talk for like 5 hours. My throat is gone. Gone. I locked in, but we got it done. Yeah, some of these I could like do this exact same tier list tomorrow and it could look different, a bit different. But you know what I said about it is probably still valid. Lizard, Greatsword, and Broken. Lizard, Greatsword is most definitely not in the Broken tier. But yeah, I'll probably post this on YouTube. We'll see what happens. Anyway. We're done. We're done. Finally. I need to go eat. I need to go relax. I need to rest my everything. The Tarnished Edition changes everything. If it does, we'll do it again. Probably like a few months from now, so that's fine. Can't go wrong with milking content. It's free. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you everyone for the subs and donations that I missed. I'm sorry, I was busy locked in. Bizarro, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're done. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. Because, yeah, I need to go rest. Catch you guys around. Bye. See yous.